Each time a male beastkin forms a bond, a beast mark is left between his brows. The more beast marks on his forehead, the more females he has bonded with. Yet, these 5 stunningly beautiful beastkin before her have completely smooth, unmarked brows. It turns out their wife is an ugly woman with a face full of scars. Relying on her status as the royal heir, she forcibly married them. Last night, she even drugged them, wanting to possess her beast husbands. Unexpectedly, their resistance was too fierce, and the woman, caught off guard, crashed into the wall and died. After absorbing the original host's memories, Su Tang only felt a headache coming on. But as soon as she opened her eyes, Su Tang saw an exceptionally handsome man, kneeling on the ground. Ji Han is unwell and cannot serve his wife. I beg for my wife's punishment. Seeing the whip marks on the man's body, Su Tang couldn't help but frown. Flashes of memory surfaced in her mind. It turned out she had been exiled to the harsh, cold environment of the North Luo tribe. During the exile journey, her 5 beast husbands, to protect her, all suffered severe injuries. Yet, the original host would only beat or scold them. But Su Tang could sense the changes in her body. The reason the former body was irritable and quick to anger was because she had long been poisoned. Get up before I do. She came from the post-apocalyptic world, unaccustomed to people kneeling to her, and took no pleasure in abusing others. Hearing this, Zhao Jihan couldn't help but shiver. If you are dissatisfied with Ji Han, my wife, you can divorce Ji Han. Ji Han will have no complaints. As soon as the words fell, a man with a bewitching and enchanting appearance walked in. Since you want a divorce, my wife, why not divorce me as well? Hu Lingai took out paper and pen and placed them on the table. His eyes were cold and clear, carrying a trace of disgust. Su Tang, coming back to her senses, wished she could sever the TIs immediately, but she discovered that her wood-based powers had actually weakened. And this was the Northern Luo tribe, where the harsh environment meant encountering enemies from the Beast Emperor city at any time. Currently, she lacked sufficient strength, and still needed the protection of her beast husbands. After digesting these facts, Su Tang spoke calmly. There's no need to rush. If you can protect me from harm within 3 months, I will let you go. At that time, I will give you the divorce papers. Hearing Su Tang's words, both Hu Lingai and Zhao Jihan were stunned. They simply couldn't believe that the wife before them would be so kind-hearted, especially since she had just drugged Zhao Jihan. Right at that moment, shouts came from outside. Big sister, come quickly and take a look. Your beast husband was attacked by a magical beast, seriously injured, and is on the verge of death. Su Tang had no time to process the information in her mind, got straight out of bed, and hurried out of the stone house. She saw several people. A severely injured green snake is being carried into the courtyard. The female beast looked back at unconscious Wen Nangxi before leaving. He sighed and said, "Little sister, your beast husband is gravely wounded. He can't even maintain his human form anymore." Although in the exiled tribe, deaths and injuries among beastmen are all too common. But for such a handsome beast husband to die like this, it's truly a pity. Seeing the green snake lying on the ground, both Zhao Jihan and Hu Lingai felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps they, too, would die here, silently and unnoticed. Su Tang sensed that the aura of the snake beast husband Wen Nangxi was extremely faint. She hurried forward and placed her hand on his head. Seeing this, Hu Lingai's face changed dramatically. What are you doing? He's about to die. And you still won't let him go? Because he was overly anxious, Hu Lingai could no longer maintain appearances. He didn't even call her wife master anymore. Su Tang had no time to deal with them. At that moment, she was using her weak wood element ability to treat Wen Nangxi's injuries. Watching the wounds heal, Lin King was so shocked her jaw dropped. Big sister, you actually have an ability. That can heal injuries? Su Tang used her ability to enter Wen Nangxi's mental sea. She saw a huge green snake in a bamboo forest. Its scales, which should have been extremely beautiful, now looked dull and listless. They were still bleeding. Though weak, Wen Nangxi's voice remained gentle. Unlike the tense, confrontational manner of Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai, his gentleness seemed to radiate from his very bones. Su Tang's heart softened. She placed her hand on him. "Don't worry, your injuries will heal. You will be fine." As she finished speaking, green light enveloped Wen Nangxi's entire body. His previously painful body now felt as if it were bathed in warm sunlight. Wen Nangxi quickly recovered from his surprise. "Thank you for your effort in healing me, wife, master. There's no need to thank me. This is also my duty." In the Beast World continent, when a female marries beast husbands, the beast husbands have a duty to care for the wife, master, and to protect her. The wife master also has a duty to heal her beast husbands and to soothe their mental seas. Of course, her predecessor had never done these things before, mainly because her beast husbands were unwilling to let her touch them. She didn't know how much time had passed. Wen Nangxi's injuries had mostly recovered. Only then did Su Tang stop her actions. But he had overexerted his wood element ability and fainted on the spot. However, the moment she fell, Wen Nangxi instantly transformed from his snake form into a human shape and immediately caught her in his arms. He then gently carried Su Tang into the house. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai both showed expressions of disbelief. She had actually awakened an ability, and it was a healing type ability at that. They had never heard of a female beast being able to awaken an ability. She seemed somewhat different from before. No matter what, the fact that she was willing to use her ability to heal Wen Nangxi was a positive change. Remembering that there was no food left at home, the two decided to go hunting together the next day. All 5 of their beast husbands still relied on Su Tang for survival. They couldn't let anything happen to her. It was important to know that if the wife master died in the exiled tribe, they would have to be buried with her. By the time Su Tang opened her eyes again, it was already the next morning. She got up and washed up. Looking into the water basin, she saw her own reflection clearly. Because someone had poisoned her. One side of her face had turned black and was disfigured. But she knew her appearance would recover once the poison was cured. She had just stepped out of the room. He saw Wen Nangxi chopping wood in the yard. The morning sunlight spilled over him, giving him an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Wen Nangxi seemed to hear a sound. He turned his head to look at Su Tang. "Wife, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Su Tang wasn't very used to interacting with her beast husbands. She could only nod and give an hum. Wen Nangxi, worried that his wife was hungry, put down the wood in his hands. He fetched 2 red fruits and 2 bird eggs from the kitchen and handed them to Su Tang. "This is all the food we have at home right now. I'm sorry for making you endure this, wife." Early this morning, Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai went out hunting. They should be able to catch some food. After saying this, his eyes dimmed. It was supposed to be his turn to hunt for food yesterday. But because he was injured, he failed to kill any beasts, so there's no food secured for today. They can only rely on Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai now. Su Tang was well aware of the living conditions in the Beiluo tribe. The surrounding forests were also full of variostangers. Obtaining food wasn't easy. "It's fine, I'll handle the cooking and fire today." Then Su Tang entered the kitchen and started making tomato and bird egg soup. After it was done, she ladled 2 bowls and placed them on the table. Upon learning the tomatoes were found in the ancient tomb forest, Su Tang's expression shifted thoughtfully. With tomatoes, she could make many different dishes. We could even make some tomato sauce to sell in the city. After all, we can't rely solely on hunting to survive. Hunting is full of dangers. Moreover, she still needs to gather enough medicinal herbs to detoxify this body. After finishing the meal, Nangxi Please accompany me to the ancient tomb forest. I want to gather some food and medicinal herbs." Wen Nangxi's gentle, picturesque eyes shimmered with a luminous glow. This was the first time his wife had said she wanted to go into the forest. He must protect her well. Su Tang noticed Wen Nangxi showed no intention of drinking the soup. She suddenly remembered the incident yesterday where the garden owner had drugged the food. The corner of her mouth twitched stiffly. "Don't worry about that. I have no intentions towards any of you right now. The food hasn't been drugged." Hearing this, Wen Nangxi quickly agreed, and then picked up his spoon to taste it. Actually, Wen Nangxi had wanted to let Su Tang eat her fill first. He would only eat if there was any food left over. Wen Nangxi suddenly showed a look of surprise. "This is incredibly delicious." Seeing the man's expression, Su Tang finally felt relieved. "Then drink it all. Later, if we find more food in the mountains and forests, I'll make more for you." Currently, among the 5 beast husbands by her side, only 3 frequently appear before her. Moreover, she doesn't have any substantial relationship with these beast husbands, given that she still needs protection for the time being. Only Wen Nangxi is the most suitable. The environment and climate of Beast Market are simply fantastic. There are numerous primeval forests. It is highly beneficial for Su Tang's recovery of her supernatural abilities. After tidying up the tables, chairs, and dishes, Wen Nangxi transformed into his true form, a snake body. He crouched down in front of Su Tang, inviting his wife to climb on. Su Tang directly sat on him. While passing through the tribe, the beast folk who stayed behind showed surprised expressions. "No way, Su Tang actually went out. Doesn't she hate snake beasts the most? She never lets her beast husband take his true form. I heard yesterday that her snake beast husband was about to die. She used her supernatural abilities to save her beast husband." Su Tang paid no attention to these voices. After leaving the tribe, Wen Nangxi's snake body leaped up directly, as if flying through the air. Su Tang could only tightly hold onto Wen Nangxi. In that instant, Wen Nangxi's snake body stiffened. He almost fell from mid-air. Arriving at the place to gather red fruits, he quickly set Su Tang down, then transformed back into human form. He still appeared gentle and elegant as always. Only, the base of his ears was slightly flushed at this moment. Seeing so many tomatoes, Su Tang's eyes lit up. It's just a pity there are no good tools to carry them. After looking around the area, Su Tang sat down and began weaving a basket from vines. Wen Nangxi sat not far away, watching Su Tang's nimble movements. His picturesque eyes grew deep and shimmering. "If you get bored, you can take a walk around the area. But if I encounter any danger, I might need to call for you to protect me." Wen Nangxi nodded. "There isn't much food at home anyway. It's a good chance to look around here and hunt some wild beasts for food." After weaving the backpack basket, Su Tang began picking tomatoes. While she was busy working, a dangerous aura suddenly swept over. The instant Su Tang turned her head, a massive beast charged directly at her. Su Tang had no time to think or call for help. Simultaneously, she leaped into the air, swiftly climbing a nearby tree. Wen Nangxi, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. He remembered Su Tang never knew how to climb trees. Wen Nangxi's clear, handsome, picturesque eyes narrowed intently. He then quickly engaged the massive beast in battle. Despite Wen Nangxi's usual gentle and refined appearance, when he truly fights, he carries a sharp, cold aura, like frost and icy snow. His oppressive presence is overwhelming. The bone knife in his hand spun rapidly, as if transforming into a blade of wind, shooting straight towards the beast. That beast's strength seemed considerable as well. The beast reacted with extreme speed, dodging this fatal strike. But the spinning bone knife, once again, it fell into the spinning Wen Nangxi's hands. Wen Nangxi leaped down from the air. The bone dagger pierced straight through the beast's neck. When he pulled out the bone dagger, blood splattered. Yet he elegantly and effortlessly avoided it, not a single drop of blood staining him. The next second, the beast crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The impact shook the ground. Su Tang watched this scene. Her eyes widened in shock. She could tell Wen Nangxi hadn't used even a bit of his real strength. He had dealt with the beast effortlessly. It was clear that his gentle and refined appearance was just a facade. In reality, his strength was formidable. Her previous self had no strength or supernatural abilities at all. How did she ever dare to provoke these beast husbands and abuse each one of them so cruelly? Wasn't she afraid they would snap and kill her? Thinking back to her memories, the 5 beast husbands her former self had already severed ties with. Each one looked at her with eyes full of hatred, as if they wished her dead. Su Tang felt utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. Wife, Wen Nangxi, noticed Su Tang had been unresponsive. So he leaped up onto the tree. Hearing the sound, Su Tang snapped back to reality. And then she saw before her Wen Nangxi's handsome, picture-like brows and eyes. Su Tang instinctively wanted to avoid him. She couldn't help but step back. But they were on a tree branch. As Su Tang stepped back, she fell straight down from the tree. Wen Nangxi leaped down after her. He caught Su Tang in mid-air. Is the mistress all right? Su Tang was currently being held by Wen Nangxi. She smelled the elegant, pleasant scent on him. Her eyes couldn't help but become dazed. But then, she thought of how Wen Nangxi had just killed the beast. And she remembered how the original owner had abused him. Su Tang's body stiffened uncontrollably. I'm fine. You can let me go now. As Su Tang said this, she didn't dare to touch Wen Nangxi. Everyone here detested her touch. It was best she didn't touch or provoke anyone. In this post-apocalyptic world, situations of people turning on each other were all too common. This was Su Tang's instinct for self-preservation. Nangxi looked down at Su Tang in his arms. This was the first time he had held her. The person in his arms showed no pleasant surprise. Her face was pale, her expression wary, and her body was stiff. It was different from her usual paranoid, crazed look. Now, her eyes were clear and pure. She really wasn't the same as before. Nangxi's expression darkened, and he whispered hoarsely by her ear. Wife, are you afraid of me? Su Tang bit her lip. She said softly, no, of course not. But as soon as she finished speaking, she froze. She looked up at Wen Nangxi and immediately met his gaze. In the depths of his eyes swirled a dark intensity. Like a dark vortex ready to swallow her whole. Su Tang suddenly felt that she might have underestimated this snake beast husband, Wen Nangxi. I don't understand at all. Could it be his camouflage? But she wanted to get down. Wen Nangxi was holding her and didn't let go. Su Tang couldn't even struggle a little. Her special ability is still too weak to resist Wen Nangxi's strength. My wife, you used to like it when I held you like this. Su Tang's eyelashes fluttered. The original body did like it. But she isn't the original body. She smiled faintly, awkwardly saying, I just want to turn over a new leaf. Su Tang instinctively felt that Wen Nangxi was somewhat suspicious of her. She wanted to say something more. But just then, a soft, cute voice suddenly rang in her mind. Host. I'm finally awake. So happy. The host is still here. Hearing the voice of the space system in her mind, Su Tang communicated with it telepathically. It's good that you're okay. Then the supplies I stockpiled in my space, are they also? The space system had been with her since she gained consciousness at birth. She was able to survive easily in the apocalypse because she had the help of the space system. The space system explained softly, Host, during the apocalypse, when your special ability leveled up, after transcending the tribulation, you crossed over to this world. I was also injured. Now the space has been downgraded across the board. It only has the area of half a mu of land. Those supplies can only be opened bit by bit after leveling up. Su Tang had stockpiled countless supplies during the apocalypse. Everything is stored in the dimensional villa. The supplies are temporarily unusable. There's nothing Su Tang can do, even if she's anxious. What is the trigger for the upgrade? The dimensional system spoke up, saying it's the host and the beast husband. Intimate contact will release different levels of access permissions. This time, the host just had an intimate hug with the beast husband. That's why I was able to wake up. Su Tang felt a bit emotional. She never would have thought that this was the trigger for the dimension's appearance. Furthermore, to unlock certain permissions for the dimension, she still needs to have intimate contact with the beast husband. The dimensional system seemed to think of something. It said, "Host, if you have a substantial relationship with the beast husband, you know, that doing the deed kind of thing, then the dimension will upgrade faster, and we can quickly unlock the supplies." Su Tang's mouth twitched. "If you want me to stay alive, stop talking about this. It looks like I'll have to rely on myself to find food for now." Wen Nangxi looked down at Su Tang's expression. Seeing the rapidly changing look on her face, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. This is much more interesting. After Su Tang finished communicating with the dimensional system, when she snapped back to reality, Wen Nangxi had already put her down. Su Tang quickly put a lot of distance between herself and Wen Nangxi. She walked over to that wild beast and asked, "Can this beast's meat be eaten?" "This beast cannot be eaten. It's a mutant beast. Mutant beasts are poisonous. They are inedible." Hearing this, Su Tang, she then stopped paying attention to that dead beast. Instead, she continued carefully picking tomatoes. Soon, the basket on her back was filled with tomatoes. She also wanted to find some other food or gather some medicinal herbs. Just then, the space system spoke up with excitement. "Host, we can now detect items within a 100-meter radius. There are sweet potatoes underground in the grass 100 meters ahead." Hearing that there were sweet potatoes to eat, Su Tang's expression shifted. This was really good stuff. If we farm them in the space, the yield would be more than enough to feed several beast husbands. Then, Su Tang went to the location the space system mentioned. She pushed aside the grass and saw the sweet potato leaves. Wen Nangxi didn't dare to leave again. He just followed closely behind Su Tang. Seeing the plant in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. "Trust me, these aren't just weeds. They can be used to make a lot of food." When she reached this point, Su Tang paused for a moment. She turned her head, blinking her clear, soft, and adorable eyes, and looked at Wen Nangxi. "Can you help me dig up what's underground here?" Wen Nangxi's expression shifted slightly. In the past, she would always directly order them to do things. She never spoke to them nicely, let alone softening her tone like this. Wen Nangxi softly agreed, saying, "Okay." Then, he channeled his ability into the bone knife and Hishin. With one forceful move, a large pit directly appeared on the ground. Su Tang was startled. She hurriedly said, "Don't use so much force. Here is the food." Wen Nangxi paused his movements. Seeing Su Tang's serious expression, he lightened his digging again. Su Tang looked at these sweet potatoes. Her eyes curved and lit up. Her eyes were filled with a smile, watching Wen Nangxi dig them out, clean off the dirt, and place them in the basket. She softly said thank you. Wen Nangxi looked at her intently. He chuckled hoarsely and said, "This is what I should be doing." Seeing more and more sweet potatoes being dug up, Su Tang directly released her space and stored them all inside. Wen Nangxi watched the sweet potatoes vanish into thin air. A look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. To live well in the exiled tribe, spatial ability is absolutely a heavyweight power. Therefore, Su Tang did not hide it, but wanted her beast husbands to be wary and not think all day about how to kill her for revenge. But what Su Tang didn't know was, at this moment, in Wen Nangxi's heart, a storm had already been stirred up. The wife not only has healing powers, but also possesses spatial ability at the same time. The existence of dual abilities had never been heard of before. It seems the wife really is different from before. Su Tang had no time to bother with Wen Nangxi's thoughts. Under the system's guidance, she was happily busy. 100 meters to the host's left, there is ginger and green onion. With scallions and ginger, you can make many dishes. It also helps remove fishy odors. With these foods, at least Su Tang wouldn't have to go hungry these past few days. Seeing that it was getting late, they decided to head back first. On the way back, Wen Nangxi transformed into his snake form again. Only this time, Su Tang sat properly on him, not daring to move recklessly, and even less daring to hug him randomly. But Wen Nangxi deliberately sped up abruptly, scaring Su Tang so much she nearly fell off. "Wife, you can hold me tight." As he spoke, he gently supported Su Tang with his tail. Just as she thought about refusing, she heard the system scream, "Host, quickly hug him, hold him tight. Even if it's just an embrace, if it lasts long enough, the space will drop a little authority." Su Tang had no choice but to resign herself and hug Wen Nangxi. The moment she held him, his speed seemed to slow down. They flew over mountains and rivers. The water below was clear, even allowing them to see the plump fish swimming inside. "Wen Nangxi, let's go to the river and catch some fish." Hearing this, the man immediately transformed into human form, gently held Su Tang, and then softly set her down on the ground. "Does my wife want to catch fish for fun?" "No, I want to eat fish." Looking at his excited wife before him, Wen Nangxi couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, let's go catch fish right away." Wen Nangxi directly used his wind ability to sweep over the water surface. More than 10 fish fell onto the riverbank. Then she picked some more grass. She skewered each fish. Just as she was about to head back, Su Tang discovered river snails and shrimp. It's just that the mainland is so much better than the post-apocalyptic world. Supplies are so abundant. Ingredients are everywhere. After Su Tang stored all the gathered food into her space, Wen Nangxi brought back more food. Seeing that Zhao Jihan and Hua Lingai hadn't returned yet, Wen Nangxi quickly explained, "They probably went hunting deeper into the mountains. They should be back by nightfall." Su Tang said, "They can come back whenever they want." But she thought to herself that it wouldn't matter if they didn't return. If these two were like the other two beast husbands, disappearing would actually be good. Today's harvest was enough for her and Wen Nangxi to eat. Wen Nangxi carefully watched Su Tang's expression and noticed she didn't mind. In the past, she would have cursed a few times. After gathering ingredients all day, Su Tang's stomach had long been growling with hunger. Looking at the large fish, each weighing 5 or 6 pounds, she decided to make fish noodles. She took out a few suitable fish and began preparing them. Unexpectedly, Wen Nangxi proactively stepped forward. "Remember, what can I do to help?" "Then you can help me wash the mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and the sweet potatoes with their leaves." Wen Nangxi, hearing the instructions, he grabbed the wooden basin and ran to the yard. Su Tang's knife skills were excellent. Soon, all the fish were processed. Even the system couldn't help but exclaim, "The food the host makes smells so good. It's a pity the child can't eat it." Hearing the complaint, Su Tang couldn't help but laugh. "You're just a system. And you can even smell the aroma?" After staying with the host for a long time, I've developed emotions. I like the host the most. Su Tang chuckled. "You're just a system, yet you can smell the fragrance? Staying with the host has given you emotions? The host is especially good. I like the host the most. Hearing this, Su Tang's heart softened. "I also wish you could taste the food I make." Just at that moment, a sound came from outside the door. They saw Hua Lingai carrying a wild pig as he walked in. But when he saw the items in the yard and Wen Nangxi, his gorgeous gaze instantly darkened. "Your injuries are so severe, yet she doesn't let you rest, and even asks you to prepare food?" Wen Nangxi continued washing the sweet potatoes in his hands. It's not like that. All this food was gathered by my wife. Seeing Wen Nangxi defend Su Tang, Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes took on a cold gleam. She only treated your injuries once. And now, you're speaking up for her? Don't forget what she did to you before. Who knows what tricks she's playing this time? Seeing Hu Lingai's indignant expression, Wen Nangxi found it quite amusing. The wife is currently building a house and cooking. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. Hearing this, Hu Lingai glanced toward the kitchen. And then he saw Su Tang bustling inside the room. He briefly wondered if he was hallucinating. Is this still the same wife who expected clothes to be handed to her and food to be served to her? She was actually slicing fish with extremely fast knife skills. Wasn't she the one who hated the smell of fish the most? Before he could recover from his shock, Wen Nangxi quietly added another remark. This morning, when you weren't here, she also made breakfast. And she used those sour red berries to make it. It was especially delicious. Hu Lingai clearly didn't believe it, quietly picked up his ancient knife and went to process the wild boar nearby. Su Tang, who was busy working, heard the noise and movement, looked out into the courtyard, and saw Hu Lingai silently working. Suddenly remembered. The original owner once went crazy at Hu Lingai while he was severely injured and revealed his true form. She tried to skin him to make fur out of his fox pelt. Have to say, that fiery red fox fur was really beautiful. Thinking of these memories gave Su Tang a bit of a headache. But when she saw that wild boar, Su Tang's eyes instantly lit up. The skin can be used to make pork skin jelly. The leaf fat can be used to render lard for frying food. From now on, we won't have to worry about snacks. Hu Lingai, who was cutting pork, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He remembered the times he was frequently whipped in the past. His chest suddenly felt so tight he could barely breathe. Zhao Jahan, returning with water, noticed his pale complexion. What's wrong? What did she do to you this time? Hu Lingai now seemed like a bullied young wife. It's nothing. She's never set foot in the kitchen since she was little. She doesn't know how to cook at all. Do you think she might be planning to poison us this time? Hearing this, a shadow passed through Zhao Jahan's cold, clear eyes. Yesterday, she didn't expect him to resist so desperately. Then she hit her head. After that, her behavior has indeed been a bit strange. It's all my fault. If I hadn't resisted, she might not have developed such extreme ideas. After a careful analysis by the two of them, they finally decided to skip dinner. If we were to be poisoned by our wife, it would be too humiliating a way to die. Su Tang had prepared dinner for 4 people. However, only Wen Nangxi came to eat. Although she felt like just leaving them to their own devices, the original host's actions were just too outrageous. If she didn't work to improve their opinion of her, her life could easily be in danger. But the system saw right through it all. Host, they're afraid you drugged the food. Su Tang's mouth twitched. She felt utterly speechless. So that's why they absolutely refused to come eat. To confirm the food wasn't drugged. She ate the food right in front of Wen Nangxi. I didn't drug the soup. And I certainly didn't poison it. I'm still counting on you all to protect me. And to find food for me. There's no way I would harm you. Wen Nangxi's gaze was gentle and soft. I know they will eat it. After saying that, he took the food to their room. These two originally planned to starve rather than eat. But for some reason, they caught a whiff of the rich aroma. With their injured bodies and a full day of hunting, they really couldn't hold out any longer. Wen Nangxi persuaded softly. What our wife said makes sense. She still needs to rely on us for protection. She won't cause your deaths. Looking at the fish soup and stir-fried vegetables with eggs on the table, Hu Lingai hesitated for a moment, but still started to eat. Only after they tasted it did they realize how incredibly delicious it was. They even felt it surpassed all the delicacies in the Beast Emperor City. If they hadn't eaten it themselves, They wouldn't have believed it. At the same time, their hearts were filled with deep confusion. A feeling of utter disbelief. Since when could Su Tang identify edible food? And know how to cook? Wan Nangxi, who returned only after watching them finish eating, saw Su Tang still sitting at the table in the kitchen. His heart stirred. Were you waiting for me, wife? Of course, we cooked together. Naturally, I would wait to eat with you. In Su Tang's view, they are now a small team. Only by having a full stomach can one live well in this tribe. As for the stunningly beautiful faces of those beast husbands, although they possess a deadly allure, they are also poisonous. She won't foolishly invest any emotions into them. Nangxi met Su Tang's gaze in that instant. His gentle and refined face also took on a hint of softness. On the other side, after Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai finished their meal, looking at the empty bowls and plates, both of them fell silent. After a long while, Hua Lingai spoke softly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe she was the one who cooked. I've never eaten such delicious food, even back in my family. Zhao Jahan nodded. According to tradition, it should be us taking care of her, not her cooking for us. Mentioning this, Hua Lingai felt frustrated. Is it that we don't want to do it? It's just that she always complains it tastes bad. Did the sun rise from the west today? At this moment, Hua Lingai felt a sense of unreality. Pausing for a moment, Hua Lingai said suspiciously, Wen Nangxi said she's different today from before. Could it actually be true? A ripple stirred in Zhao Jahan's cool eyes. Thinking back now, it seems her gaze changed after she woke up from hitting the wall. Could it be that he realized a suspicion in his heart? Zhao Jahan's expression shifted, but he didn't dare to be sure. Let's wait and see. When they walked out of the room, they saw Su Tang sitting in the yard, busy with work. Hua Lingai was so frightened that he immediately used his special ability to check. But no matter how he looked, it was still Su Tang. Wen Nangxi, who had just finished cleaning the bowls and chopsticks, also came out. Seeing what Su Tang was scrubbing and washing, he was also full of surprise. It should be noted that the beasts brought back from hunting in the past, these parts would be thrown away. No beastmen would eat these things. Su Tang knew that beastmen simply didn't know how to make delicious food. So she patiently explained, these are actually good things too. As long as they are scrubbed clean with plant ash, and the food is prepared well, they can be eaten. In the future, the offal of beasts can be kept. I promise I won't let you go hungry in the future. Looking at Su Tang's serious little face, Wen Nangxi's eyes and eyebrows softened. Then I believe you. Wife, is there anything you need me to do now? Then cut all these sweet potatoes into fine pieces. This way, she could use part of them to make sweet potato syrup, and the rest to make sweet potato starch. Although he didn't fully understand Su Tang's meaning, Wen Nangxi still obediently took the sweet potatoes and left. At this moment, the two in the kitchen were still a bit unaccustomed, seeming to want to do something. Suddenly remembering that the wife used to like taking a bath after meals. Let's boil water first. So the two started boiling water inside the house. Wen Nangxi, meanwhile, was in the yard peeling the sweet potatoes. After peeling, I prepared to go inside to get a knife and cut them into small pieces. I happened to see the two of them boiling water. According to the 3-person rotation schedule, it should be his turn to take care of the wife today. Hua Lingai felt a bit awkward. He said we ate the food she made, so we should do something. We can't just let the wife do all the work, while we idle around. Wen Nangxi nodded. We dug up a lot of sweet potatoes today. The wife needs to cut all of these into fine pieces. Then you two can help together. So the three of them started working together. Su Tang, who had just entered the room, was slightly surprised. Even though these two dislike her, they still do the work they're supposed to do. At this moment, Wen Nangxi was boiling the sweet potatoes. The other two were mashing the sweet potato slices into paste. It looked just like an assembly line. The freshly cooked sweet potatoes were a bit hot. We need to let them cool down for a while before we can squeeze them with this cloth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jahan moved his fingers slightly. A cold air enveloped the wooden bucket and the cloth. The temperature dropped immediately. Seeing this, Su Tang was instantly stunned. This is a natural refrigerator. I must get Zhao Jahan to help me build an ice cellar. But she thought Zhao Jahan might refuse. She held back and didn't speak. Noticing Su Tang's hesitant expression, Zhao Jahan frowned slightly. Remember, do you need me for something? Su Tang was stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Jahan to take the initiative to ask her. Can you help me dig an ice cellar in the corner of the yard? That way, the stored food won't spoil easily. Otherwise, it would be a waste if we can't finish it. This was a habit formed during the apocalypse. She disliked wasting ingredients. Hearing these words, not only did Zhao Jahan's expression change, even Hu Lingai was surprised. Wasn't she the one who loved wasting food the most? Zhao Jahan composed his expression. He softly replied, "Okay," then turned and went to the yard to start on the ice cellar. Not to be outdone, Hu Lingai on the side directly used his fire ability to intensify the flames. The scene before her left Su Tang completely amazed. This ability is really useful. It's most effective in winter. You don't even need kindling to start a fire for firewood. Hu Lingai didn't know what Su Tang was thinking, but he noticed her gaze fixed entirely on his fire ability. "Wife, what should we do next?" Su Tang then led him through steps like washing, filtering, and squeezing out the starch water. After finishing all that, she finally used the heated water to bathe. After Su Tang finished bathing, she put on her clothes and was just about to come out when she heard fighting sounds outside the door. Arriving at the doorway, Su Tang's face changed. The beastmen of the tribe were actually all fighting mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were even more bizarre than those seen during the day. "Be careful, Zhao Jahan." His figure darted forward. A blade of ice formed from ice-based powers, pierced directly through the mutant beast that tried to attack Su Tang. To avoid scaring Su Tang, it thoughtfully froze the mutant beast's black blood. Then Hu Lingai unleashed his fire ability, directly burning away the mutant beast. Combined with Wen Nangxi's teleportation, kill. This battle ended very quickly. Wen Nangxi immediately came to Su Tang's side. "Are you alright, wife? Master?" The three of them looked at Su Tang's calm demeanor. They couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Su Tang shook her head. "I'm fine." She had just suddenly thought that before she regains her strength, she really needs their protection too much. But she promised a 3-month period, so she must improve her strength as soon as possible. "It's good that you're fine." "Wife, master, coming out with wet hair can easily make you catch a cold. Let's go back inside first." Before Su Tang could gather her thoughts, Wen Nangxi reached out and picked her up. Reflexively, Su Tang instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Wen Nangxi, holding Su Tang like this, could even smell the faint, fragrant scent on her. The scene completely stunned both Zhao Jahan and Hu Lingai. Wen Nangxi actually unprecedentedly held Su Tang. You should know, Wen Nangxi may seem gentle, but he isn't an easy person to talk to. At this moment, the system became excited. "Host, quickly, Lim hold you more. Best to have kisses, hugs, and be lifted up high. This way you can unlock more permissions." Hearing the system's voice, Su Tang's face flushed slightly. "If I did that, he'd probably throw me out." Host Wen Nangxi took the initiative to hug you, which means he doesn't dislike you. So, host, for the sake of supplies, be a little bolder. Go ahead boldly. Su Tang was indeed somewhat tempted, but she wouldn't actively throw herself at him. However, Wen Nangxi was the one who actively hugged her, so it should be okay if she held on a little longer without letting go, right? Wen Nangxi naturally didn't know Su Tang's little scheme. He walked into the room and placed her on the bed. Seeing that Su Tang hadn't let go, he lowered his head and gently asked if she was feeling unwell somewhere. Su Tang pursed her lips and bravely said, "I'm a little scared." After saying this, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Hearing these words, Wen Nangxi's heart softened, and he held her a little tighter. "Don't be afraid, I'm right here. I won't let the mutant beasts hurt you." When Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai entered the room, they saw this scene. For some reason, a strange feeling inexplicably flashed through their hearts. At that moment, Su Tang's disfigured face was hidden by Wen Nangxi's embrace, revealing only half of her cheek. Under the room's lighting, her skin appeared as fair as snow, probably because she just finished bathing. She seemed to carry an otherworldly, ethereal aura about her. Zhao Jahan and Hua Lingai both had a flicker in their eyes. They had never carefully observed her appearance before. Just then, the space system exclaimed excitedly, "Some seasoning packets have been released inside the host. You can let go of Wen Nangxi now." Hearing this, Su Tang hurriedly released her hand. "I'm fine now." She didn't dare look at Wen Nangxi's expression, afraid he would realize she was just using him as a tool. Wen Nangxi gave a gentle smile. "Host, your hair isn't dry yet. You might catch a cold like this." As he spoke, he took out a clean cloth, intending to dry Su Tang's hair. But Hua Lingai stepped forward to the bedside first. "Let me do it." He then released his fire ability. Su Tang couldn't help but marvel. This is more efficient and eco-friendly than a hairdryer. But what she didn't know was, the Fox clan is extremely sensitive to scents. Hua Lingai sensed the unusual pheromones on Su Tang, warm like sunlight, making him uncontrollably yearn to get closer. Almost intoxicated, he nearly lost control of the flame in his hand. A small flame flickered from his finger. "Be careful." Zhao Jahan directly summoned a weapon and extinguished that small flame. Hua Lingai snapped back to reality and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Su Tang waved her hand, saying it's fine. But in her heart, she suspected this damn man wanted to burn her to death. "Anyway, thank you for protecting me tonight. To show my gratitude, I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. By the way, what's the deal with these mutated beasts?" Wen Nangxi explained. "After the wild beasts are invaded by a strange black energy, they mutate into mutated beasts. Their strength inexplicably increases, and they habitually attack beastmen. Especially on the night of a full moon, they recklessly break into the tribe to attack beastmen." Hearing this, Su Tang's expression turned grave. "Do you know what kind of dark energy this is?" "No one knows. The colder it is, further north, the more mutated beasts there are. The reason this is an exile tribe is because of the existence of these mutated beasts." After digesting this information, Su Tang sent them away. Then her figure vanished. As she entered the system space, looking at the seasonings placed on the ground, Su Tang's eyes lit up. "With these, I can make lots of delicious food. I was just worrying about how to handle those pig offal." Isn't this like someone handing you a pillow just when you want to sleep? Seeing Su Tang so happy, the system also became cheerful. "Host, these sweet potatoes are twice as big as those in the post-apocalyptic world, and they're completely free from synthetic additives and harsh processing." Su Tang immediately used her will to start planting. The crops in the space grew at an astonishing speed, with yields dozens of times higher than the outside world. At this moment, Hua Lingai and Zhao Jahan, standing in the courtyard, were unusually silent. Zhao Jahan knew the Fox tribe's sense of smell was exceptionally keen, so he asked if he had discovered something. Hua Lingai's expression was complicated. "I can smell the pheromones on our wife. They're completely different from before. But according to the records of my Fox tribe, even if a person's pheromones change slightly, they wouldn't completely turn into another type of sex hormone. Previously, the aura on her was very gloomy and cold. Disgusting. But today, the aura on her is clean and warm, like a delicate and elegant floral fragrance." also like bathing in warm sunlight. Late at night, Zhao Jihan, lying in bed, was completely unable to sleep, tossing and turning while thinking about the events of the day. Suddenly, there came an urgent knocking at the door. "Sis, are you home?" Su Tang quickly ran out to open the door. Wen Nangxi also immediately followed. At this moment, not only Lin King was standing at the door, but also two other people. "Sis, the chief and his wife need to see you about something." Because the original host's popularity was really too poor, the chief could only approach Su Tang very cautiously. "Miss Su, my daughter was injured by a mutant beast. Even the witch doctor can't heal her. I can only swallow my pride and come to beg Miss Su to help save her. As long as Miss Su is willing to save my daughter, we will do anything." Looking at the two highly respected people in the tribe, to beg so humbly for his daughter's sake, Su Tang's expression softened. "Let's go. I'll go take a look." Hearing Su Tang suddenly agree, the chief and his wife were stunned. The wife hadn't expected her to be so easy to talk to. "As long as Ning Ning's injury can be cured, Miss Su Tang will be our benefactor from now on. We will definitely repay you properly." Su Tang knew that with this favor, life in the tribe would be much more convenient in the future. After arriving at the stone house where the chief's family lived, the little girl on the bed seemed to sense Su Tang's presence, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Su Tang performed a simple examination, then released her wood element healing ability at the wound site. Soon, Gu Ningning's festering wound stopped festering. The dark energy was expelled, and her wound healed rapidly. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. "She's fine now. Let her rest well for a few days. And she needs more nutrition." The reason her wound was so severely infected was also due to her inherently weak constitution. Mentioning this, the chief's wife's eyes reddened. "To be honest with you, Miss Su Tang, if it weren't for the medicine prescribed by the witch doctor, Ning probably wouldn't have held on until now." Su Tang had already identified the reason while checking her pulse earlier. The reason she can't keep food down is because meat is hard for her to digest. It's best to cook it thoroughly before. You should also get more sun while eating. Then he gave some more instructions on things to pay attention to. When it was time to leave, the chief's wife held on to Su Tang, reluctant to let her go. Not only did she give a bag of gold coins as a pillow gift, she also gave her some meat and cornmeal. Su Tang thought that thin people might not be good at cooking, so she planned to cook some food early the next morning and bring it over. After Su Tang and the others had left, the chief couldn't help but sigh. "It's rare to see you like someone so much. I don't know why, but I just really like this child. Perhaps we misunderstood Miss Tangtang in the past. You are the chief of the Bailuo tribe, so you should take better care of them from now on." Even Ningning, who is usually very shy around strangers, ran over. "I really like Sister Tangtang. She feels so warm and smells so nice." Hearing this, the chief's wife also smiled. "You too. It would be even better if you could become friends in the future." But Su Tang, exhausted from the long day, couldn't fall asleep for a long time. On such a hot day, there are still mosquitoes in the middle of the night. "It seems I'll have to weave a grass mat tomorrow." The next day, Su Tang made sure to wake up extra early. As soon as she opened her door, she saw Hua Lingai practicing in the courtyard. The moment he saw Su Tang, his fox-like eyes curved into a smile. Immediately after, he brought a basin of water and toiletries to Su Tang. Seeing Su Tang's surprised expression, he hurriedly explained as a beast husband. "This is what we ought to do. You are now only my beast husbands in name. In 3 months, you will be free. So there's no need for this." Hearing this, Hua Lingai, for some reason, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He still couldn't figure out why. But there are still 3 months left. During this time, we should take care of you. Su Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Don't worry, and take care of myself without you. I won't starve to death." After saying this, she went to wash up by herself, leaving the man alone and bewildered. After a simple wash, Su Tang started making breakfast. Hu Lingai watched her busy figure, so thin and small, as if she had been abandoned by them. It was pitiful to see. When she's not being arrogant and cursing, she's actually not that hard to get along with. Can I help with anything? Su Tang asked him to extract the starch. Otherwise, who knows what he'd be overthinking about. Making marinated dishes takes a long time and requires controlling the heat. When the aroma began to spread, Wen Nangxi and the others showed surprised expressions. Even Lin King next door, who was dreaming, started drooling. After Su Tang prepared the food, she went to call them to eat. The three men hadn't been idle either. They had cleaned the stove and the yard spotlessly. I've also finished the ice cellar we talked about yesterday. This is the ice cellar that was completed last night. Wife, if you think anything isn't good enough, I can make adjustments again. Su Tang noticed the layout of this ice cellar is very practical. For convenience, steps were specially added. Zhao Jahan, thank you. This way, the leftover pork and pork skin from yesterday can all be stored here. Seeing the girl's sincere smile, Zhao Jahan felt a stir in his heart. She really seems different now. Wife, if you need anything else done, please feel free to give orders. No need. Let's have breakfast first. Having witnessed the combat prowess of the beast husbands last night, Su Tang didn't dare to provoke them casually. While the three men went to eat, Su Tang took the egg custard to the chief's house. Wen Nangxi was still worried. Without stopping to eat breakfast, he vanished from the spot like a gust of wind. Although there were few people on the tribe's path, the younger children started shouting, "Ugly freak! The nasty and ugly freak! My mom said she has special powers. We can't offend her." But Su Tang didn't mind at all. Her face still wore a sweet smile. This scene terrified those little cubs, who scampered back home in a flash. Ha ha ha, the little kids are quite cute. Wen Nangxi, who was following Su Tang, looking at the bright and radiant smile on her face, my heart was moved. Perhaps this is her genuine smile after all. Even when she smiled, she would hold back a little. At the chief's house, the chief's wife saw the corn egg custard delivered personally by Su Tang. She was both touched and a little embarrassed. Su Tang checked Gu Ningning's pulse to assess her physical condition. Seeing that she had fully recovered, she then prepared to leave. At that moment, Gu Ningning boldly grabbed her sleeve, blinking her round eyes as she looked at her. Looking utterly pitiful, Su Tang's heart softened. She said gently, "First try some of the corn egg custard. Drink more, go outside more often to bask in the sun. Your body will get better." Gu Ningning obediently took a sip. Her eyes instantly lit up. He quickly finished off the entire bowl. The chieftain's wife was utterly stunned. One must know that Gu Ningning used to hate eating cornmeal the most. Su Tang then explained the method of preparing the cornmeal carefully to the chieftain's wife. Then, under the grateful gazes of the chieftain's family, she turned and left. As soon as she arrived home, Su Tang saw three fools standing motionless. "What are you all standing here for? Why aren't you eating breakfast? Is it because my cooking isn't good?" Hearing this, Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes narrowed with a hook, gazing at Su Tang with a meaningful look. "Has my wife forgotten the rule you set? If you haven't eaten, we are not allowed to eat. Only the food left over by my wife in the past. Were we qualified to eat? In fact, more often than not, Su Tang would flip the table and not let them eat. Therefore, they often went hunting on an empty stomach." While Hu Lingai was speaking, his pair of fox-like eyes fixed intently on Su Tang. His fox-like eyes naturally possessed a soul-stirring magic. When focusing on someone, it seemed innate. Filled with affection, Su Tang almost lost herself in his gaze. Fortunately, she remained calm and rational. She laughed it off and said, "That was before. Now, I promise you, With a 3-month period, let's coexist peacefully first. After 3 months, when you gain your freedom, don't come looking for trouble with me. Isn't that right? She couldn't very well say she wasn't the original person, could she? They definitely wouldn't believe it. Wen Nangxi, usually gentle, was the first to react, a flicker of emotion crossing his brow. Wife, don't worry. Nangxi won't harm the current wife in the slightest. Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes also softened considerably. I hope wife won't go back to how she was before. Zhao Jahan remained silent. He didn't say anything. Only a strange light flashed through his cool, detached eyes. Su Tang felt she still needed to say something. I was indeed in the wrong before. I apologize to you all here. I know you might not believe me. But time reveals a person's heart, as they say. Please bear with it for now. Perhaps I can even terminate our contract ahead of schedule. Anyway, if her strength improves quickly, the contract won't leave any worries. Wen Nangxi watched her apologize. His heart ached faintly. It's not your fault. Don't go on an empty stomach. Let's eat first. As he spoke, Wen Nangxi handed her a bowl of warm corn and egg custard. Su Tang noticed this small detail. Her heart warmed. Let's eat first. After eating, go hunting with you all. But then, Hua Lingai's beautiful eyes lifted at the corners, charming and bewitching. Today it's my turn to accompany wife. As he spoke, he looked at Su Tang with a pitiful, enticing gaze. Where does wife wish to go? Hua Lingai then took his wife to the place. As Hua Lingai spoke, his tone carried a subtly rising, alluring charm, as if deliberately exuding his captivating aura. Su Tang didn't even dare meet his gaze. She knew foxes possess the power to enchant. In her heart, she actually wanted to go to the mountains and forests with Wen Nangxi. She didn't trust any of these 3 people. If she had to choose only one to protect her by her side, she would prefer to choose Wen Nangxi. But she could sense the underlying tension between Hua Lingai and Wen Nangxi, a standoff ready to erupt. Su Tang was worried that if she spoke up, the two might start fighting. So she could only lower her head and stir the corn porridge in her bowl with a spoon. Then, let's just follow the rules. While everyone was eating, they suddenly realized every dish was incredibly delicious. It was just too tasty. While eating, everyone couldn't help but glance at Su Tang. Their eyes filled with probing and disbelief, as if trying to see right through her. Feeling the pressure from the trio's stares, Su Tang had no choice but to keep her head down and eat quietly. This meal was truly an ordeal. When she finally looked up, seeing their bowls, and that entire large plate of braised delicacies, all finished, she was instantly stunned. Are you all still hungry? Or did I not make enough? Seeing her dazed and adorable expression, Wen Nangxi smiled gently. We're full. The food you made was delicious, wife. We used to throw all these things away. Thinking about it now, it really is quite wasteful. Su Tang nodded, thinking quietly to herself. I should just make more next time. After all, thin as she is, her constitution is special. She needs to eat a lot of food to maintain sufficient energy. After finishing the meal, Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jahan went hunting, while Hua Lingai, as usual, took Su Tang into the mountain forest. When she saw Hua Lingai's true form with her own eyes, Su Tang was utterly amazed. This fox's fur is truly beautiful. She now understood why the original host constantly thought about using its fur to make clothes. Clothes made from such noble red fur would definitely look stunning when worn. Hua Lingai's body was a bit tall. Su Tang simply couldn't get up. She hopped a few times to no avail. Seeing her like this, a faint smile appeared in Hua Lingai's tiger-like eyes, finding her very cute. He then used one tail to wrap around her and gently placed her on his back. Where does my West Master wish to go? Do you know where there are many medicinal herbs? She wanted to gather some medicinal herbs to remove the poison from her body. Furthermore, Her 3 beast husbands, Wen Nangxi and the others, also had injuries that seriously affected their cultivation. She felt responsible for curing them, so that they would owe each other nothing. Hu Lingai knew where there were many medicinal herbs. Carrying Su Tang, he dashed away. He was moving very fast. Su Tang reflexively held onto him. She realized that holding onto fox fur felt completely different from holding a snake's body. This fluffy fur was incredibly comfortable. It was both beautiful and soft. It even had a faint, pleasant scent. As if bewitched, Su Tang couldn't help but reach out and stroke it. Hu Lingai's body trembled. He stopped in the mountain forest. In a low, hoarse voice, he asked, "What is my wife touching?" Su Tang snapped back to reality. "No. It's nothing, don't misunderstand. I just accidentally grabbed your fur." Worried the cunning fox might turn on her, Su Tang didn't dare move recklessly again. Sensing something was off, Hu Lingai transformed into his human form. He held her tightly and gently set her down on the ground. "What's wrong, wife?" Su Tang hung her head, looking pitiful, as if Hu Lingai had done something to her. Hu Lingai had never seen her like this before. It made him reluctant to say a single harsh word to her. Su Tang kept her head down, staring at her toes, and explained quietly, "I didn't mean to grab your fur on purpose. It's just that you were running so fast. I would have fallen if I didn't hold on. When the blood moon arrives, and the world is freezing cold, sleeping while holding this fur must be very warm and comfortable." Realizing this thought, Su Tang became horrified again. "Oh, my God, how could I have such a thought?" Su Tang shook her head vigorously, trying to shake the thought out of her mind. Hu Lingai looked down at her. It was rare to see her like this. A bit delicate and soft, and even somewhat cute. Cute. Upon realizing this word, Hu Lingai was immediately startled. And at this moment, his heartstrings were stirred, actually feeling a bit softened. Clearly, he used to despise her. But the pheromones clearly told him she was different now. Hu Lingai couldn't help but want to touch her hair. But the past reluctance to get close was still there. He restrained himself and didn't reach out. But his gorgeous lips still moved slightly. He comforted her softly, saying, "It's okay. You can grab however you want." Su Tang was stunned and looked up at Hu Lingai. Then she immediately met his stunningly beautiful eyes. So he wasn't thinking about taking revenge on her here. Su Tang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Hu Lingai transformed back into his beast form, ready to continue on their way. "Wait a moment, let me down first." Su Tang noticed what seemed to be a wheat tree not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was 3 to 4 times larger than the wheat crops she had seen in the post-apocalyptic world. Su Tang initially doubted her own eyes, but after checking repeatedly, she finally confirmed that those wheat grains were indeed wheat grains. Su Tang was very happy and excited. They could finally have flour-based food in the future. Although Hu Lingai didn't know what flour-based food was, he knew his wife was very happy now. It seemed to be something good. Su Tang directly stored the wheat into her space, watching the wheat disappear into thin air. Hu Lingai was instantly stunned. But inside, his heart was surging like tidal waves. Dual abilities, the rare spatial ability and healing ability. It was unbelievable. Was this still that useless and vicious female beast from the Beast Emperor City? While feeling shocked, he also feared she would revert to her old self. Su Tang looked at the complex expression on the bad fox's face and asked with some concern, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, wife. Whatever you need, Lingai can help." As long as she remained this normal, no matter what was needed, he was willing to do it. Host. There are cabbages 60 meters to the right. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Tang's eyes lit up even more. She quickly headed in that direction. And sure enough, she saw a patch of white cabbage field. Su Tang took out a bone knife from her space and began excitedly digging up cabbages. With these cabbages, She could make dumplings and wontons, prepare stuffed pies and cabbage pork buns, and even pickle sour cabbage. Then, cured meat needed to be smoked in advance. That way, she could make stir-fried sour cabbage with cured meat. Su Tang's mind was now filled with all kinds of delicious food. Full of motivation, the robust Hua Lingai quickly joined in and also started digging up cabbages. Soon, this patch of cabbage was all dug up. Su Tang stored it all into her space. Afterwards, Hua Lingai very naturally transformed into his true form. He continued to carry Su Tang deeper into the mountain forest. Not long after, Su Tang smelled a rich, medicinal fragrance. It was the scent of many medicinal herbs. Hua Lingai hurriedly warned her. Some of the herbs here are poisonous. You cannot touch them carelessly. Previously, a wild beast accidentally wandered in here and died of poisoning on the spot. I know, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Although he didn't recognize all the medicinal herbs, the system did. After just a few steps, Su Tang spotted several key medicinal ingredients. They could help her detoxify the poison in her body. Hua Lingai watched her carefully from the side, afraid she might suddenly get poisoned. When Su Tang turned her head, she met Hua Lingai's worried, furrowed gaze. Hua Lingai, let's have lunch. I have sweet potatoes in my space. We can roast some sweet potatoes to eat. Master, you wait here. Don't move around. I'll hunt some wild game nearby. After speaking, Hua Lingai still wasn't reassured. He also scattered some of his fur around the area. I've left my scent in the surroundings. If there's danger, I will return promptly. Hua Lingai had not been gone for long when a sinister, mocking laugh suddenly came through the air. Hearing this voice, Su Tang's whole body instinctively went on alert. She looked around, but found nothing. System, did you find anything? Host, I found nothing. It's just that this medicinal herb by your feet is poisonous. Do not touch it. I heard a cold voice. The voice carried killing intent. I suspect it's the 5 beast husbands from the original bodies past in the Beast Emperor City. Want to kill me? Host, don't worry. I am a space system. I can protect you. Just at that moment, a sharp-beaked giant black bird attacked Su Tang. But this attack was suddenly blocked by a red glow surrounding Su Tang and reflected back. Su Tang was immediately astonished. This fox fur really holds power. Like a barrier, it can help me block danger. So Hua Lingai is really protecting me. After the giant bird was repelled, it spiraled down for another dive attack. Su Tang quickly activated her special ability, holding a bone knife in one hand to protect herself. She began rapidly absorbing the energy from nearby plants with her other hand. At this moment, her blood and energy surged within her. But just then, a flaming sword pierced straight through the giant bird attacking her. At the same time, Hua Lingai landed in front of her, shielding her behind him. Simultaneously, Nine Tails emerged and enveloped her in the middle, assuming a protective stance, blocking all attacks for her. Watching Hua Lingai's figure, Su Tang was completely stunned. He really had returned. Without saying much, Hua Lingai immediately engaged in battle. 2 more giant, black, sharp-beaked birds suddenly appeared in the air. They attacked frantically. While protecting Su Tang, Hua Lingai drew his bow and shot arrows. Hua Lingai, your body is afflicted with fire poison. Forcing the use of a magical weapon to fight us will cause your spiritual sea to go berserk and fall into chaos. You'll be dead or crippled at best. Just to protect such a vicious female beast. It's simply not worth it. Our master possesses a secret technique that can counter the beast husband contract. Even if she dies, you won't. So, if you cooperate with us, our master will naturally give you the technique. Hearing these words, Su Tang's face changed. She quickly absorbed natural energy, preparing to forcibly enhance her special ability. She could not leave her safety in someone else's hands. Yet, Hua Lingai let out a bewitching smile. She is my wife and master. I will never allow anyone to harm her. After speaking, he immediately drew the bow in his hands, forcibly mobilizing the flame energy within his body. Su Tang stared blankly at the intense fiery aura. Even if it was just his back view at this moment, he was dazzlingly beautiful. The giant birds were instantly engulfed by the flames, turning to ashes. Hu Lingai was now struggling intensely to control himself from going berserk. But the severe pain caused his entire body to tremble. Don't come near me. I might hurt you. Hurry and run. Looking at Hu Lingai like this, Su Tang was also somewhat moved. I won't run, I won't leave. You became like this to save me. I won't let anything happen to you. At this moment, Hu Lingai still retained a trace of reason. Hearing these words, his fox-like eyes trembled instantly. Did he hear correctly? In his blurry state, Hu Lingai met her serious expression. He saw Su Tang place her hand on his head, releasing her healing ability without reservation, channeling it into his body. Then, she entered his spiritual sea. And here, she saw a young red fox beast, curled up in a corner, being bullied by others. Beat him to death, with his lowly red fox fur. Disgraceful thing. Many people were kicking and hitting him. The scene suddenly changed again. She saw Hu Lingai kneeling in front of a door. Worthless, useless trash. The family head despises your father and you the most. Watching these scenes, Su Tang's heart ached. So, he went through such things. Su Tang wanted to protect him. But it seemed like a barrier kept her out. No matter how she tried to break through, it was useless. It wasn't until this moment that Su Tang finally broke through the barrier. She crouched down and carefully picked him up. It's alright, everything will be alright from now on. Then she channeled all the wood element supernatural power from her body, pouring all of it into him. At the moment of Hu Lingai's despair, when he thought he would die in the snowy storm, suddenly a light appeared in the courtyard. From within the light, a woman walked forward. She seemed to gather all the ethereal beauty of heaven and earth. She smiled at him, as warm as sunlight, making him unable to resist wanting to get closer and closer. As waves of warm light surged in and enveloped him, his spiritual sea of consciousness gradually began to heal. As if the storm had cleared, his spiritual body within the sea of consciousness was surrounded by the warmth of sunlight. The nine-tailed red fox instinctively wrapped itself around her, holding her tightly. The foxtail seemed to coil up from her legs. His fox-like eyes took on an enticing aura. Su Tang felt her entire body go weak and tingly. This physical sensation of trembling, weakness, left Su Tang completely unable to resist. Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes slightly curved, his gaze filled with extreme longing. It was an instinctive craving for her, wanting to get close to Hu Lingai. Wake up, don't you despise me? Look, who am I? Su Tang wanted to quickly evade, but it was useless. His head had already nestled against her neck. She only felt his warm breath fall upon her neck. When had Su Tang ever encountered such a situation? Her entire body instantly went soft. Neither Hu Lingai nor Su Tang expected to call his name at this moment. Her voice became soft and delicate, as if she was about to act coquettishly. But no, this wasn't her voice at all. She wouldn't admit it. Su Tang instantly shut her mouth. She felt that if this continued, inside Hu Lingai's spiritual sea, he might just devour her completely. Su Tang used her wood-type ability to soothe him again, until his gaze finally grew calm. After emerging from the spiritual sea, Su Tang's legs gave way, and she collapsed without steadying herself. Just then, Hu Lingai happened to wake up, and caught her right in his arms. Be careful, wife. Hu Lingai looked down at her, his eyes tinged with tender affection. The pheromones he had smelled earlier weren't wrong. Su Tang truly was different. Hu Lingai's eyes shelled restrained disgust, the aura of domination. Holding her, he couldn't bear to let go. Su Tang gently pushed against his chest, She felt a solid touch. The abdominal muscles under her hand felt powerful. Her palm felt as if it were burning. She quickly pulled it back. Please let me go first. Then the space system spoke up. Host, just let him hold you. I've upgraded the space a bit. The farmland has doubled in size, and a small pool of spirit spring water has emerged. Hearing about the spirit spring water, Su Tang got excited. The spirit spring water can not only restore special abilities, it can also help detoxify herself. The system could see what Su Tang was thinking. As long as the host has more intimate contact with her beast husband, the spirit spring water will continue to increase. Hua Lingai was originally holding Su Tang. Hearing her tell him to let go of Hua Lingai, he felt reluctant to release her no matter what. How are you feeling now? How is your recovery going? And what's the deal with the fire poison inside your body? It's the fire poison that the Zhu family from the Beast Emperor City inflicted on me, just to make it easier to control me. Su Tang seemed to remember something. I'm sorry back then. Because of me, you had no choice but to marry me as my beast husband. You've been through a lot. Hua Lingai gently tittied Su Tang's hair. It's not your fault. Leaving the Zhu family at that time was a good choice for me. Don't worry, once my special ability strengthens, I will be able to completely remove the fire poison for you. Now, and only help you eliminate it bit by bit. Looking at Hua Lingai, who usually acts as if nothing is wrong, it's hard to imagine how he endures the torment of the fire poison's pain. Su Tang's eyes are clear, pure, and sincere. Hua Lingai's heart was already deeply shaken. He couldn't help but reach out and hold Su Tang tightly again. This time, he held her so tightly, as if he wanted to press her into his very heart. Wife, thank you. Thank you. Although holding you will upgrade the space, after upgrading, continuing to hold like this won't have much effect anymore. Well, it's getting late. We can gather some herbs in the afternoon and head back home early. Hearing these words, Hua Lingai reluctantly let go of Su Tang. Wife, you must be hungry. I've hunted 2 pheasants. Let's eat together later. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Then there should be wild pheasant eggs nearby too. Sure enough, after looking around, the space system suddenly became excited, saying, Host, walk 100 meters ahead. There are wild pheasant eggs in the grass under that tree. Su Tang quickly headed in that direction. Sure enough, she found the wild pheasant eggs. Let's take these back first. As long as the temperature is sufficient, we can hatch chicks at home. Meanwhile, Hua Lingai was preparing to roast the pheasants over a fire. But Su Tang took out from her space the mushrooms she had gathered yesterday, along with scallions and ginger, and stuffed them all inside the pheasants. Then take out the seasoning from the space and apply it. Wrap it in lotus leaves. Cover it with another layer of mud. Dig a pit. Once a fire is lit and it's roasted, it's ready to eat. Hua Lingai found it very novel, but seeing how enthusiastic Su Tang was, he followed her instructions. After preparing it, Hua Lingai used his fire ability to roast the food. Soon, a rich aroma spread out. After roasting, Hua Lingai first removed the mud as Su Tang had said. The chicken was still very hot at this point. Su Tang smelled the aroma. Gazing eagerly at the beggar's chicken, Hua Lingai watched her expression. He thought his wife looked incredibly adorable at this moment, making his heart soften instantly. He ignored the heat, cut the meat into small pieces and placed them on a clean lotus leaf, used his ability to control the temperature, wrapped it and handed it to Su Tang. Nowadays, Hua Lingai carefully takes care of Su Tang while she eats. At this moment, he completely forgot that he had once thought about leaving Su Tang. Su Tang took it, held it with the lotus leaf, and took a bite of the chicken. Instantly, her mouth was filled with the rich fragrance. Su Tang's eyes curved into smiles. Her smile seemed to be filled with sunlight, clear and warm. When a Lingai looked down at Su Tang, he noticed a small piece of chicken stuck at the corner of her rosy lips. He couldn't help but reach out with his slender, well-defined fingers, gently wiping the corner of her mouth. The moment his fingertip brushed past, Su Tang felt a tingling sensation on her lips. Even her heartbeat skipped a beat. You should eat soon too. Eating only 2 meals a day really doesn't give you much energy. And it's not good for your injury recovery either. When our family's situation improves in the future, we still need to ensure you get 3 nutritious meals a day. I'm actually very strong. Very capable. Hearing this, Su Tang blinked her eyes in confusion. Hu Lingai's ears turned slightly red. He didn't know how to explain. Realizing the beastly thoughts in his heart, he quickly shook his head. After the meal, Hu Lingai transformed back into his fox form, carefully wrapping his tail around Su Tang to prepare for heading home. Wife, you can hold me tight. Otherwise, I need to control my speed carefully. Su Tang then reached out and hugged him. The moment she hugged him, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly again. This fox fur is really comfortable. Little did she know, the moment Su Tang hugged him, Hu Lingai almost lost his balance. For some reason, at this moment, he could keenly feel every inch of her body. A scorching heat surged through his body, but he had to restrain himself, to the point where his body trembled slightly. By the time they arrived home, Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jahan had already returned with their prey. But just when Nangxi saw Su Tang holding Hu Lingai tightly in that instant, a strange and heavy feeling welled up in his heart. Especially when looking at Hu Lingai's expression, that was the look of someone about to go into heat. So he hurried forward and carried Su Tang down. The wife master has returned. Was the trip tiring this time? Su Tang didn't want to indulge herself in their tenderness. She took a slight step back. This little work isn't tiring. I gathered some medicinal herbs. I'll let them air dry in the courtyard first. After that, I can process the herbs and make some medicinal packets. She checked on the sweet potatoes. The starch had settled properly again. Wen Nangxi used his ability to draw all the water out of the vat, leaving only the clean sweet potato starch at the bottom. Su Tang thought of Hu Lingai's fire ability. She turned her head to look at him. Unexpectedly, Hu Lingai's gaze was already fixed on her. When she turned her head, she immediately met Hu Lingai's captivating eyes. Wife master, is there something you need me to help with? Can you dry this starch with heat? Something like the effect of sun-drying. That's simple. He manipulated his fire ability and quickly dried the sweet potato starch. Wife master, is this acceptable? Su Tang reached out and touched the dried sweet potato powder. Yes, this is perfect. I'll make sweet potato noodles for you all tonight. Meanwhile, Zhao Jahan, who was standing to the side, watched the 2 people surrounding Su Tang. A peculiar feeling stirred in his heart. That very night, Su Tang made another large table full of dishes. But the 3 men all had different expressions. Wen Nangxi looked at Su Tang's fingers with a pained expression. Your hand got scalded, wife master. In the future, wife master, you only need to give the order. Let us handle the cooking instead. It's fine, this little burn doesn't hurt at all. She also wasn't in the habit of relying on others. Besides, everyone helped out together while cooking. Hearing this, the 3 men looked dazed. They all sensed a subtle change in Su Tang's aura. Originally, everyone found the food exceptionally delicious. But sensing that Su Tang was somewhat unhappy, they didn't say anything more. After everyone had eaten their fill, they all rushed to clear the table and wash the dishes. Wen Nangxi immediately went to Su Tang's side. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that during the meal. No, I'm really not angry. Wen Nangxi asked softly. Su Tang's reply sounded perfectly normal. But Wen Nangxi felt she had put up a barrier around herself, shutting everyone out, making him want to get closer, but finding no way. Zhao Jahan watched for a while, found it uninteresting, and returned to his room. Hu Lingai, meanwhile, was in the courtyard. Finding work to do, he took out a rag and wiped down the door frames. Su Tang busied herself for a while and made 4 insect repellent sachets. Here are 3 insect repellent sachets for you. Place them by your bedside at night. Then you won't get bitten by mosquitoes. Looking at the insect repellent medicine pouch she handed over, Wen Nangxi's heart and mind were somewhat complicated. Thank you, wife. You're welcome. You all usually take good care of me. This little thing I do is nothing. As beast husbands, we should take good care of our wife. Care is mutual. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. I just hope that in the future, you will also remember this little thing I've done. A trace of desolation flashed through Wen Nangxi's eyes. He knew Su Tang was still worried they might harm her. Hu Lingai, hearing these words nearby, felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. When sleeping at night, Su Tang suddenly smelled a familiar scent. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the fiery red fox sitting by the bed. Hu Lingai, why aren't you sleeping so late at night? What are you doing sitting here? Weren't you all avoiding me like the plague? Su Tang never expected that one of them would appear in her room so late at night. Su Tang instinctively sat up and retreated further into the bed, moving all the way to the very back. Seeing Su Tang's actions, Hu Lingai actually felt a sense of hurt inside. His fox eyes showed a hint of a wronged expression. Does wife really see me as some kind of monster? I am wife's beast, husband. I worry about wife. I want to keep watch for wife through the night. But in reality, he himself didn't know why either. He lay down at night, but simply couldn't fall asleep. His mind was completely filled with her image. He even pictured her appearing within his spiritual sea. That sensation of being pressed close made his whole body grow hot and restless. Su Tang looked at Hu Lingai with a strange expression. According to the original host's memories, this had never happened before. So she somewhat suspected that something was off about Hu Lingai. Aren't you afraid that at night I might do something to you? Or even if your self-control is good, what if I slip you some kind of love potion? What would you do then? She thought these words would scare Hu Lingai. Never did she expect that Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes would instead take on a shade of anticipation. The wicked fox slowly moved closer to Su Tang. Actually, wife, you don't need to use any medicine. I can be yours regardless. Hearing such a reply, Su Tang stared wide-eyed in shock. She hurriedly grabbed the animal hide beside her and wrapped herself up. Right now, she didn't even care about being too hot. I'm not feeling well right now. I can't do that. She was completely mentally unprepared. Hu Lingai watched her reaction. Seeing her blushing face, though he felt a bit disappointed, he also found it somewhat amusing. Inside, his current wife was really quite innocent. But Hu Lingai was afraid of scaring his little wife. His throat moved slightly, suppressing the desire in his heart. He leaned close to her, lowered his head, and whispered in a seductive tone by her ear, "Wife, don't be afraid. Without your permission, Lingai won't do anything. It's just that I'm worried mutated beasts might appear. So I've decided to guard you in the room. This way, you can sleep peacefully." Su Tang looked up at Hu Lingai's serious expression, feeling that he had been deliberately teasing her earlier. "Then I'll trouble you." With someone keeping watch, she could actually sleep peacefully. This time, Su Tang lay down at ease and fell asleep very quickly. Hu Lingai listened to her soft, even breathing, sighed helplessly. She's really trusting, falling asleep so quickly, as if guided by an unseen force. Hu Lingai's foxtail involuntarily moved closer to Su Tang, just at the moment it was about to touch her. A trace of cool, refreshing energy suddenly swept through. Hu Lingai instinctively erected a barrier. "Wen Nangxi, what are you doing here?" Wen Nangxi looked at Su Tang sleeping soundly on the bed and lowered his voice, saying, "That's my question for you. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing here?" Usually, Wen Nangxi gave people a gentle, refined feeling, but now cold aura surrounded him. even carrying a sharp, exposed edge, as if ready to fight at any moment. Hu Ling'ai narrowed his fox-like eyes, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Then she brushed her smooth, long hair, speaking lazily and casually, as a beast husband. Naturally, I'm here to accompany my wife, master. According to the rules, today, the wife master belongs to me as well. Isn't that right? Wen Nangxi's gentle gaze instantly darkened, emanating a dangerous aura. What are you trying to do? Hu Ling'ai lifted his lips in a smile. His entire demeanor exuded laziness. I'm not doing anything, just thought I'd offer myself to the wife master. Ah, what a pity. The wife master just now seemed very unwilling and resistant. Wen Nangxi narrowed his eyes and looked at Hu Ling'ai. This morning, he wasn't like this. What happened in the mountains today? Did you force her to do something? Just thinking about something happening between them that he didn't know about. Wen Nangxi's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a sharp pain. Hu Ling'ai's fox-like eyes flickered slightly. Wen Nangxi, she is my wife, master, too. What I do with her doesn't require reporting to you. As soon as the words fell around Wen Nangxi, a sharp, icy aura instantly surged forth. Don't disturb the wife, master, and make her come out. Hu Ling'ai turned his head to glance at the sleeping Su Tang, then reluctantly walked out of the room. But as soon as he stepped outside, countless bamboo spikes suddenly appeared before him, pointed straight at him, ready to attack at any moment. Hu Ling'ai, I'm warning you. If you don't love her, then don't mess with her. And don't even think about harming a single hair on her head. He was well aware that nine-tailed red foxes are born with the art of enchantment and are experts at bewitching people's hearts. Wen Nangxi was worried he would use his charm on Su Tang. During dinner that evening, the dazed and sorrowful look in his wife's eyes was so obvious. And when she gave them the insect-repellent sachets, the words she said made him realize that his wife actually distrusted him greatly. She even thought they might harm her. There was nothing he could say, but he could absolutely guarantee that he would never harm her in the slightest, and would never allow anyone else to hurt her either. Hu Ling'ai seemed provoked by these words, as if flames were burning all around him. His fox-like eyes tilted slightly upward, a faint anger reddening his captivating gaze. Wen Nangxi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly harm our wife? As he spoke, Hu Ling'ai released numerous flames from his hands, hovering in the air, ready to fight Wen Nangxi at any moment. Wen Nangxi directly cast another layer of barrier with his powers around Su Tang's room to ensure she could sleep peacefully, then said coldly, "Then what were you trying to do just now while she was asleep?" Hu Ling'ai's face flushed as he explained, "I just wanted to hold her. I wasn't going to do anything." Although Bad Fox had an uncontrollable craving for his wife at the time, he truly didn't intend to do anything while his wife was asleep. Is it not okay to just hold her and snuggle a little? But the next second, Hu Ling'ai suddenly realized, wait, Wen Nangxi, something's off with you. In the past, no matter what we did to our wife, you never reacted this strongly. Why is it that now when I get close to her, you're unwilling? Wen Nangxi composed his expression. She's different now. Hu Ling'ai's expression froze. So you've also noticed she's not the same as before? Wen Nangxi studied Hu Ling'ai's expression carefully. The aura of fire poison on you has weakened a lot. Our wife has been cleansing it for you. Your frenzied mental sea has calmed. Hu Ling'ai knew Wen Nangxi was clever, but Wen Nangxi's origins were mysterious. Even they couldn't gauge his true abilities. In the past, he couldn't be bothered with many matters, so he kept a low profile and hid his strengths. But now, he's starting to show his edge. Hu Ling'ai nodded. Yes, my wife has relieved part of my fire poison. I find it incredible. So since she's so good to me, how could I ever harm even a single hair on her head? Wen Nangxi, our wife now does not belong to you alone. And I will protect her properly too. Moreover, when Su Tang was cleansing his mental energy, he had seen her form within his mental sea. One thing is certain, she is no longer the person she used to be. Of course, he naturally wouldn't speak of such matters. Wen Nangxi then withdrew his special ability. But Hu Lingai instead turned to look at Wen Nangxi. Do you still know something? Hu Lingai remembered. Wen Nangxi is Su Tang's father, the one who brought him back to the Beast Emperor city back then. And then he became Su Tang's beast husband. What did the family head instruct him to do back then? And his origins. No one knows anything about them. Wen Nangxi did not answer. He just said intently, "My Qingqin and Shen Xin still haven't returned. They possess a secret method to counter the beast husband contract. And then there are the people from the Beast Emperor city. What might they do to our wife? We must be fully prepared." Hearing these words, Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes took on a grave expression. Today, 3 assassins came to the mountain forest, attempting to assassinate our wife. Those people are Zhang Moquin's subordinates. When Nangxi heard these words, his gentle gaze turned cold, instantly filled with a sharp, killing intent. Zhang Mashuan will be the family's heir, the most famous top beauty in the Beast Emperor city. He is also one of the 5 beast husbands, whom Su Tang's original body had dissolved the contract with. Back then, a wife did many crazy things for him. They say a day as husband and wife brings 100 graces. Who would have thought he would send assassins to kill our wife? Such a cruel heart. As he spoke, Hu Lingai suddenly smiled. This is just as well. From now on, our wife has no ties with him whatsoever. He suddenly remembered something. That was the day before yesterday, when he entered the room and asked our wife to write a letter of divorce. Our wife agreed. He even mentioned our wife's beloved in the Beast Emperor city at that time. But our wife's expression was indifferent, seeming not to care at all. That is good. Wen Nangxi elegantly stated that some assassins on the exile journey were also his men. It's not surprising. He is in the Beast Emperor city, unable to reach this place. Those assassins are easy to deal with. What you're worried about are my Qingqin and Shen Xin, because these 2 are still our wife's nominal beast husbands, who have followed along to the tribe. But now, they've vanished without a trace. If those 2 have murderous intentions, it would be quite troublesome. Then we'll stay on our guard, and have the wife be on guard too. At this point, the sly fox suddenly paused. Then he gave a self-mocking laugh. That is the wife's beast husband. It's normal for him to get close to the wife. Telling the wife to be on guard really holds no persuasiveness. Right now, I can't help but wish the fewer beast husbands around the wife, the better. This damn possessiveness is uncontrollable. At the same time, Zhao Jahan was inside meditating to cultivate and enhance his special abilities. He could have shut off his 5 senses, but he couldn't help listening to the commotion outside. After hearing it, he sighed. My focus really is all over the place. An image of Su Tang also surfaced in his mind. He remembered something she said tonight. She said, "You are good to me. And as your wife, I want to be good to you too." Care is a mutual thing. There's no should or shouldn't about it. He had never heard such words before. Their deeply ingrained belief had always been that the beast husbands should take care of the wife. As for the wife, the female beast, she only needs to enjoy life. There's even a saying, the female beast stays far from the kitchen, because no female beast is willing to enter the kitchen for her beast husbands. Even if a female were willing, she'd fear being laughed at. Yet she was willing to enter the kitchen and cook. Zhao Jahan closed his eyes. He felt that since eating the delicious food, his mind was somewhat unsettled and he couldn't focus on his cultivation. At this time, Su Tang naturally didn't know about the changes in the 3 of them. She slept very well this time. It felt like bathing in a hot spring. The next morning, when she got up, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhao Jahan waiting at the door to help her with washing up. Su Tang felt a bit helpless. She could only call Wen Nangxi and Hua Lingai over as well. From now on, I can fetch water and wash up by myself. You don't need to take care of me like this. Zhao Jahan's exceptionally handsome face paled slightly. He habitually lowered his head. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking good care of my wife, master. It's my mistake. Please punish me, wife, master. According to the usual practice, if Su Tang was dissatisfied, she would make things difficult for all of them. Su Tang looked at his elegant and noble figure. A peerlessly handsome man, who should have been aloof and transcendent, but now had been mistreated to the point of losing his spirit. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional inside. Then she quickly explained, "No, it's not that. You don't need to be like this. And you don't need to apologize. I won't punish you either." Su Tang softened her voice and continued, "Actually, it's just that I'm not used to it. You should just go about your own business. There's no need to revolve around me every day." Zhao Jahan and the other two stood to the side, all feeling a bit stunned. When it really came to not needing them to do anything, they instead felt that they themselves were useless. After eating breakfast, Hua Lingai and Wen Nangxi will be responsible for hunting. Zhao Jahan will take care of Su Tang at home. Hua Lingai looked at Su Tang and said, "Master, if you go into the mountains and forests, you must be very careful." He really wanted to stay by his wife's side. But he wasn't her only beast husband. He could only follow the rules set from the beginning. Originally, this rule was established because no one was willing to take care of Su Tang. But they couldn't just leave her to fend for herself. So everyone had to take turns. Now, however, it feels a bit uncomfortable. Su Tang shook her head and said, "I'm not going to the mountains today. There's still a lot to do at home. I'll stay in the tribe." Hearing this, Wen Nangxi and Hua Lingai felt somewhat relieved. But what they didn't know was that staying in the tribe would bring even greater danger. Zhao Jahan glanced at Su Tang without showing any expression, but didn't say anything. Just as they were about to leave, Su Tang stopped him. "You sly fox." "Oh, right, Hua Lingai. I've prepared some medicine. Once it's brewed, drink it before you go hunting. It's medicine to suppress the fire. Poison. If you drink it morning and night every day, half of the fire poison will be cured in a month." Hua Lingai's expression shifted, his fox-like eyes instantly sparkling. "Master, you're so good to me." He thought Su Tang was just saying it yesterday. Su Tang couldn't stand the look in the bad fox's eyes. "On the road to exile, you all do your best to protect me. It's only right that I treat you well in return. As long as you're all healthy, you can protect me better over these 3 months." Hearing this, Hua Lingai's expression darkened. He didn't want to hear the words 3 months anymore. It's just that the wife has always been like this. After 3 months, he had no intention of leaving at all. Su Tang didn't notice the bad fox's expression. She lowered her head and brewed medicine in a clay pot. She had Hua Lingai control the fire. The lizard could manipulate the flames. Wen Nangxi had gone hunting first. Zhao Jahan started tidying up the house, boiling water and chopping firewood. He was someone who noticed what needed to be done. He never stayed idle. He had an elegant and refined aura. But when it came to tasks, he was extremely meticulous and efficient. While Hua Lingai controlled the fire to brew the medicine, he couldn't help but keep looking at Su Tang. Watching the busy Su Tang, the morning sunlight fell on her, giving her a warm and gentle presence. For some reason, in Hua Lingai's heart at this moment, he felt a sudden, inexplicable panic, because he was afraid his wife would transcend and leave just like that. So he softly broke the brief silence. "Wife, the insect repellent sachet you gave us last night works really well." When someone from the tribe was a city nurse, even the expensive insect repellent medicine they bought didn't work. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's expression shifted. She looked at Hua Lingai and said, "A nurse?" Hua Lingai explained gently, "Yes. The city closest to our tribe, North Han City, holds a nursing session once a month. Many people from nearby tribes bring goods to trade with the nurses." Hearing this, Su Tang seemed thoughtful. Then, to buy a deworming medicine pack from the nurse, how many gold coins per pack? 100 copper gold coins. Su Tang was immediately shocked. Is it that expensive? You should know. 1 pound of beast meat only costs 20 copper gold coins. A wild bird egg is just 1 copper gold coin. Hua Lingai nodded and said, "Yes. The price of medicinal herbs is relatively high." Su Tang listened to these words. His eyes lit up. Then perhaps she could make some insect repellent packs and hemostatic powder packs to sell when she goes to the market. That way she could earn more gold coins. According to the memories from the previous body's owner, Bai Henching has many shops and also many goods. She wanted to buy some daily necessities. She also wanted to find a blacksmith to make things like an iron pot and a water kettle. She hadn't dared to think about it before, simply because such things were too expensive. The next market day is still half a month away. During these half month, she can prepare many things. But after Hua Lingai's medicine finished decocting, Su Tang wanted to help pour it out for him. The cunning fox quickly said, "Master, be careful, it's hot. I'm not afraid of the heat. I can do it myself." Zhao Jahan watched the two talking and laughing. The scene of their interaction, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Thinking again about what Su Tang had done in the past, he still couldn't trust her easily. When Hua Lingai drank the medicine, his expression was calm. He directly gulped it down in one go, without even pausing. Su Tang looked at the cunning fox's calm expression and felt a bit sorry that he had suffered quite a bit before. She was the one who prepared this medicine, so she naturally knew how bitter and hard to drink it was. Yet he didn't even frown. After thinking for a moment, Su Tang took out a few rock sugar crystals from her space. She reached out her hand to offer them. The cunning fox was stunned. He instinctively reached out his hand. Su Tang placed the rock sugar in his hand. "This is candy, let it melt in your mouth. It can get rid of the medicine's taste." Hua Lingai put it in his mouth. He soon felt it. An indescribable sweetness spread throughout his mouth. This sweetness seemed to flow into his heart, making it feel very sweet. Su Tang chuckled lightly. "Now, the medicine won't taste bitter." Hearing these words, Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes immediately welled up with a misty glaze. In all his grown years, he had been tormented and controlled by the fire poison. No one had ever cared if the medicine was bitter for him. And no one had ever given him candy before. "My wife is truly wonderful." Su Tang met Hua Lingai's gaze. She thought to herself, could he actually be moved by this? Then in 3 months, when he regains his freedom, he probably won't take action against her, right? With that, Su Tang felt relieved. The bad fox appears unruly and defiant. But deep down in his bones, he is someone who has never experienced much warmth since childhood. So she felt that turning conflict into peace with Hua Lingai and offering him warmth frequently should be effective. Hua Lingai naturally had no idea what his wife was thinking. At this moment, he was staring blankly at Su Tang. The corners of his fox-like eyes tilted upward. He asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Wife, can it always be like this, from now on?" Su Tang's motion to look up paused. She asked, puzzled, "Like this, just like how you are as my wife. Don't go back to how you used to be, okay?" Su Tang didn't know how to respond for a moment. Even she herself didn't know the reason for crossing over to this beast world continent. So she asked the space system if the original soul was still there. The original soul of this body was flawed. It has long since vanished into thin air. So this body was always meant to be yours, host. It's just now returning to its original path. From now on, it will always be you, host. You don't need to worry about any unexpected changes occurring. Listening to these words, Su Tang felt something was a bit off. But before she could think more about it, she felt a pain in her palm. It turned out Hua Lingai had tightly gripped her hand. At this moment, the bad fox's eyes held a trace of panic never seen before. "Wife, you will always be here, right?" Hua Lingai felt a bit unsettled. He really didn't want to face the previous wife. "Don't worry, I won't go back to how I was. I will always stay like this." Seeing the smile on his wife's face, Hua Lingai felt a wave of sweetness in his heart. He didn't know if it was from the candy or something else. After drinking the medicine, Hua Lingai reluctantly left to go hunting. After he left, Su Tang continued with her work. She started wrapping the wheat she obtained yesterday. However, the wheat in the beast world had grains 2 or 3 times larger than in the post-apocalyptic world. It could be directly wrapped up. Su Tang hesitated for a moment. She glanced at Zhao Jihan. She wanted to ask Zhao Jihan for help with the work. But at the moment, when Nangxi and Hua Lingai weren't home, she was truly afraid of angering Zhao Jihan and getting pierced by one of his ice blades. Zhao Jihan finished stacking the firewood. Although he was working quietly, he could still feel Su Tang's gaze on him. When he turned to look at her, Su Tang quickly lowered her head, pretending to be busy with work. After this happened a few times, Zhao Jihan spoke softly, "Wife, is there something you need?" Su Tang was startled by his sudden question. "And no, nothing. I've already chopped and stacked the firewood. I'm not sure what else needs to be done. Please give me your instructions, wife." Zhao Jihan carried himself with noble elegance, yet he lowered his posture considerably. As long as his wife wasn't trying to drug him and sleep with him, he could handle anything else. Since he said so, Su Tang didn't hold back. She pointed at the wheat on the ground. "Then please take care of this." When facing Zhao Jihan, Su Tang still instinctively felt somewhat distant and restrained. "It's no trouble." Zhao Jihan stepped forward. Su Tang naturally moved aside to make space, to avoid him thinking she was making excuses to get close to him. Yuan Shen wanted to win over Zhao Jihan the most, simply because of his cool, refined demeanor, which was similar to Zhang Meshuan, whom Yuan Shen liked, although it wasn't done by her. But it is also this body. So when recalling those memories, she feels utterly ashamed. Zhao Jihan directly used his ability to control those grains of wheat, and quickly separated them. At this moment, from the doorway suddenly came a clear, cold voice, elegant like snow falling in a secluded valley, pleasant to hear, yet carrying a biting chill. But Su Tang felt this laughter held some mockery and a sense of familiarity. She raised her head to look toward the doorway and saw a man in black standing there, a man of unparalleled elegance, so beautiful he seemed unreal, like a rose blooming in the dark night. He wore a black brocade robe with a white jade pendant at his waist. His jet black long hair was loosely draped down his back. His entire aura is noble and elegant. Moreover, it's unclear what kind of supernatural energy he released. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a black mist, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. The moment she saw him, Su Tang's face changed color. She knew through her predecessor's memories that this was Mai Qingqian, one of her 5 beast husbands. His true form is the Netherworld Black Panther, and he is the designated next heir of the prestigious Mai family. But up until now, the original host hadn't even managed to touch Mai Qingqian's sleeve. Su Tang's gaze trembled. The impression Mai Qingqian gave her was that of immense strength. His intimidating pressure was even stronger. Even when Feng Mu looked at her, his eyes held extreme disgust. "Host, you must be careful." The original host previously wanted to sleep with this beast husband. She never succeeded. She didn't even manage to touch his clothes. Furious, she wanted revenge. So she threw Mai Qingqian's extremely important life-bound sword off the deadly cliff during the exile journey. Oh, and during the exile journey, My Kinkin suffered severe injuries to protect his primordial spirit. The original host took advantage of his coma to strike. He must have come back to kill you. Su Tang knew that a life-bound sword is a magical artifact that accompanies its master since childhood. It is sentient. Hearing the system say this, Su Tang's face changed color. Her mouth twitched. The original body is really asking for death. She hurriedly tried to absorb the surrounding wood element energy to boost her strength. But then she froze. The energy upgrade had actually failed. My Kinkin's lips, beautiful as a rose, curved slightly. He said, with a mocking tone, "So my wife still remembers me." As he spoke, my Kinkin moved his fingers and pulled out a sword. But this sword was shrouded in a dark aura. Its blade seemingly decayed and rotten. Surely, my wife is no stranger to this sword. Su Tang looked at the sword, her pupils contracting. Through her memories, she knew how magnificent this sword once was. Now, in this state, it seemed as badly injured as if it had suffered heavy wounds, and was even corrupted by the dark energy. Logically speaking, this sword was now useless. Su Tang felt deeply regretful. Even the space system let out exclamations of shock. "Oh, my host. What a fine sword. To be corrupted like this. A life-bound sword and its master share a mutual connection. My Kinkin must be furious right now. Host, you should hide." Seeing Su Tang's expression, my Kinkin's phoenix eyes grew even darker, with a bloodthirsty glint. "It seems my wife remembers everything. Then let's settle our old scores together." My Kinkin looked ready to strike. Su Tang wanted to hide in her space. But the next moment, she found she couldn't enter it. The little black leopard is about to kill his wife. Just now, my Kinkin was tainted by a bloodthirsty darkness. He looked ready to make a move. Su Tang decisively prepared to hide in her space. But the next second, she found she actually couldn't enter the space. The clever child also looked helpless. The host my Kinkin is very powerful. He sealed off this place, so the host cannot hide. But host, don't worry. There is a contract binding the beast husbands and the wife master. He cannot kill the wife master. But he is my— Didn't the sharp bird beast that killed me before say? They have a way to counter the contract. Just as Su Tang was at her wit's end, Zhao Jahan suddenly blocked her way. My Kinkin, calm down. She is our wife, master. Looking at Zhao Jahan, blocking her way, Su Tang's expression shifted slightly. She had almost forgotten about Zhao Jahan just now. Or rather, subconsciously. She didn't think Zhao Jahan would protect her. She didn't expect him to still block the way. Su Tang comforted herself. He must be afraid her death would implicate him. My Kinkin's movement paused. He looked at Zhao Jahan with a strange expression. "It's a name only. I don't acknowledge her as my wife, master." "Zhao Jahan, do you really intend to stop me?" Zhao Jahan, however, did not yield an inch. Ice abilities surged around his body, forming an ice blade in front of him aimed at my Kinkin. "My Kinkin, if you want to harm her, you'll have to kill me first." My Kinkin and Zhao Jahan had no conflict whatsoever. Moreover, during the exile journey, they once fought side by side. The dark vortex in my Kinkin's eyes grew increasingly intense. "Zhao Jahan, don't forget what she did to all of us before. On the exile road, we protected her with all our strength. But what did she do while we were injured? Have you forgotten? Keeping her alive is nothing but trouble." Su Tang watched Zhao Jahan and my Kinkin in their standoff, wanting to say something. "My Kinkin, calm down. As long as you don't take action. If you don't kill me, I can sever the relationship with you. Then you won't be my beast husband anymore." Kinkin listened to these words, his gaze sharp as a sword. "You've said things like this before, too. Do you think I would believe you again?" Su Tang heard these words, seeing his eyes solidified with murderous intent. She was stunned for a moment. A memory suddenly surged into her mind. Then, to deceive her 5 beast husbands into protecting her during the exile journey. The original host indeed promised to sever the relationship upon reaching the tribe, stringing them along. She behaved very well at first, tricking them, making them trust her. But when they let their guard down, she committed many unforgivable acts. Oh dear. She was so embarrassed she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. She truly went back on her word after reaching the exiled tribe, saying she would never set them free, and even intensified the abuse of the 5 beast husbands, trying every means to sleep with them. No wonder when she said this, Kinkin didn't trust her. Su Tang looked at his cold, sharp eyes. He truly intended to kill her. And that look in his eyes, as if glancing at her, was extremely irritating to his eyes. Jahan stood firmly in front, blocking the way. Kinkin, no matter what, I won't let you harm the wife. Master, if you want to fight, then let's fight. As he spoke, the icy, cold aura around him surged and swirled. Su Tang quickly spoke up. Kinkin, what I'm saying this time is different from before. Killing me won't do any of you any good. Before Su Tang could finish speaking, the sword aura surged with a fierce momentum and shot straight toward Su Tang. Jahan instantly used his weapon to block this lethal move for her. The collision between the weapon and the sword, with their immense power, shook the surrounding air as if it were tearing through the void. The ice-based ability on Jahan's body instantly spread out. As the long sword and weapon clashed, a chilling cold spread towards the sword, as if trying to freeze it solid. Kinkin channeled the power within him into the blade, twisting the sword's body, his sword techniques flowing endlessly, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Jahan's ice-based ability materialized into countless ice blades, glinting with a cold light, blocking Kinkin's lethal moves from all directions. Su Tang couldn't see clearly how the two were exchanging blows. A sharp whooshing sound cut through the air as the lethal sword aura swept past, damaging the walls. Su Tang's face changed slightly, and she had to admit, they were really strong. She also hadn't expected Jahan to protect her so fiercely. The space system clicked its tongue in admiration and said, Host, these two are really powerful. Both of them have exceptional talent, physique, and abilities. And their looks are so beautiful. So, host, you can solidify your relationship with them. As long as you sleep with them, your strength will improve rapidly. Su Tang's mouth twitched violently. Don't say things like that. Do you really think in this situation I could possibly do anything to them? I haven't even done anything yet. And they could already kill me. Host, you can win them over. With the host's beauty and abilities, you will definitely be able to move them. A vein on Su Tang's forehead was about to pop out. That's just you thinking I'm good looking. Probably my own filter talking. System, think of something quickly. If there's a way for me to quickly improve my special ability, tell me. I need to stop them. If they keep fighting, this entire mansion is going to collapse. Su Tang never expected Jahan to be this strong. He actually didn't let Kinkin gain the upper hand, completely suppressing Kinkin's killing moves. Host, I know now. Kinkin's sword was corrupted and ruined by the dark aura. But the host's special ability can also heal that sword. Hearing these words, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, then shouted loudly, Kinkin, I can repair this sword. If I can't repair it, then killing me won't be too late. As the words fell, Kinkin halted his attack, fixing an intense gaze on Su Tang with an overwhelming presence. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a strange, eerie arc. His voice carried a chilling tone. You just said you can repair this sword? Seeing that Kinkin had taken her words seriously, Su Tang's anxious heart finally relaxed with a sigh of relief. Yes, I can repair it. You can let me try first. If I can't do it, then you can kill me and it won't be too late. Kinkin didn't believe Su Tang at all. No matter how she acted, He didn't trust her. But this sword was his life-bound sword. It was something he retrieved from the Valley of Death, after surviving countless dangers. He had tried countless methods, but still couldn't repair it. He didn't believe that the infamous good-for-nothing of Beast Emperor City could fix it. Jahan's eyes narrowed slightly. Kinkin, you could let your wife give it a try. Hey Emph, Jahan, hasn't been that long since we last met. And you're already taking her side when she speaks. Su Tang, you're quite the schemer. Kinkin lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. He looked at its tattered appearance, emanating a dark aura. His phoenix eyes seemed tinged with a heavy sorrow. Fine, I'll let you give it a try. I want to see what tricks you'll pull. Even if there's the slightest possibility, he had to give it a shot. Kinkin stopped in front of Su Tang, keeping a safe distance, yet still able to place the sword before her. Go ahead and try. Su Tang actually wished she could stay as far away from Kinkin as possible, although he truly had a peerlessly elegant beauty. And his presence was strikingly intense. She knew this handsome man was toxic. She needed to keep her distance, especially now, as he stood before her, his exquisite phoenix eyes gazing at her, with a sharpness like an unsheathed blade. Su Tang's body trembled with a slight discomfort. Seeing this, Jahan reached out, directly blocking Kinkin's imposing aura. Only then did Su Tang feel a bit more comfortable. Her eyelashes fluttered. She spoke softly, but boldly, laying out her terms. If I can fix you, you can't attack me anymore. And you definitely can't kill me. Of course, I also promise. In 3 months, I'll give you your freedom. I'll let you leave. Kinkin stared carefully at the subtle expressions on Su Tang's face. Then he showed a trace of doubt. His eyes were dark and deep. He said coldly, fine. If you can't fix it, I will kill you. Jahan looked down at her. He said softly, don't be afraid. Everything will be all right. For some reason, hearing Jahan's words at this moment, Su Tang suddenly felt a bit of security. She looked up at Jahan and felt that her previous prejudice against him was really wrong. He's actually quite reliable in critical moments. His gaze right now was clear and gentle. The morning sun shone on him, making him appear even more elegantly transcendent. Su Tang spoke softly, Jahan, thank you. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely make you something delicious tonight. Kinkin chuckled lazily. The sun really has risen from the west. To save her own skin. She really knows how to pretend. Su Tang has always been like this. Her tricks are endless. Just watch and see. In reality, they are all holding back for even bigger, more sinister moves. But thinking of Su Tang's father's abilities, and some secret rumors about the Su family, his gaze darkened. Alright, I promise you. I hope you can keep your word this time. Kinkin didn't hold out much hope. It's just that if Su Tang couldn't do it, he would have a reason to take action himself. Su Tang steadied her mind. She focused all her attention on this sword. She reached out her hand, using her wood element ability to repair the sword's body. A green light directly enveloped the black energy on the sword. That dark aura seemed to be afraid of something, gradually beginning to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Kinkin's originally lazy expression instantly turned grave. How is this possible? This sword had been severely contaminated and corrupted by the dark energy. Everyone he had consulted said this sword was already ruined. Kinkin straightened his posture, frowning as he looked at Su Tang, then looked at his life-bound sword. He even began to doubt if he was hallucinating. Jahan watched from the side, his clear, picturesque eyes also revealing a look of astonishment. Su Tang, with full concentration, channeled all her wood element ability into the sword. Gradually, her spirit seemed to enter the mental sea of the sword spirit, a place shrouded in black mist. As Su Tang's wood element ability surged in, the black mist also gradually began to part. Then she saw the figure of a tall, slender man, though it was only a blurry figure from behind. The posture of his back was extremely elegant. Just as the man was about to turn around, Su Tang's wood element energy was depleted. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Then her body swayed and she was about to collapse. Jahan quickly reached out to catch her. The wife master saw Su Tang's pale face, with fine beads of sweat still on her forehead. Jahan took out his personal golden handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat from her face. "I'll take you to see the witch doctor." Leaving Su Tang at home, Jahan was uneasy, worried that Kinkin might make a move. He could only carry her to find the witch doctor. Su Tang said weakly and hoarsely, "Actually, I'm fine." She had just used up all her wood element energy and was very weak at the moment. Some rest would be enough to recover. But Jahan was still uneasy and wanted the witch doctor to examine her. Kinkin took a deep look at Su Tang. "Don't move her around. I'll go bring the witch doctor." After saying this, Kinkin vanished like the wind with his sword. When he returned, he had brought the witch doctor with him. After examining Su Tang, the witch doctor said, "Overexertion of energy, frenzy from acute internal heat, insufficient qi and blood, and there is poison in your body. This poison can make one easily angered and irritable." Hearing that there was poison in her body, Jahan and Kinkin's expressions changed. So this half of the wife master's face. It turns out it's because the body has been poisoned. "You, oh girl, are surprisingly calm. Clearly, you already know about this. I can only prescribe some medicine to help replenish your qi and blood. This poison cannot be cured." "Thank you, ancient witch doctor. I do indeed know." "Ancient witch doctor, there's no need to prescribe medicine. I'll be fine after some rest." The ancient witch doctor looked at Su Tang and sighed. After the witch doctor left, Jahan and Kinkin remained silent for a long time. It was Jahan who spoke first. "I'm sorry, I didn't know my wife had been poisoned. They all thought her face was disfigured. Turns out, it wasn't disfigurement, but poisoning." Su Tang touched one side of her face. "It's all right, don't blame yourself. I can cure this poison. A poison that is incurable to others is no problem for her. Not to mention she herself possesses wood element abilities. Even just using medicinal herbs could detoxify it." Jahan said in a low voice. "The royal witch doctor never detected any issues with your health. Why is that?" Su Tang thought of the original body's memories. She smiled faintly. "Probably because my achievements overshadowed the ruler. The royal family fears the power of my Su family. If I die, everything of the Su family can be taken by the royal family." Jahan's expression shifted. So she was this clever after all. She understands everything. That poison can make one easily angered and impulsive. So the things my wife did before, were they because she was poisoned? For some reason, at this moment, he did not want anything bad to happen to her. Su Tang could easily blame all the problems on this poison. But what the original body did to the beast women was truly excessive. She couldn't bring herself to say that without guilt. Actually, being held by Jahan counted as close contact. The osmanthus ability had recovered a bit more. Even the space had an extra box. She didn't know what was inside the box. But Su Tang still answered Jahan's question first. "It's not entirely I'm sorry. Everything in the past was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you all that way. You were implicated by me and exiled here as well. I will change all those bad behaviors. I will treat you all well within these 3 months." Jahan looked at her seriously at this moment. He could see the clear and sincere look in her eyes. At this moment, he could no longer doubt her. He thought he could try to believe her this once. "I will also protect the seventh lord." Well, Kinkin was currently observing the changes in his sword. He discovered the sword was already half repaired. The dark energy corrupting the sword spirit had dissipated. His heart was instantly overwhelmed with shock. He looked at Su Tang with a complicated expression. Feng Mu also wore a look of scrutiny. And now, hearing Su Tang say these words, his expression suddenly changed sharply. He hadn't been back for long. And she was already capable of saying such things? The former her. No matter how much you disguise, you would never say such things. Nor will he apologize to them. She takes everything she does for granted. If she were to blame everything on the poisoning, it would be understandable. But she did not. Kinkin's cold and distant gaze gained a trace of unusual expression. Su Tang knew that even if she said these things, Kinkin would not believe her. She spoke up, Kinkin, this sword is only half repaired. After I recover some of my special abilities, I will repair this sword for you. Kinkin looked at her pale and weak expression and said quietly, "Even so, this sword has gained vitality. I keep my word. I will not take action against you again." Hearing this affirmation, Su Tang was relieved. She revealed a faint, gentle smile. No matter what, it was wrong of me to throw your sword into Death Valley before. I apologize to you. Kinkin listened to her apology. Watching the relaxed smile on her face, he found it more and more strange. It felt very wrong. She is not the kind of person who apologizes. Su Tang didn't care what Kinkin was thinking. As long as he didn't attack her again, it was fine. She looked at Jahan. You all go ahead with your tasks. I'm going to sleep first. She is very weak now. She will get better after some sleep, Jahan said softly. You sleep. I'll be right here. He would dutifully guard her. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. Su Tang nodded. She lay down and closed her eyes. Of course, she definitely needed to enter the space first. Looking at the box that had fallen out earlier. What is this? Host, this is the spatial reward you obtained from hugging Jahan. From intimate contact. Host, you'll know once you open it. Hearing the cheerful tone of the space system, Su Tang knew this should contain something good. But when she opened the box to look, she only saw a pitch-black object. It looked like an iron block. But it also had a faint, shimmering glow. What is this? The space system explained. This is mysterious spirit, iron. It's used for forging magical instruments. It's also a supreme treasure in this world. Kinkin's sword is his life-bound sword. It's broken in several places. Although you can use your wood-type ability to repair it, that only brings the sword back to life. To restore it to its original state, you still need mysterious spirit, iron. This mysterious spirit, iron, can not only restore the sword spirit to its original form, it can also make the sword better and more powerful than before. So, with this mysterious spirit, iron, Kinkin will be even less able to do anything to you. Listening to the space system's explanation, Su Tang understood. The appearance of this mysterious spirit iron is really timely. System, thank you. The space system's tone was very serious. Host, rest assured. With me here, I will definitely not let you be in danger. Although I can't level up for now. As long as you have intimate contact with your beast husbands, I can help you get more benefits. Su Tang smiled. If the spatial system could become tangible, she would want to hug it. But, host, don't give the mysterious spirit iron to Kinkin all at once. Releasing this item too suddenly would cause a huge stir. Su Tang nodded. I know, I'll give it to him after some time has passed. First, let's see if he can keep his word and not attack me again. If he dares to make a move against me, I won't give this piece of mysterious spirit iron to him. Su Tang spoke with the spatial system for a while. After their discussion, she finally went to sleep. In the mid-afternoon, Su Tang woke up. She felt refreshed and clear-headed. Her wood element ability was half restored, and her body had regained its strength. She could deduce that intimate contact with her beast husbands was what could quickly enhance her wood element ability. Hugging was just the most basic method. This made her apprehensive. The system even told her to just sleep with them directly. How could she dare do that? Su Tang opened the door to her room and saw Jahan guarding the entrance. He stood there quietly, his posture very elegant. Su Tang's expression softened slightly. Have you been standing guard at the door the whole time? Is the pregnant host's body feeling better? Su Tang nodded. Then she looked around the courtyard, seeming to understand what she was thinking. Jahan said, Kinkan has already left. Hearing this, Su Tang's expression relaxed. It's good that you've left. Kinkan unleashed his imposing aura. It was really uncomfortable. Can you accompany me to the mill? She felt very secure having Jahan by her side to protect her. Seventh Master, you don't need to say that. It is my duty to stay by Seventh Master's side and protect Seventh Master well. Even so, I still want to thank you. I'll make you all something delicious tonight. I guarantee you've never had it before. Jahan thought of the delicious food she would make. His heart stirred. A rare trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Seventh Master, you've gone to trouble. Su Tang waved her hand. It's no trouble at all. I really enjoy making delicious food. Jahan looked down at Su Tang beside him. At this moment, she exudes a sense of tranquility and gentleness, no longer the once filled with hostility and ready to anger at any time. But the poison within her. How exactly does she suppress that irritability and impulsiveness? And who gave her this kind of drug? It's too vicious. Su Tang could sense Jahan's gaze. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that I feel the wife must suppress the poison in her body. It must be very tough. It's all right, she explained with a smile. I said I would change. Even if the poison inside me makes me irritable and impulsive. I am not a beast. I can control it. You don't have to worry about me losing my temper randomly or mistreating you. At this moment, Jahan saw a bright smile on her face, saw her optimistic and cheerful demeanor. He was momentarily dazzled by the radiant and brilliant smile on her face, his gaze hazy. Then Su Tang added, blushing, of course. I won't do that kind of thing to you again in the future, nor will I drug you. Although it wasn't her doing. It's still embarrassing to mention. Jahan saw the redness at the base of her ears, like a blooming flower, delicate and captivating. Soon, Su Tang walked up to a stone mill. After grinding the wheat grains repeatedly, she stored the leather pouch into her space. As they were heading back, they saw Hua Lingai anxiously asking, what about Sister Lin? Excuse me, may I ask? Have you seen my wife? Su Tang was stunned not far away. He quickened his pace and called out, Hua Lingai. I'm here. Hearing Su Tang's voice, Hua Lingai could no longer restrain himself. He rushed forward, immediately pulling Su Tang into his embrace. Wu, seventh mistress, you scared me to death. Heaven knows how anxious he was when he returned and saw traces of a struggle in the courtyard, coupled with not seeing the seventh mistress anywhere. The girl had just gone out to grind some flour, yet it made the proud and aloof bad fox reveal his true feelings. At that moment, Hua Lingai realized just how much he didn't want anything to happen to Su Tang. He held Su Tang tightly on the street without a care, which shocked the entire tribe. Oh, my God. Isn't Su Tang's beast husband extremely disgusted with her? You won't even let her touch it? I heard that his wife did all that to get them. Even drugging didn't work. Looking at the way things are now, who needs to drug anyone? Su Tang heard everyone's words. She felt a bit embarrassed. She gently nudged Hua Lingai. There are people watching. But Hua Lingai simply wouldn't let go. His fox-like eyes shifted slightly. He looked around and said in a low voice, if my wife feels this place is inconvenient, then let's go home first. Earlier, Hua Lingai had just returned from hunting and saw the signs of a struggle at home. His fox-like eyes turned coldly towards Jahan. What happened here earlier? Jahan explained indifferently. Chen was here. He came back. Just that one sentence caused Hua Lingai's expression to change dramatically. His fox-like eyes instantly turned icy cold. Did he do something to my wife? Hua Lingai thought about what Wen Nangxi had said last night. What they were most worried about was precisely Kinkin and Shen Qian. If those two had a way to counter the contract, and once they developed the intent to kill their wife, this matter would become very troublesome. So Hu Lingai came before Su Tang again, lowered her head and looked at her carefully, scrutinizing her from head to toe, front and back, making sure she wasn't injured. Only then did her expression soften slightly. Wife, are you hurt? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Su Tang shook her head. I'm fine. Wife, don't be afraid. I saw the sword marks on the courtyard wall. Did Kinkin do something to you? Hu Lingai even felt killing intent towards the little black leopard. Now, I've reached an agreement with Kinkin. I'll help him repair his life-bound sword, and he won't do anything to me again. After Su Tang finished speaking, she soothed Hu Lingai's emotions. Really, I'm fine. It's just that some parts of the courtyard wall were damaged and need to be repaired. Soon, the group arrived home. Su Tang began preparing to make dumplings. Meanwhile, Jahan and Hu Lingai had also repaired the courtyard wall, so they both entered the kitchen to help. When they saw the dumplings Su Tang had wrapped, they were all stunned. They had never seen such food before. Jahan thought of the wheat flour they had ground that afternoon, and already had a guess in her heart. So that was also a type of food. After Hu Lingai's surprise subsided, he stepped forward and asked Su Tang, "What kind of food is this?" "These are called dumplings. The wrapper is made from wheat flour kneaded into dough. The filling is made from cabbage, pork, scallions, and ginger." Listening to Su Tang's explanation, Hu Lingai felt she now radiated a bright and gentle aura. It emanated from deep within her, making him reluctant to disturb her at this moment. As for wrapping dumplings, Lingai and Jahan couldn't help even if they wanted to. They didn't know how to step in. "You don't know how to wrap them or roll out the wrappers. I can handle it myself." Hu Lingai softened his voice and said, "I hunted 3 wild boars today. Should we process them first if they're in the yard?" Hearing this, Su Tang's expression shifted. She put down the dumpling in her hand and walked toward the yard. In the corner, she saw 3 massive wild boars. They were estimated to weigh over 400 pounds. But Su Tang found it somewhat strange. In her memory, hunting beasts was very difficult for them. Sometimes they would return empty-handed after a whole day of hunting. At this moment, the space system explained, "Host." Previously, they slacked off during hunts, so they often came back empty-handed. Occasionally, they brought back 1 beast, just enough to ensure the original host wouldn't starve. Hearing the system's words, Su Tang understood. It wasn't that they couldn't hunt beasts, it's just that they didn't want to get food for the original owner before. There's too much wild boar meat to finish eating. Some of it can be smoked and cured into bacon. Then it can be stored for a long time. It can be saved to eat during the snow season. Su Tang was telling Hu Lingai and Jahan how to handle it. They then started processing it. But just now, Su Tang noticed that Wen Nangxi still hadn't returned. It's almost getting dark. Why hasn't Wen Nangxi come back yet? Could something have happened? Although Wen Nangxi is also very capable, but the mountain forest doesn't just have wild beasts. It also has many mutated beasts. If he encounters one with a higher power level than his, he could be in danger too. Lingai heard these words. A sour, astringent feeling rose in her heart. Is the host that concerned about Wen Nangxi? Each and every one of you. I don't want anything to happen to any of you. Lingai thought about Wen Nangxi's mysterious abilities and background, and said, with his abilities, nothing should have happened. But seeing Su Tang's still furrowed brow, he resigned himself somewhat helplessly and said, "If the host is truly worried about him, I will go look for him." Just as they were talking, Wen Nangxi returned. His wind-based powers swept 2 wild beasts into the courtyard. The man still had that gentle and refined appearance, but Su Tang smelled the strong scent of blood on him. She has wood-based powers. That's why my sense of smell is particularly sharp. Wen Nangxi, are you hurt? Su Tang walked forward. She asked Wen Nangxi softly. Her eyes filled with a worried expression. To Su Tang, Wen Nangxi held a different significance, probably because he was the first person since she crossed over who treated her gently and protected her. Wen Nangxi originally appeared aloof and detached, as if nothing could stir his emotions, but the moment he saw Su Tang, the aura around him softened. Even his gaze became tender and gentle. It's nothing, I just encountered a mutant beast. I'm back a little late. Wen Nangxi couldn't bear to explain what he had been through. Afraid of frightening Su Tang? Then you should go rest for a while. I made dumplings for dinner. Wen Nangxi looked at her sweet and adorable appearance, reaching out to gently stroke her brow. Although he had thoroughly washed up before returning, cleaning off the bloodstains on his body, his wife had special abilities and keen perception. She might notice something. It's all right, I'll help with the cooking. Although I don't know what dumplings are. Wen Nangxi couldn't bear to let Su Tang handle the cooking alone. He watched Su Tang wrapping dumplings, and after just a few glances, he started helping. His movements were as elegant and gentle as ever. Even wrapping dumplings looked graceful and picturesque. The key point is, the ones he made were also very beautiful. Su Tang felt that he was even better at it than she was. Is this what talent is? She couldn't help but praise him. So impressive. You actually learned it just by watching. So, Master, from now on, don't work hard cooking alone. If there's anything, just assign it to me. Ling Ai watched the two in the kitchen. He only felt an indescribable warmth surrounded them, as if no one else could intrude. His fox-like eyes showed a trace of loneliness. He couldn't help but glance at Jahan, who was busy nearby. Seeing his still cold and aloof expression, he couldn't resist asking, Jahan, do you still hate our wife? Hearing this, Jahan's hands paused, as if seriously considering the question. After a long moment, his thin lips moved, and he uttered a few words, I don't know. Hua Ling'ai knew Jahan disdained lying. I hope you stay that way. Once you start caring, you stop being yourself. Jahan, seeing his deeply troubled look, suddenly understood something. He was slightly startled. You've fallen for our wife? After all, they had both deeply disliked their wife before. Even if she had been different these past few days, that shouldn't be enough to change hatred to liking so quickly. Seeing Hua Ling'ai remain silent, Jahan reminded him quietly, didn't you say before that your father died in your mother's backyard, precisely because he fell for her? You absolutely won't develop feelings for anyone? The death of Hua Ling'ai's father has always been his emotional burden. He once told himself that he would absolutely never develop feelings for anyone. The bad fox smiled self-deprecatingly. Jahan, that was because I didn't understand these things before. That's why I said such words. Actually, the human heart is the hardest thing to control, especially once our spiritual sea becomes turbulent towards the first person who enters our spiritual sea and soothes us. We instinctively develop fondness. Even if there is no fondness, we won't feel disgust or rejection anymore. Moreover, at that time, his turbulence was severe. He almost had an accident. At that moment, Su Tang appeared in the spiritual sea, saving him from the nightmares of his childhood. The significance was completely different. Otherwise, why do you think Wen Nangxi is protecting the seventh master now? It's also because the seventh master soothed his spiritual sea. So his attitude towards the seventh master is different. In the past, Wen Nangxi had a gentle temperament, but was indifferent and aloof. If he did not allow it, the seventh master absolutely could not get close to him. So now, he can sense that Wen Nangxi is not only willing to let his wife master get close to him, he himself is also willing to actively approach his wife master. He is even more willing to protect his wife master. Otherwise, that night, he wouldn't have warned him not to provoke his wife master. afraid that he would solidify the relationship with his wife. Master Jahan listened to these words, and then understood why, after Lingai returned yesterday, his attitude towards his wife was somewhat different. It was because the turmoil in Jin Shanhai had been resolved. When it came to this point, Jahan's expression shifted slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Su Tang naturally had no idea what Jahan and Hua Lingai were discussing. She was focused on wrapping dumplings. With Wen Nangxi's help, the dumplings were wrapped quickly. Watching her knead the dough, Wen Nangxi finally understood how flour turns into dough. Next time, he could take care of these tasks and let his wife rest. After wrapping the dumplings, it was time to boil them. Just at that moment, Kinkin returned. When Su Tang saw Kinkin's figure, her body instinctively tensed up. Facing Kinkin, she truly couldn't make herself relax. Sensing Su Tang's nervousness, Wen Nangxi softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I won't let him harm you." Su Tang trusted Wen Nangxi and nodded. "I know. Actually, he also promised not to lay hands on me again." But deep down, she still couldn't bring herself to trust Kinkin. Kinkin's presence was like a ticking time bomb. Yet, she couldn't make Kinkin leave. So after the dumplings were cooked, Su Tang silently ladled out 5 large plates. She even included Kinkin's portion. Afterward, she called Hua Lingai and Jahan in from the yard to eat together. However, Kinkin remained completely still. Su Tang walked out of the kitchen. Hesitantly, she spoke up. "Kinkin, it's time for dinner." Kinkin looked disgusted. He said, "Su Tang, are you planning to drug my food again?" Su Tang was taken aback. "No, I won't drug it again." Kinkin sneered, "I don't believe you. So I won't eat anything you cook." The only reason he came back and stayed here was because she still needed to repair his sword. Su Tang remained calm. "Fine, if you won't eat, then you won't eat. I can't force someone to eat if they don't want to. There isn't much wheat right now, and we've only ground a small amount of flour. Having one less person to feed will help save some." Lingai didn't want to see Su Tang looking sad. So he spoke up, "Wife, don't be upset. If he won't eat it, I will. Although I don't know how the dumplings taste, the food you made with your own hands, I can't bear to waste it." Wen Nangxi also gently stroked Su Tang's hair. "It's okay, you still have us. I'm not sad. It's actually good that we can't finish it all. Pan frying them in oil tomorrow morning will make them even more fragrant." For Su Tang, as long as Kinkin didn't lay a hand on her, he could do as he pleased. Even if he didn't eat the food she made, it saved her the trouble. "Everyone, hurry and eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools down." As she spoke, she picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks and ate it. Only after seeing her eat did everyone else start to use their chopsticks. The moment the dumpling entered their mouths, the 3 men realized just how delicious food could be. Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes showed a look of amazement. "So delicious. I've never eaten anything this tasty before. Wife, you're amazing. To be able to make such delicious food. I'm glad you like it." As she spoke, she looked at Wen Nangxi and Jahan, wanting to see their reactions. The expression on Jahan's face also shifted. "It really is delicious. Even the imperial chefs in Shaoling City couldn't make food like this." Wen Nangxi also looked at Su Tang with a smile in his eyes. "Very delicious, though you worked hard, wife." Having the food she made be appreciated filled Su Tang with a sense of accomplishment. Not only are there dumplings, but also noodles, steamed buns, wontons, and pies, among other foods. "Later, I'll make each one for you to try." As these words were spoken, Su Tang ate the dumplings one by one. Her cheeks were puffed out from eating, just like a little hamster. Wen Nangxi was also charmed by this. Silly fox. At this moment, he was focused on eating the dumplings on his plate. Because they were truly delicious, Jahan ate unhurriedly. Occasionally, when he glanced at Su Tang, his gaze grew increasingly profound. He found her somewhat hard to understand. Meanwhile, Kinkin was in the courtyard, diligently repairing the wall with stones. He had a special ability: extremely sharp hearing. Naturally, he could hear the conversation in the kitchen at this moment. He smirked coldly, a mocking curve lifting the corner of his mouth. To please such a malicious wife, was it really necessary to lie? Su Tang couldn't even recognize all the vegetables. She had no idea how to cook. Did he not know that when Nangxi had helped her with dinner? He even suspected those words were deliberately said for him to hear. He wouldn't believe it. And he certainly wouldn't eat it. Ling Ai finished his meal and looked at Su Tang. His fox-like eyes seemed intoxicated, yet not, carrying a mesmerizing, soul-stirring expression. Su Tang couldn't ignore his intense gaze. Have you not had enough to eat? If you're still hungry, there's another plate here. Hu Ling'ai shook his head. I'm very full. I just think Kizhu is very good. Su Tang's lips twitched. You mean to say my dumplings are delicious, right? Hu Ling'ai's gaze was soft as water. Kizhu is also very good. As he spoke, he let out a soft sigh. If I get used to eating the meals you cook, what if I don't want to leave in the future? Su Tang thought it over seriously. Then why not follow Kinkin's example and stop eating my cooking for now? That way, after 3 months, you won't have to struggle with this dilemma. Ling Ai's eyes widened immediately. He was just joking to test the waters, never expecting Su Tang to take it seriously. You're so cruel, Kizhu. The food you make, I could never bring myself to give it up. When Nangxi overheard Ling Ai's words, his picturesque eyes sweeping over coolly. After the meal in the courtyard, Jahan seemed to recall something. He turned to look at Kinkin. According to the rules, it's your turn to protect Kizhu tomorrow. Those are rules you set. I won't abide by them. And I certainly won't protect her. Ever since she threw my life-bound sword into the valley of death, I vowed I would no longer risk my life for her. So do as you please, but don't drag me into it. He paused, a hint of alluring charm coloring his smile. Aren't you afraid that instead of protecting her, I might make it easier to get rid of her? Hearing this, Jahan's expression remained calm. You are a man who keeps his promises. You said you would never lay a hand on your wife. And so you never will. Kinkin turned his head away, seeming unwilling to admit this. The words he said, he truly would keep them all. But I never said I would protect her too. The bad fox smiled lazily. That works out perfectly. I'll protect the 7th master. Even if I have to guard her every day, it's fine. Hearing this, Kinkin looked at Ling Ai with a face full of doubt. This isn't like you. Before, when the 7th master insulted your father, have you forgotten so quickly? Everyone knows. Hu Ling'ai lost his father at a young age. It has always been a sore point for him. Hearing this, Hu Ling'ai's expression changed instantly. His gaze immediately turned cold and heavy. Just at that moment, Su Tang came over carrying the brewed medicine. Hu Ling'ai, it's time for your medicine. Hu Ling'ai was silently working, originally lost in memories of his own father, when suddenly he heard a soft, sweet, delicate voice. He instinctively turned to look and saw Su Tang under the moonlight. Hu Ling'ai's heart trembled. A strange emotion welled up in his heart. He put down the stone in his hand and quickly walked over. Wife, master, were you just brewing medicine for me? Yes, the medicine for the fire. Poison. Drink it twice a day. You need to take medicine morning and night. This way you'll recover faster. The temperature is just right. You should drink it now. Hu Ling'ai looked into her clear eyes. His fingers twitched unconsciously. He took the bowl of medicine and gulped it down in one go. After drinking, he looked at her with a pitiful expression. Su Tang was taken aback when she met his gaze. What's wrong? Hu Ling'ai's fox-like eyes lifted. his face full of sorrow and grievance. Seventh Master hasn't given me any candy. Since I was young, only Seventh Master would give me candy. Seeing Hua Lingai's pitiful appearance, and recalling the vision of his childhood she saw in the mindscape, Su Tang's heart softened unusually. So she took out some candy from her space and handed it to him. Only then did a smile appear on Hua Lingai's face. I knew Seventh Master still cares about me. Su Tang's mouth twitched. She wanted to say that wasn't the case at all. Well, you've taken the medicine, now go rest. Hua Lingai watched Su Tang's expression. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. My wife looks quite interesting and cute like this. But wife's medicine is really effective. After taking it this morning, I felt very comfortable. If it works, that's good. As she spoke, Su Tang began preparing medicine again. She needed to brew medicine for herself, because the poison in her body was also serious. What does wife need to do? Let me help, wife. At this moment, Hua Lingai was clinging to Su Tang. If this were before, she would have long since attached herself to hug him. But at this moment, when Hua Lingai approached, Su Tang subtly distanced herself from him without showing any expression. Afraid of making any physical contact with him, Su Tang thought for a moment after hearing his words. Can you help me make some medicine grinding tools? I'm thinking of preparing some medicinal pouches, like insect repellent and hemostatic medicine, to sell at the nurse station. That way, we can also earn some gold coins. Hua Lingai showed a puzzled expression. Wife, what do you need gold coins for? Don't we have food and daily necessities as usual? What else is needed? With gold coins, we can buy some everyday items. There was nothing unspeakable about this matter. After all, in a few days, when going to sell goods at the city market, they would still need Lingai and the others to accompany and protect them. The journey from the tribe to the nearest city is not very safe, with dangers possible at any time. Moreover, she couldn't always rely on them. Besides wanting to improve her supernatural ability and strength, she also needed to earn enough gold coins. Hua Lingai fell silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered. Each of them actually had a dowry, but everyone's dowry had been kept separately, with no intention of giving it to Su Tang, simply because she had treated them so poorly before. While Kinkin was stacking stones, he overheard this conversation. For a moment, his brows furrowed slightly. Then he showed an expression of disbelief. Hua Lingai's fire poison was incurable. Yet Su Tang actually had a way to deal with it. Kinkin looked at Su Tang under the moonlight. His gaze grew dim. But then, it seemed he thought of something. His gorgeous, phoenix-like eyes darkened another 3 degrees. He lowered his head, hiding the coldness in his eyes. No matter what, he would guard against her closely. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. He said to Jahan, Su Tang has thought up a new trick again. Wanting to ask everyone for a dowry. Asking for gold coins. Jahan's lips moved, wanting to say something, but felt that no words would be convincing. The wife had said she would change, that she would give us letters of divorce in 3 months, and set us free. Kinkin snorted with disdain. She's used this kind of trick more than once. You all actually still believe her? No wonder your attitude towards her has changed. So it's all for the sake of 3 months from now. I'd like to see if 3 months later she will do as she said, and set us free. Meanwhile, after Su Tang finished drinking her medicine, she didn't know why, but her body felt very unwell. But she didn't tell anyone. She knew that even if she did, no one would believe her. Instead, they would think she was up to her tricks again. So she toughed it out, washed up, and went to lie down on the bed. But even after lying down, she still felt very unwell. She took her own pulse. She discovered it was just discomfort from drinking the antidote. System, did I prescribe the wrong medicine? Or is it that the herbs here? This medicine is different from the herbs I know. Host, the antidote you took is fine. It's just that you've been poisoned for too long. So drinking the antidote triggered some issues in your body. Moreover, host, you were previously drugged with a love potion. Some residue of that drug remains. This detox disrupted your body's previous balance. It activated the residual drug effects. That's why you feel so awful. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. In a daze, she remembered. The original owner was tricked into planning to drug Zhang Mishuan to force intimacy upon him. Who would have thought she ended up drinking it herself? The dosage was quite potent, but none of her beast husbands were willing to touch her. So she had to soak in ice water all night. Although it seemed resolved, some drug effects actually remained in her body. Yes, that's exactly it. I suppose Host has recalled some memories. As long as Host sleeps with her beast husbands regularly over time, the residual drug effects will naturally dissipate. Su Tang was speechless. System, you really spare no effort. Trying to get me to sleep with the beast husbands. But isn't saving my life more important? When this wave of fever surged over her, Su Tang struggled to suppress it. But the antidote, combined with the resurging residual drugs, made Su Tang utterly miserable. In her hazy state, Su Tang heard the door open. Foggily, she remembered, she had forgotten to lock the door. Wife, what's wrong with you? When Wen Nangxi came in with the stuff, then he saw that Su Tang on the bed was very unusual. At this moment, Su Tang was lying on the bed. Her long hair was spread out across the pillow. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her cheeks were rosy and radiant. Her eyes even glistened with a hint of mist. She had a delicate, pitiful charm. She was biting her lip tightly with her teeth, as if she was enduring something, making her lips even more crimson. Like a dazzling flower, stunningly beautiful, if one ignored the half of her face that was darkened and disfigured. At this moment, she was truly captivatingly beautiful, but the redness on her face was not normal, and carried a sense of weakness. Hearing Wen Nangxi's voice, Su Tang looked at him dazedly, trying hard to make her voice sound more normal. I'm fine. It's just that as soon as she spoke, her voice still carried a faint, whimpering pant. Do you have a fever? Wen Nangxi frowned, reaching out to touch her forehead, checking her temperature. Unexpectedly, Su Tang, who had been able to resist somewhat before, now, with Wen Nangxi's touch, her body involuntarily leaned towards him, and she began to tremble lightly. Wen Nangxi checked her over. She probably didn't have a fever. But by the moonlight, seeing Su Tang like this, he seemed to realize something. His gentle, picturesque eyes also seemed to gain an additional layer of turbulent, surging undercurrents. Wife, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Su Tang's body trembled lightly. She gritted her teeth, enduring it. I'm fine. I'm just a bit hot. Did you need something? Coming to find her in the middle of the night surely meant he had a reason. Wen Nangxi looked at her damp, glistening eyes. That pitiful yet restrained appearance was very endearing. His heart softened. He helped her up and held her in his embrace. Then his legs transformed into a serpent's tail, gently coiling it around Su Tang. The snake's tail had a natural, cool touch, making Su Tang feel a bit more comfortable. Su Tang currently couldn't quite control the shivering sensation in her body. She couldn't help but reach out, wanting to hold Wen Nangxi, but she worried he might directly push her away. And she has already promised that she will change, so she absolutely must not behave like the original body. Therefore, even though her hand was trembling slightly at this moment, she did not take the initiative to touch Wen Nangxi. It was just that Wen Nangxi coiled his snake tail round Su Tang's body. Even though the snake body was not moving at this moment, one could still feel the scorching heat from every inch of her body. Within the cool, faint fragrance, Su Tang felt that she was completely enveloped by his presence. At this moment, Wen Nangxi's gentle, picturesque brows and eyes actually carried a trace of a dark, somber hue. Is Qiju still hot? Are you feeling a little better? As he spoke, he extended his fingers with distinct knuckles and gently tittied Su Tang's disheveled hair for her. However, the place where his fingers touched her ear was extremely sensitive. Su Tang's entire body trembled violently. She was feeling a bit overwhelmed. She struggled to restrain the tingling numbness surging through her body and looked at him with bewildered eyes. It's better. Actually, it wasn't better at all. Just a tiny bit better. Her body felt even hotter. The tingling numbness also became more intense. Enduring it was somewhat unbearable. Even the corners of her eyes glistened with mist. Looking at Su Tang like this, Wen Nangxi let out a helpless, soft sigh. He wiped away the mist from the corners of her eyes for her. If Qi Ju is uncomfortable, you can say it. He was afraid that fully transforming into his true form would frighten her. So he could only use his snake tail to help cool her down. Compared to her currently disordered breathing, her body tingling, Su Tang, Wen Nangxi still appeared as gentle and refined as jade, dignified and elegant in demeanor. Only his eyes had grown somewhat dark and intense. I'm really fine. Actually, my body feels much better now. His snake tail carried a natural, cool temperature. When coiled around her, it helped the heat in her body gradually subside. It's just that when his snake tail moved gently, the tingling sensation from being coiled was very distinct, making her whole body feel as if electrified. Regarding such matters, she had absolutely no experience. So at this moment, Su Tang's eyes also held a trace of confusion. After a long while, the feverish heat in Su Tang's body finally calmed down. Thank you for tonight. I'm all right now. Is there anything you need? Or anything you want me to do? You helped me. I will repay you. Wen Nangxi's picturesque eyes darkened a few shades. His voice was somewhat low and hoarse. My wife, there is no need to be so formal with me. As he spoke, his snake tail retracted and turned back into legs. Then he took out a clean cloth and wiped away the fine beads of sweat on her face. Wen Nangxi's movements were gentle. Su Tang couldn't even bring herself to refuse. His voice had a clear, smooth quality, like the tones of a guqin or a mountain spring. Extremely pleasant to hear. But Su Tang, due to having restrained herself too much earlier, had been clenching her teeth the whole time. Her lips were bitten until the skin broke, revealing a delicate, charming crimson, as if her lips had been tinted with rouge. Wen Nangxi seemed to be bewitched, his gaze intensely locked on her lips. The man's burning stare. The girl trembled all over. Her tongue moved instinctively and accidentally touched Wen Nangxi's finger. I didn't mean to. Seeing Su Tang's flustered appearance, Wen Nangxi's eyes turned red, as if wary of something. After a long while, he finally spoke gently. I know. Don't bite your lips from now on. You've bitten until they bled. If you're uncomfortable, next time, you can bite my finger. For some reason, hearing these words, Su Tang actually felt her face grow warm, feeling the air thick with an ambiguous, sticky atmosphere. Wen Nangxi wiped away the trace of blood from her lips, then handed her a bag resembling a leather pouch. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. This is a spatial bag. Yes, inside are 2,000 gold coins. Take it for now. Buy whatever you want. No need to work hard selling things as a nurse. Upon hearing this, Su Tang was completely shocked. You must know, on this beast world continent, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. This is really for me? It's for you. This is only a small part of my money. Su Tang was very surprised in her heart. So Shufu, is this rich? She quickly snapped out of it. She handed the spatial pouch back again. I can't accept this. A noble person loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. Besides, they will have no connection in 3 months. She especially couldn't use their gold coins. Why won't you take it? At this moment, when Wen Nangxi looked at Su Tang, his gaze grew even more tender and captivating, as if enticing her to speak her mind. This is your gold. I want to earn gold coins myself. Wen Nangxi instantly understood her meaning. Wife, I am your beast husband. It's my duty to provide you with gold coins and take good care of you. What kind of beast husband lets his wife go out to earn money herself? Su Tang knew these were the rules of the beast world continent. But her relationship with the beast husbands is in name only, right? She smiled. Wen Nangxi, thank you, still. But like I said, I will set you all free in 3 months. So I can't take your gold coins. Not just Wen Nangxi's. She wouldn't take anyone's gold coins. Hearing these words, a trace of darkness tinged the warmth in Wen Nangxi's eyes. Wife, I never said I would leave after 3 months. That's the outcome they want. Not the one I want. I will not leave. All my belongings are also my wife's. I want to give it all. Wife, at this point, Wen Nangxi paused, gently approaching Su Tang. His warm breath firmly locked onto her. His voice was elegant and alluring. Wife, please don't refuse, okay? Su Tang really didn't want to. But when she looked up and met Wen Nangxi's captivating gaze, tender and shimmering like moonlight, she simply couldn't say it. Has he really never thought about leaving? But I wasn't good to you all before. Why don't you want to leave? Such a good opportunity. I suspect Jehan and Hua Lingai are still doubtful of the promises she made. Probably worried they won't be able to leave. Why is Wen Nangxi different? That was in the past. The current wife is different. So I will not leave. Moreover, promised long ago, your father, that I would protect you for a lifetime. Su Tang was somewhat unable to withstand his gaze. Aren't you afraid that if you give me the money, I'll squander it all immediately? Hearing this, Wen Nangxi, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. That is not something for wife to worry about. If the money is gone, I will get more for you, wife. As long as it makes you happy. Hearing this, Su Tang was momentarily stunned. Looking at Wen Nangxi's expression, she knew he was serious about what he said. You really won't leave? Seeing her disbelief, Wen Nangxi let out a soft, drawn-out sigh. I won't leave. Su Tang's face broke into a smile. The corners of her eyes also curved into crescent moon shapes. When she smiled, her eyes suddenly seemed filled with sunlight, carrying warmth. Then I'll help you keep it for now. If the 3-month period ends, you can leave if you want to. Wen Nangxi knew she might not believe anything he said now. So he only said, you'll know when the time comes. No matter what. Because of this conversation, Su Tang already felt more trust towards Wen Nangxi. In her heart, he became different from everyone else. She knew someone like Wen Nangxi wouldn't stoop to lying. After talking for a while, Su Tang grew sleepy. Seeing the weariness and drowsiness between her brows, Wen Nangxi gently stroked her head. Good girl, sleep now. Su Tang obediently nodded. Lay down. She looked at Wen Nangxi, still sitting by the bed, with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going back to sleep? You sleep first. I'll go back after you've fallen asleep. Wen Nangxi worried she might feel unwell again. So he decided to stay with her a while longer. Hearing this, Su Tang closed her eyes. For some reason, with Wen Nangxi nearby, her heart felt deeply at ease. Soon she fell asleep. At this moment, Wen Nangxi stood like an orchid and jade tree in the quiet room, looking down at her peaceful, sleeping face. His expression grew increasingly tender. No one knew how much time had passed before Wen Nangxi quietly left. The next day, after Kinkin got up, he continued repairing the wall in the courtyard. He had ocked and had to make it as smooth as before. Little did he expect that while working, he caught the aroma of breakfast. It was incredibly fragrant, making Kinkin feel a bit hungry. He couldn't figure out what food could smell so good. Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes sparkled with a captivating glow, and he smiled with curled lips. Kinkin, are you okay? You said you wouldn't eat the food made by the 7th Lord. The dumplings made by the 7th Lord last night were too delicious. Even the imperial chefs in Shaoling City couldn't make them. Originally, the seventh lord made just the right amount. We each had a big plate. But since you're not eating, it worked out perfectly. We saved a plate. The wife said she'll pan-fry them in oil for breakfast. Kinkin, who was already tempted by the aroma, felt his appetite stirred up. Hearing Hu Lingai's words now was like a knife stabbed into him. She's always ready to drug you. A little food is enough to tempt you and make you let your guard down. You're just being stubborn. Once you taste the delicious food made by the seventh lord, you'll know how amazing it is. Oh, I forgot. You said you won't eat any of it. So I guess you won't get to try it. Don't forget those words later. Kinkin felt so infuriated by these words that he could vomit blood. He thought Hu Lingai was hopeless. His expression turned gloomy and heavy. This Su Tang must have used some trick again. It actually made Hu Lingai change his mind. It made Kinkin even more vigilant. He could no longer bother with continuing to repair the courtyard wall. He took his sword and left directly. At noon, only Su Tang and Wen Nangxi were at home. The two were happily eating grilled skewers. Unexpectedly, there came a series of knocks at the door, accompanied by a clear, youthful voice. "May I ask if Miss Su Tang is home?" Su Tang was taken aback. She stood up to go open the door, but Wen Nangxi gently grabbed her wrist. "Wait a moment, let me go out and check first." When the courtyard gate was opened, Su Tang immediately saw the two people standing at the door. One was a young man in black, wearing a sword. He looked about 14 or 15 years old, with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of sharp swordsmanship. The other was a man in white, wearing a veil. Although his features were unclear, his entire demeanor was like pristine white snow, cool, elegant, and noble, as if his very presence could shatter icy hearts. Wen Nangxi indeed became wary. With his level of skill, he actually couldn't discern what the other party's true form was. "Who are you people? What business do you have seeking my wife?" The young man in black next to them explained. "Sir, my master's surname is Zi. I am Zi Yi. My master was severely injured in the nearby mountains and forests, and we came seeking treatment from the ancient witch doctor, but the ancient witch doctor was unable to help, and told us to come find Miss Su to give it a try." Su Tang heard these words. She looked curiously at the man in white. "Is he seriously injured?" The man in white seemed to be in some discomfort. He began to cough lightly. The youth named She Yi hurried over to support him. Then he looked towards Su Tang. "This is troublesome. As long as Miss Su is willing to cure the young master's condition, we agree to any conditions. You should come inside first." Hearing this, the youth in black happily expressed his thanks. Then he supported that young Master Z into the courtyard. "Young Master Z, please extend your hand. I will first check your pulse to assess your physical condition." Zi Gixue gently extended his hand, placing it in front of her. The moment her fingers made contact with his pulse, it involuntarily trembled. Why is his pulse so extremely faint, as if there is very little sign of life? She didn't know if her wood element special ability could treat him. Just as Su Tang was about to say something, suddenly, the wood element ability within her body began to operate automatically. Green light, like vines, automatically entered his body, and the cool aura from young Master Z's body also seemed to surge into her body all at once, causing the burning sensation within her body to instantly subside. She Yi, standing nearby, looked at this. Miss Su, her complexion wasn't very good. He couldn't help but become nervous. "Miss Su, is my young master all right?" Young Master Z's body is temporarily fine. However, he needs proper recuperation. He must not use his special abilities. Otherwise, his body could easily explode and die. Moreover, he should be born with an ice soul constitution. He needs to live in a cold environment. Afterwards, Su Tang explained some precautions. She also prescribed some medications. Miss Su, how much is the consultation fee? Or Miss Su, if you need us to do anything, just say it. Su Tang thought for a moment. 2 silver coins will be enough. After she spoke, Shay Yi was instantly stunned. Miss Su, young master has money. You don't need to have any concerns. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it rightly. What I have done is worth only 2 silver coins. However, just as these words were spoken, this young master Z moved his finger slightly, and a jade green ring appeared on his knuckle. As the light on the jade ring shimmered, he said, "This is a token of thanks for Miss Su." "Thank you, Miss Su." Before Su Tang could open her mouth to refuse, the space system excitedly cried out, "Host, accept it. Accept it. This is an ice crystal pendant. It can protect the body from the invasion of cold energy. It will also speed up the improvement of special abilities. Moreover, this seems to be a magical artifact. It can save your life at a critical moment. That exquisite bag next to it is a space bag. This young Master Z's identity is certainly not ordinary." Seeing that Su Tang still wanted to decline, Z Gixue quickly spoke up. "Miss Su, you have saved Z. These mundane items were never capable of repaying the favor. I must insist that Miss Su Tang accept this. Then I will not accept this spatial pouch. I will accept this pendant instead. It's a magical tool that can protect one's life. If she carries it, it can protect her." Z Gixue didn't insist further. "We've troubled you today, and Miss Su Tang. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take my leave now." At that moment, Z Yi suddenly caught a rich, fragrant scent in the air. "It smells so good." He couldn't help but murmur, mainly because this aroma made his mouth water. He looked at the skewers in the distance from which the scent was coming. His stomach started rumbling even more. "I made some grilled skewers. You don't mind? Please stay and have some. And help me taste them as well." Before Z Gixue could speak, Z Yi eagerly agreed. "Then thank you, Miss Su." Z Gixue could only let out a helpless sigh. "Sorry for the trouble, Miss Su." Wan Nangxi, standing to the side, still hadn't let his guard down. Watching them chatting and laughing, he suddenly felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. He had never seen Su Tang smile at anyone like that before. It was an unreserved smile, without a trace of distance. For Su Tang, this was the first time since coming to this world that she had interacted with beastfolk as her true self. It had nothing to do with the original owner. That's why she couldn't help but relax. Although Shay Yi was enjoying the meal, he noticed that his master seemed to care a lot about Su Tang. But it's indeed rare for a female beast to cook personally. This lunch left everyone quite satisfied. Z Gixue and the other had no reason to stay any longer, so they got up and said their goodbyes. Just after leaving the tribe, Z Yi couldn't hold back his thoughts. "Master, that Miss Su treats her beast husband so well. I've never seen a female beast like that. It would be great if she could be your partner." "Don't talk nonsense." Z Yi wasn't afraid of being scolded by his master at all, because his master's temper is just too good, so he could say whatever he wanted. "I'm not talking nonsense. Master is usually aloof, keeps his distance from female beasts, and doesn't like talking to them. But Master talks to Miss Su, which means Miss Su is special. Moreover, I think Miss Su isn't very close to that beast husband of hers. I noticed the red gauze on her beast husband's arm, which means their relationship is in name only." Hearing this, young Master Z's footsteps halted, and his aura seemed to shift slightly. Shay Yi didn't notice, and kept chattering about how she could cure Master's condition. Could she be the one the high priest mentioned? Master's destined partner, the female beast? After saying this, he even glanced at his master. But then she saw the unusually serious expression on Z Gixue's face. Only then did she shut her chattering little mouth. When Su Tang returned to her room in the afternoon, she discovered that the spatial bag was still on the table. Host, this was deliberately left behind by that young Master Z. He concealed it using his ability. After he left, you were able to see it. This young Master Z is quite thoughtful. Thinking of young Master Z's frail, life hanging by a thread appearance, Su Tang felt very uneasy. The prescription she prescribed was only temporary. It could nourish his body, but not completely cure him. Unless her ability level increased. When Su Tang reached out her hand and released her wood-type ability again, she found that she had actually reached level 1. What's going on? My wood-type ability actually jumped to level 1 all of a sudden. When I took young Master Z's pulse, it was only at half a level. The Beast World continent has lush vegetation and an exceptionally rich natural aura. But Su Tang's wood-type ability hadn't grown at all. Yet, just from taking young Master Z's pulse once, it actually made her wood-type ability advance a notch. Host, it's probably because you and that young Master Z had your auras merge. It shows that his aura is highly compatible with yours, host. Just the internal energy, the merging of auras, was enough to increase the ability's power. Hearing the system's words, Su Tang was momentarily stunned. Then he showed an incredulous expression. It was just for such a short while. She and young Master Z didn't even hug. Nor did they have any intimate contact. She had hugged Wen Nangxi and Hua Ling-ai. But it didn't enhance her special ability either. The clever child seized the chance to play matchmaker. Therefore, that young Master Z is the one suitable to be your beast husband. If he becomes your beast husband, once you have intimate contact, or even after you have a substantial relationship, your special ability will definitely improve rapidly. Hearing these words, Su Tang's expression grew even more complicated. Her eyes even became confused. How can this be? Young Master Z is only here to receive treatment for his body. How can I pester him for his body? Young Master Z might even already have a wife. Host, young Master Z does not have a wife. There is no scent of any contract on him. Even the red gauze on his arm is still there. Hearing this, the corner of Su Tang's mouth twitched. Even so. But one must have self-awareness. With my looks, and my current status as an exile, plus my ruined reputation, it's impossible for young Master Z to become my beast husband. Although Su Tang wants to quickly improve her special ability, she still remains clear-headed and rational. She won't be that narcissistic, nor will she seek her own doom. Host, don't think like that. Young Master Z holds no ill will towards you. You helped soothe his body. He is grateful to you. And someone like young Master Z clearly has an excellent temperament. If he became your beast husband, he would definitely protect you. He'd be more reliable than your current beast husbands. Protect her? Su Tang would rather protect herself. She didn't want to rely on anyone. The system continued its earnest persuasion. Host, don't undervalue yourself. As long as they spend more time with you, those young masters will surely recognize your worth. And your disfigurement is only temporary. Once the poison is cured, your face will recover. It will definitely amaze everyone. Think about it. Young Master Z even said he trusts you. As the words fell, Su Tang shuddered. Yes, the feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. Ever since crossing over, being doubted by her beast husbands, she felt very uncomfortable inside. Even to the point of repeating certain things over and over. She had grown weary. But the moment young Master Z said he trusted her, she felt a trace of unique warmth. That young Master Z clearly seems like someone unwilling to talk much. So he would definitely disdain lying. If I can see him again, I will return these gold coins to him. She couldn't use these gold coins with a clear conscience. Host, actually, if young Master Z becomes your beast husband, it would be normal for him to provide for you. Then using them wouldn't be a psychological burden. Enough of this talk. Let's not ruin young Master Z's reputation. It's just me talking to you, host. Others cannot hear. The host just doesn't want to listen to my advice. Hey, if you two were together, the system would definitely give a lot of rewards. Even so, if she had status, looks, and a good reputation, she might give it a try. But given her current situation, how is she worthy? The next day, after breakfast, Su Tang asked Jahan to take her for a walk in the mountain forest. Hearing this, Jahan was stunned for a moment. Wife, you want to go to the mountain forest? Going for a walk in the mountain forest. We might discover something. However, Jahan's expression seemed somewhat strange. What's wrong? You don't want to take me to the mountain forest? Jahan quickly explained. It's not that. I just thought you might not feel at ease with me taking you to the mountain forest. Su Tang smiled. Last time when Kinkin tried to kill me, you stopped him. I think I should trust you. You will protect me, right? After saying this, she blinked her clear eyes and looked at Jahan. She hadn't paid close attention to Jahan before, probably because on the day she first crossed over, Jahan's cold demeanor made her feel uncomfortable. But these past few days, she realized Jahan isn't actually the way she thought. Jahan's heart stirred slightly. His frosty, sharp eyebrows and eyes softened a little. I will protect you, and not let anyone harm you. Su Tang's smile deepened. That's enough for me. Then let's set off. As soon as he finished speaking, Jahan directly transformed into his true form, a majestic white wolf beast. The fierce aura around him emerged. His limbs seemed to carry a sense of power and explosiveness. At this moment, Su Tang looked at his beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Even in his true form, he carried a serene and cold temperament. So handsome. Jahan looked at the petite Su Tang in front of him, slowly crouched down. His limbs bent to the ground, making it convenient for her to climb on. Seeing this, Su Tang's expression shifted. She hadn't expected him to be so considerate. Then she easily climbed onto his back, immediately feeling the excellent texture of his fur. And it carried a faint, refreshing scent of pinewood, invigorating and pleasant. When Jahan stood up, his speed was very slow, as if afraid of startling her. When walking through the mountain forest, he would also slow down, seeming to take extra care of her feelings. Su Tang thought it was quite nice to walk through the mountain forest like this, strolling and wandering, and being able to enjoy the scenery more. Suddenly, she heard a clear, pleasant, but weak voice. Following the sound, she looked and saw not far away, completely snow-white, beautiful little beast lying on the ground. Its leg was injured and bleeding. Seeing it injured, her heart softened with pity. Su Tang immediately walked over and crouched down in front of that little beast. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Let me check your injury, okay? The beautiful little beast nodded. Seeing this, Su Tang's face lit up with joy. You can understand me. That's great. So intelligent. Then, she released her wood element healing ability from her hand. Soon, the wound on its leg healed. There, your leg injury is all better. It's fine now, she said. Su Tang tentatively reached out to touch its fur, wondering if it might scare it. Unexpectedly, the beautiful little beast didn't dodge at all. Instead, it let her hand stroke it. Su Tang thought to herself, fluffy things really are the cutest in the world. Little did she know, while she was distracted petting the little beast, she didn't notice its ears, hidden in the fur, turning red. But it still obediently let Su Tang continue petting. After a long while, Su Tang looked reluctant. You're fine now. You can go home. A little beast in the mountains probably isn't a stray. So beautiful. You must have a family. However, the little beast didn't move. Instead, it shifted closer to Su Tang, blinking its lively eyes as it looked at her. Su Tang guessed. Are you saying you don't have a family? No home to return to? It nodded at Su Tang. Seeing this scene, Su Tang's face showed a tender, heartbroken expression. My home is in the Bailuo tribe. Then are you willing to come home with me? She had crossed over into this world. Now, she only had those few beast husbands by her side. She didn't even have anyone she could speak her true feelings to. This little beast is so beautiful and cute. Having him accompany her would probably bring her some comfort. The little beast nodded gently. Just that slight movement seemed to carry an air of elegance and nobility. Seeing his reaction, Su Tang, her eyes curved into smiles. You're agreeing, right? The little beast nodded again. Only then did Su Tang happily reach out and pick him up. Suddenly, she caught a familiar scent. It was coming from the little beast, faint, but very pleasant. But she couldn't remember where she had smelled it before, at least not right away. Holding him, Su Tang gently nuzzled his white fur with her face. This is really wonderful. From now on, you'll stay by my side. I will be good to you. And the little beast in her arms, his ears turned red all the way to the roots. His beautiful eyes seemed tinged with the crimson hue. Jahan looked at Su Tang. The smile on her face at this moment seemed to make him dazed. Even his usually cool and distant eyes seemed to gain a touch of warmth. Is my wife taking him home? From now on, he will follow me. Jahan actually wanted to advise against it, because this little beast was clearly no ordinary creature. But seeing how happy Su Tang looked, he couldn't bring himself to say anything to spoil her mood. Su Tang pondered for a moment. It was pure white all over. Let's call it Zhao Zhu. The little beast in her arms heard this name. Its eyes seemed to gleam with the hint of blue light. Suddenly, something leaped fiercely from the tree, heading straight for Zhao Zhu in Su Tang's arms. In the critical moment, Su Tang turned around while holding Zhao Zhu. At the same time, she used her special ability. But it was still a bit too late. The opponent was extremely fast, attacking like a blur, catching people completely off guard. At that moment, Jahan moved. His movement was as swift as lightning. An ice blade had already formed in his hand. When the green shadow moved, he had already swung the blade in his hand, drawing a sharp line of light. The green shadow was hit, letting out a sharp, strange cry. Su Tang held Zhao Zhu tightly. She turned her head to look and saw green, foul-smelling liquid splashing toward her. Seeing this, Jahan quickly held her, dodging the green liquid in a flash. Su Tang was now leaning in Jahan's arms, her heart still pounding with fear. What exactly was that thing? If she had reacted just a moment slower, both Zhao Zhu and she would have been in trouble. This is a blood-drinking vine. It is good at camouflage, but it specifically feeds on the blood of beast people and wild animals. It was hiding among the leaves of this tree just now. But what? When I first arrived here, I scouted the surroundings. There was no danger. And I definitely didn't find this blood-drinking vine. This blood-drinking vine probably came for him. The him Jahan mentioned naturally referred to the little snow held by Su Tang. Are you saying this blood-drinking vine just came specifically for little snow? Jahan, with the grave expression, looked at this mysterious little beast. His blood is quite special. Didn't you smell a strange fragrance earlier? After saying this, a vague suspicion formed in his mind. He just wasn't sure yet. If that's the case, Su Tang cannot keep this little beast by her side. There was a faint fragrance. It smelled pleasant, but is there something special about it? Su Tang gently held Little Snow, not wanting anything to happen to him. At this moment, she didn't notice that the little Snow in her arms had gone stiff. His beautiful eyes seemed to have traces of scattered starlight passing through them. His blood is different from that of ordinary beastmen. It can drive some wild beasts and other creatures into a frenzy. If my guess is correct, he might be the long-lost ice and snow spirit beast. They grow in icy, snowy environments, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. They possess unique blood that can be as effective as a miraculous cure. Hearing this, Su Tang's face also changed. No wonder. She felt the restlessness of little Snow in her arms, reached out and gently stroked the fur on his body. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It's just that with my current abilities, I can't protect you either. Realizing this, Su Tang felt somewhat dejected in her heart. If she took him back with her, it would instead bring danger upon him. Because now, she could hardly protect herself. There are still many people in the Beast Emperor city who want to kill her, who want her life. If it were an ordinary, pretty beast, nothing particularly special, no one would pay attention if she brought it back. But he is too unique. Just at that moment, there came the roar of wild beasts again. The ground even seemed to shake. Su Tang's face changed color. She prepared herself for battle. Suddenly, the little Snow in her arms nimbly jumped out, landed on the ground. Su Tang was immediately startled. She cried out in alarm. But he only turned his head to look at Su Tang. For some unknown reason, she seemed to see a look of reluctance in his eyes too. He just glanced back at her a few times. His gaze was very earnest. Soon, he ran off and disappeared from sight. Su Tang's face was filled with deep worry. She even somewhat blamed herself for being too weak. Jahan saw her mood suddenly drop. He felt a bit at a loss about what to do. Meanwhile, that mysterious snow-white little beast arrived at a place. After luring all those wild beasts over, white mist instantly rose all around. In no time, these frenzied beasts charging over all collapsed to the ground. If Su Tang were here, she would definitely realize that this person was actually that young Master Z. The girl could never have imagined that this cute, furry little creature before her eyes was actually the legendary ice snow spirit beast, extinct for 10,000 years. Just a single drop of its blood could drive countless beast kings into a frenzied competition. And right now, the furry one was nestled in Su Tang's arms, asking for cuddles. As it turned out, just moments ago, to protect Su Tang, the ice snow spirit beast had lured away the enraged beasts. It transformed into human form, moved its finger slightly, and annihilated all these frenzied beasts charging over. Shay Yi, who arrived shortly after, seemed a bit nervous. Young master, you're really something. Going to see Miss Su Tang doesn't require such methods. Your blood is so precious. How could you let it spill? But, young master, didn't you say you wanted to stay by Miss Su Tang's side? Why are you back? Staying there would put her in danger, so I cannot remain by her side in my beast form. Hearing this, Shay Yi was taken aback, then sighed. Originally, if young master stayed by Miss Su's side, nourished by the aura she carries, your health would gradually improve. But, young master, I also looked into Miss Su Tang's information. I heard she's both vicious and incompetent, utterly worthless. Oh, right. She used to have 10 beast husbands. Each of them had a noble status. Their family background, looks, and abilities were all top tier. But before Su Tang was exiled, 5 of them forcibly severed their contract with her by sacrificing half their cultivation. T-esque, that's ruthless. Hearing this, Z Gikshu's eyes darkened, a faint shadow veiling them, making his emotions unreadable. Meanwhile, Su Tang on the other side knew nothing about this. After realizing there was no danger, she continued gathering herbs with Jahan. But for some reason, Su Tang seemed a bit distracted. When they had almost finished digging, Su Tang stored all the herbs in her space. Her hands were now covered in soil. Jahan took out a handkerchief and gently wiped them clean for her. His movements were very tender. Su Tang looked up at Jahan. For a moment, she felt dazed, as if he were her real beast husband, caring for and looking after her. But reason told her it wasn't true. Back home, Su Tang didn't idle around either. She went inside and started working right away. But while peeling, her mind wandered, and the sharp blade cut her finger. It hurt so much she nearly cried. But she stubbornly stayed silent. She got up to wash it. But Jahan's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward, using his ability to press on her finger, preventing excessive bleeding. If it hurts, why didn't you make a sound? Su Tang's tears uncontrollably welled up. In a soft, muffled voice, she said, "It's all right. It was my carelessness." Jahan pressed her lips together. She carefully bandaged the wound. At that moment, a sneer came from the doorway. "Is this another new trick of yours? Seems quite effective. Even Jahan is personally bandaging your wound. You really are quite cunning." Kinkin stood at the door, arms crossed, his cold eyes as if frosted over. His tone was full of disdain. Su Tang couldn't be bothered with Kinkin. Right now, she just wanted to cut ties with him as soon as possible. She coldly spoke, "Bring me your sword." Kinkin watched her warily. "What are you going to do?" "Then bring it over." Her ability had reached the first level, just right to repair his sword a bit more. Kinkin was silent for a moment. He handed the sword over from a distance, afraid that Su Tang might take advantage of him. Su Tang was both angry and amused by his behavior. "Kinkin, you'd better not provoke me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll fully repair it for you. But if I'm in a bad mood..." "Hey Emph." Kinkin heard this, his expression freezing for an instant. "You." He was still counting on her to repair his life-bound sword, so he had to endure it. Su Tang wasn't going to indulge him. Who told him to speak so offensively? "Kinkin, to fully repair this sword of yours, you'll probably need Zuanling iron, right?" Hearing this, Kinkin's eyes turned dark and deep. "You actually know about Zuanling iron?" Then he showed a self-mocking expression. "Of course, since you're trying to deal with us. It's not strange you'd learn more about these things. You deliberately brought up Zuanling iron, just to remind me that this sword can't be fixed without it. Isn't that right?" His eyes suddenly dimmed. "Kinkin, don't misunderstand your wife just yet. Hear what she has to say first." Kinkin let out a cold laugh. "It's only been a few days. And now, you're speaking up for her too. Impressive tactics." Seeing the self-blame and pain in his eyes, Su Tang could roughly understand him. "Kinkin, I know I've done many wrong things in the past, but I've said I'm correcting them. And you agreed before to let me help repair it. Since you've stopped attacking me, we'll be even once it's done." Kinkin seemed to recall something, his brows and eyes instantly frosting over with cold. "I said I won't lay hands on you again. But being even? Do you really think that's possible? Because of your pressure, my mother was provoked, and she fell seriously ill. If something happens to her, how do you expect me to forgive you?" Hearing this, Su Tang widened her eyes in shock. She had almost forgotten about that, thinking of what Yuan Shen had done. No wonder Kinkin hates her so much. Su Tang thought for a moment, then directly took out that piece of profound spirit iron from her storage space. The light emitted by the profound spirit iron instantly stunned Kinkin. "This is profound spirit iron." Even Jahan showed a shocked expression. "Wasn't this thing supposed to have been lost long ago? Su Tang actually has such a large piece here." Although Kinkin found it unbelievable, he also knew that with such a large piece of profound spirit iron, his life-bound sword could be saved. The huge weight pressing on his heart could finally be lifted. "You're going to use the profound spirit iron to help me repair my life-bound sword? Good. I'm a person who keeps my word." But precisely because of this, the doubt in Kinkin's heart grew stronger. He didn't believe she would be so kind. "Or is there something you want? But let me be clear first. My heart cannot be given to you. My person is even more impossible." Su Tang suddenly laughed, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Her gaze seemed to carry a sharp edge. "Kinkin, you really think too highly of yourself. What do you think you are? A gold coin, liked by everyone?" Knowing that wasn't her condition, Kinkin breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Good, you said that yourself. I hope you keep your word. Su Tang couldn't be bothered with more talk. So tell me your mother's symptoms. I'll help think of a solution too. Just like with this profound spirit, iron. I might actually have a way. Kinkin pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The Millennium Frostflower. Host, I have a prescription here. It can stabilize and nourish Madame Mai's health. But to completely restore Madame Mai's health, making her as healthy as a normal person, the Millennium Frostflower is indeed necessary. It grows in icy, cold places, and is very difficult to find. It's said to be lost to the world now. Su Tang was taken aback. Then what should we do? Host, next time you see young Master Z, you can ask him. Perhaps young Master Z knows. Su Tang thought of that young Master Z, who was as cool and clear as glass, like ice and snow. Ask him? I don't even know if I'll see him again. Host, you and young Master Z are fated. You will definitely meet again. Besides, that magical artifact young Master Z gave you can protect you. In critical moments, young Master Z can also sense it. Su Tang's mouth twitched. As if I don't know what you're thinking. You're just trying to persuade me to be with young Master Z. Let's not talk about this anymore. Then she took out a piece of paper and wrote the prescription on it. She handed it to Kinkin. Taking the prescription, Kinkin's eyes scanned it, then suddenly trembled violently. Just as Su Tang was about to speak, she saw Kinkin walking towards her, looking down at her from above. Su Tang had no idea what he was going to do. She could only involuntarily retreat. Kinkin, don't you dislike me? Why are you getting so close? His cool and magnificent phoenix eyes locked onto her face. Observing her expression, noticing the subtle changes on her face, she was wary and afraid. Ha! Would she actually be scared? I've suddenly changed my mind. Hearing this, Su Tang's pupils dilated. She stared at Kinkin in terror. He wouldn't force himself on her, would he? No, I can't. Absolutely not. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. How could that be okay? Su Tang kept backing away until she reached the corner of the wall. She swallowed hard. Kinkin, don't be impulsive. I promise I will definitely fix your life-bound sword for you. Also, this prescription is not problematic. Take it back and have someone check it. If you use it on your mother, you'll see the effects. I truly mean no harm. Watching Su Tang's fearful reaction, Kinkin's lips curled into a playful smile. So this is what you really think? He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. So just who are you? Kinkin's phoenix eyes scrutinized her with an especially captivating intensity. But his tone was gentle, carrying a seductive charm. Like a whisper between lovers. If she didn't know his true nature, Su Tang might have really thought he was speaking to her tenderly. But at this moment, Su Tang heard this. Her expression changed. A layer of frost rose in the depths of her eyes. She wanted to push him away, but found that her strength was simply insufficient. Only now did she realize how truly weak she was in front of them. She could only endure the anger in her heart. Kinkin had been observing her. He could clearly feel her body instantly stiffen. So, was she afraid of something being discovered? Or had she been replaced by someone? His eyes narrowed dangerously. His fingers landed on her ear, then moved downward, all the way to her collarbone, till he saw the small birthmark on her body. Feng Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was her, unchanged, and not replaced by anyone. But he still found it somewhat hard to believe. Su Tang was afraid he would continue further down. A thought flashed through her mind in an instant. She stood on her tiptoes and actively hugged Kinkin. She deliberately put on a delicate, soft smile. Isn't this what you want? If you had said so earlier, I would have been very willing. Although I lack experience, I've still seen a thing or two. I can still pretend. Kinkin snapped back to reality. He pushed Su Tang away fiercely. So it really is your trick. After saying this, he took out a clean handkerchief and wiped his hands vigorously. Jahan felt Su Tang's body go soft, her figure swaying. He stepped forward and gently supported her. "Are you all right, wife?" Su Tang shook her head and looked toward Qingqin, her brow slightly furrowed. So, Qingqin actually suspected she had been swapped. And the area around the collarbone. She looked down. She saw a flower-shaped birthmark there now. Jahan reached out, gently straightened her clothes for her, covering the collarbone area. His movements were very gentle, but when his fingers accidentally touched her skin, Su Tang felt a tingling electric current run through her entire body. Qingqin snorted coldly, took his lifebound sword, and went out first. Su Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She still needed to improve her strength quickly. Strength is what truly matters. So host, it's best if you have relations with Xu Fu. If not with Xu Fu, then have relations with someone like young Master Z. Only then can it help the host improve her strength. Su Tang didn't want to listen to the system talk about this before. But this time, she took these words to heart. She looked at Jahan, thought back to the day she first transmigrated, when even the drug meant to subdue her failed. She quickly shook her head. Wen Nangxi and Hua Lingai definitely wouldn't be willing either. She needed to quickly recover her face. Maybe she could find a good beast husband outside. At this point, Su Tang's expression turned somewhat solemn. Jahan beside her also seemed lost in thought. The former her was arrogant and domineering, but was easy to see through at a glance. But now, she wasn't. He couldn't help but think again of what Lingai had said. The pheromones are completely different. So can a person change entirely too? Even just now, Qingqin was also suspecting something, just as Jahan was lost in thought. When Nangxi helped Hua Lingai back, they both had bloodstains on them. And the smell of blood. Seeing them like this, Su Tang's face changed color. What happened? Hua Lingai was now pale and weak, looking utterly broken, as if he could die at any moment. "Wife, if I die, I want to be buried near here. Even in death, I still want to be able to see my wife." His fox-like eyes glistened as he looked at Su Tang. They seemed to hold extremely complex emotions. Su Tang's face slightly changed. "No, I won't let you die." However, when she saw the wound on his waist, it was a shocking sight. A horrifyingly deep wound that seemed to faintly carry a dark aura. No one noticed when Qingqin had just returned. He took one look at Lingai. His face darkened. His expression turned serious. This injury was caused by a high-level mutated beast's claw. The wound is actually this deep. Lingai gave a miserable smile. His pair of fox-like eyes seemed to have lost their usual sparkle. "That's right. So, before I completely turn into a beast, you should kill me." But he felt somewhat unwilling. He hadn't yet avenged his father. To just die here like this. No one would care about him or be concerned with his life or death. As time passes, he might be completely forgotten by those around him. Upon hearing this, Su Tang paused her movements. If a thin person's body is completely invaded by this dark energy, they will turn into a beast devoid of all reason. Jahan said in disbelief. "How could we encounter a high-level mutant beast?" High-level mutant beasts possess intelligence. They generally do not appear in the mountains and forests, nor do they personally hunt beastmen. They only control ordinary mutant beasts to fight. When Nangxi's gentle eyes gained a sharp, icy chill, someone is deliberately targeting them. But there is no evidence. This matter is difficult to ascertain. At this moment, Su Tang guessed this was an ambush specifically aimed at her. Someone wants to kill her. Wants her dead. That's right, it must be the people from the Beast Emperor City again. Realizing this, flames of anger seemed to burn in Su Tang's eyes. She still spoke firmly. "I won't let anything happen to you." She then activated her wood element ability, quickly treating the bad fox's wounds. Soon, Lingai's wounds actually healed at a visible speed. The three of them were utterly astonished, feeling that her ability surpassed their understanding. Or perhaps they had never truly understood her. Ling Ai had already prepared himself for death, never expecting his wounds to heal. He was both excited and unable to believe it. He stood up and hugged Sutang tightly. Seventh Master is truly amazing. I am still alive. From now on, my life is yours. She has saved him twice now. The scent on her was so warm and pleasant. Sutang initially wanted to push Ling Ai away. But then she heard him whining. Wife, I was feeling really unwell just now. I don't want to let you go. Just let me hold you for a while. Be good, just for a little while. Hearing his softened, pleading tone, Sutang's heart softened a little. You still have dark energy on you. Only by completely removing it can you be truly fine. So, please let me go for now. Ling Ai was stunned for a moment. He simply couldn't believe it. Can it really all be removed? Female beasts don't possess special abilities. They only have the power to soothe. The berserk mental energy of male beasts. Most can only provide mental soothing. But Sutang's ability is far too powerful. Kinkin's expression turned grave. He stared intently at Sutang. Could it be she even possesses the power of evolution? As soon as these words were spoken, Wen, Nangxi, and Jahan could no longer remain calm. At this moment, Kinkin had no choice but to believe in her ability. He also tightly clutched Sutang's prescription in his hand. Perhaps it really could wake his mother. His cold and magnificent phoenix eyes swirled with a dark, turbulent undercurrent, filled with indescribably complex emotions. Ling Ai felt his body was very warm and comfortable this time. No longer so weak and in pain. No one knew what this moment meant to him. Wife, am I? It's not that no one cares. Seventh Master still cares about me. Sutang was momentarily speechless, but thinking about what Hua Ling Ai went through in his youth. Looking at his pitiful eyes, she felt that his spirit was fragile and vulnerable at this moment. She softened her voice and said, so no matter when, never give up on your own life. I still need you to protect me. Hua Ling Ai suddenly felt a surge of strength, feeling that he was needed. It was as if his lost heart had suddenly found direction. Good Seventh Master. From now on, I will protect you with my life. But Sutang had almost used up all her special ability, yet there was still a trace of dark energy on Hua Ling Ai. She looked at her hands, feeling a bit frustrated. It's not enough. I haven't completely cleared it for you. It's because my strength is insufficient. Sutang's expression was somewhat downcast. Seventh Master has already done more than enough. So don't be sad. Seventh Master has already saved my life. At this moment, Hua Ling Ai didn't know why. He felt reluctant to see her in this mood. The next moment, the sly fox stepped forward and gently held her. Looking at her eyes, her lips. The next moment, his mind seemed to be bewitched. He gently leaned in. You sly fox. At this moment, not only was Sutang on the verge of tears, the three people in front also had drastic changes in their expressions. A shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Hua Ling Ai didn't care about any of that. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a captivating, alluring expression. Seventh Master can get your revenge later. Before the words had even faded, the glow of Sutang's wood element ability instantly flared brightly. It actually increased by half a level directly. She was at a loss for words about this effect. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Come on, let's continue. Hearing this, the bad fox's fox-like eyes grew even more enchantingly seductive. All right, he said, and stepped forward again, reaching out to hold Sutang by the waist, lowering his head. Sutang was immediately startled and hurriedly dodged away. Wasn't this what you wanted, wife? Sutang took a deep breath, barely restraining the impulse to hit someone. What are you thinking about? I just recovered a bit more of my ability. I need to purify your body. You'll be completely healed soon. Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes curved slightly, carrying a hint of disappointment. Oh, it's this. At this moment, Su Tang had no mind to investigate further. She focused intently, concentrating her ability, continuing to purify his body. The bad fox felt a bit greedy for this aura. It was very comfortable, but he soon discovered with surprise that his body had completely returned to normal. Even his old injuries from the past were gone. But Su Tang, due to the excessive consumption, her face had turned somewhat pale. Even her breathing had become much weaker. She wanted to get up. Who would have thought, with the sway of her figure, she simply couldn't steady herself. Hu Lingai quickly reached out to hold Su Tang. "Seventh Master, are you alright?" Seeing her like this, his heart was in turmoil. Su Tang wanted to break free from the bad fox's embrace. But at this moment, her whole body felt weak. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll be better after some sleep." Witnessing this scene, Wen Nangxi hurried forward. "Let me carry Seventh Master back to the room." Although Hu Lingai's mind was somewhat unsettled, he did not let go. "I will carry Seventh Master. The sacrificial master became weak because she saved me. It's only right that I take care of her." He lifted Su Tang into a horizontal carry. His movements were very gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. A dark glint flashed through Kinkin's magnificent eyes. This method of enhancing supernatural abilities is quite unique. Just a kiss from Lingai actually caused her supernatural abilities to improve. Could it be that her ability improves through this method? Hearing these words, Wen Nangxi and Jahan also fell silent. Clearly, they had seen the change in Su Tang just now. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Lingai was carrying Su Tang toward the room. Hearing this, his steps also faltered. When he had kissed her earlier, he indeed felt a surge of supernatural energy suddenly envelop her. The bad fox carefully laid Su Tang on the bed, looked down at her, and whispered in a hoarse, enticing voice, "Seventh Lord, your body is weak right now. You've expended too much of your special ability. Is this how you can recover some of your special ability?" As he spoke, the bad fox's aura enveloped Su Tang. His whole body leaned down. At this moment, Su Tang was completely exhausted and weak. She just wanted to lie down and rest properly. She never expected Lingai to be so direct. Watching the bad fox kiss her again, she instinctively pushed him away. "Lingai, don't. Calm down." Seeing her look of extreme resistance made Lingai's heart feel as if it had lost control for a moment. Does Seventh Lord not like it? Su Tang was completely stunned. It was totally caught off guard. She really had no mental preparation at all. The bad fox looked so disappointed and dejected. She didn't know how to explain. "You don't have to do this. I saved you. You just need to protect me properly. There's no need for such a sacrifice." In Su Tang's view, the reason Hu Lingai was acting this way was to express gratitude for her saving his life. Earlier, he kissed her, saying it was his sincerity, repaying the debt of gratitude in this manner. She was utterly speechless. It's as if she were some desperate, thirsty person. Hu Lingai thought for a moment, then began to undo his clothes again. Su Tang was so startled she froze, even forgetting to cover her eyes with her hands. It was really because Hu Lingai never followed common sense. Is this something she should be seeing? But Hu Lingai's figure, without clothes, he's so well built. It gives an extreme visual impact. She couldn't help but be stunned. The bad fox isn't just incredibly handsome. Even his physique and aura are top tier. No wonder the original owner went to great lengths to get him. Watching the bad fox about to cut all his clothes off, Su Tang finally snapped out of it. She quickly covered her eyes with one hand, using the other hand to stop him. "Hu Lingai, stop. What are you trying to do?" The bad fox gently grabbed Su Tang's resisting hand, holding it in his palm, then leaned close to her ear and teased in a husky voice, Isn't this what you wanted before, Seventh Master? It was Ling Ai's fault in the past. But now, whatever Seventh Master wants, I'll give it all. This time, just leave everything to me. Hu Ling'ai gently stroked Su Tang's palm with his fingertips. Instantly, a tingling sensation, like an electric current, passed through her palm straight to her heart, making her heartstrings tremble violently. Su Tang tried to pull her hand back, but Hu Ling'ai held on too tightly, giving her no chance to escape. He pulled her closer bit by bit, till her hand finally rested on his chest. The clear sensation from her palm made her hand tremble involuntarily. She had never experienced anything like this before. What should I do now? This is temptation. Her mind went completely blank. For a moment, she forgot to react. The warmth transmitted from his palm felt like an electric current, making her body tremble lightly a few times. However, Hu Ling'ai's voice grew even huskier. Does Master Qi like it? Master Qi saved me. I give everything I have to Master Qi. I will protect Master Qi with my life. As he spoke, he tried to press Su Tang's fingers to continue moving downward. Su Tang could no longer bother covering her eyes. She hurriedly used her other hand to stop Ling Ai. Ling Ai, stop. I don't like it. I don't want anything. I did save your life. You just need to protect me properly. It really isn't necessary to be like this. She felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Although this was beneficial for her, it could upgrade her special ability. She could receive spatial rewards. But she still felt resistant in her heart. Hu Ling'ai saw Su Tang's intense reaction. He stopped his actions, feeling a bit unsettled in his heart. What did Master Qi say? Master Qi said you don't like it? Hu Ling'ai carefully studied Su Tang's expression, seeming not to believe what she said. Su Tang seized this moment, quickly withdrew her hand, rolled over, and moved her whole person directly to the inner corner of the bed, looking as if she was avoiding some terrifying monster. Only then did she nod. I just don't like it. So please don't do this anymore. Hu Ling'ai watched her behave like this. Only then did he realize she was telling the truth. Seeing her pale face and her pitiful, weak appearance, he felt somewhat guilty and annoyed with himself. Sorry, it seems I misunderstood. I thought Wife Master liked it. I thought Wife Master wanted this for him. Since Wife Master had saved his life, it was only natural if she wanted this, he would give it to her. After all, his life was hers anyway. Of course. At this moment, he himself didn't really mind either. Su Tang steadied her mind, shook her head. No, that's not it. Hu Ling'ai looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why? Once we form the contract, and I become Wife Master's true beast husband, I won't leave. Seeing Hu Ling'ai's confused expression, Su Tang opened her mouth to explain. Hu Ling'ai, this kind of thing requires mutual affection to work. I was wrong before, but I've corrected my ways. Now, all of you remain untouched, and you can gain your freedom. Afterwards, you can safely continue searching for a female beast to be your Wife Master. Hearing this, Hu Ling'ai's expression darkened at once. But Wife Master saved me. My life belongs to Wife Master. I know you have a sense of responsibility, but you just need to protect me for this period of time. Consider it my way of making up for the harm I caused you before. That way, when you leave, we'll be even, with no debts between us. Hu Ling'ai pondered for a moment. His fox-like eyes suddenly curved seductively, revealing an enchanting and alluring glow. Wife Master is unwilling now. That's fine. Then I will wait until the day Wife Master is willing again. Su Tang felt deeply helpless. Why this kind of response? Did she just speak for nothing then? At this time, the space system also began persuading the host. How can you push your beast husbands away? Each of them has exceptional talent and peerless beauty. If the host has a substantial relationship with them, the space rewards will be plentiful. Just from that one kiss, the space immediately released many items. At this rate, we could even have 2 acres of farmland. Host, you must think twice. Actually, when Su Tang faced Hualingai earlier, she also felt that it wasn't entirely impossible with them. I also feel that they're not impossible. Hualingai is exceptionally beautiful, and her figure is so good too. The key point is that he is her nominal beast husband. She isn't at a disadvantage. It's just a bit too sudden. She had no psychological preparation at all. But Su Tang was also thinking about finding a male beast she mutually likes outside to be her beast husband. To be together without any burdens. Not having to bear the things her previous self did. Not having to face Hualingai and the others. With that feeling of her former self having owed them. It's just very complicated. She herself can't quite explain it clearly. Looking at Su Tang. Lowering her head without speaking, Hualingai got on the bed and slowly approached her. Tentatively reaching out to gently hold her in his arms, Su Tang felt that the system's words actually made sense. So she did not push him away. The bad fox gently stroked her hair. His voice became gentle. Wife, master, it was my fault before. I wasn't good enough to wife master. It's understandable. That wife, master doesn't want this right now. But it will be different from now on. Although I don't understand this mutual affection you speak of, I will learn to understand these things. Please, wife master, don't push me away. Su Tang wanted to say something, but Hualingai simply didn't give her a chance to refuse, putting on a pitiful appearance. Wife master also knows. The Hu family isn't really my home. If I leave here, I won't have a home at all. I will hunt for you, wife master. Whatever you want to eat, I will get it. I will make sure wife master is well fed. And protect wife master properly. Listening to this, Su Tang thought about Hualingai's experiences. Her heart softened. Then you can stay here for now and see. When the time comes, you can still leave if you want. After a pause, Su Tang leaned against Hualingai's chest. Hualingai, since you are now treating me with sincerity, then I will also be honest with you. The reason I'm not letting you all leave right now is because with my current strength, I might get killed. That's why I set a 3-month time limit. Within this period, I will work hard to become stronger and find a way to protect myself. The way it was said that you would be allowed to leave is also true. Hualingai at this moment felt an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. It was somewhat uncomfortable. His throat moved. He lowered his voice and hummed. I believe you. It's just that the current 7th master is very good. So I don't want to leave anymore. If I were to leave, and those people from the Imperial City send assassins again to kill the 7th master, what should we do then? I don't want anything to happen to the 7th master at all. Su Tang was a bit moved. Then let's wait and see. We'll decide after more than 2 months. Perhaps by then, they will change their minds and want to leave. Words spoken in the moment don't mean much. What the bad fox said was also right. At the moment, she really does need their protection. However, the 2 people in the room did not know that at this time, when Nangxi was standing at the door, all the movements inside the room, as well as the conversation between the 2. When Nangxi heard everything clearly, and he never expected that the bad fox who originally wished to burn her to death, now actually wants to protect her for a lifetime. And at this time, when Nangxi was standing outside the door, listening to every word of their conversation, he whispered softly, Mutual affection? Originally, he was just worried about his wife and wanted to see her, afraid that Hua Lingai might overstep and do something. But he never expected to hear such a conversation. Perhaps this is what she truly feels in her heart. Wen Nangxi let out a soft sigh. Knowing that Hua Lingai wouldn't do anything, he felt relieved then. Just as he turned to leave, a bird flew towards him. His expression shifted slightly. This was a messenger mechanical bird. This kind of bird is different from ordinary birds. This mechanical bird has its own defensive capabilities. If someone tries to snatch it by force, the mechanical bird will self-destruct. Only a legendary family like the Mai family with profound heritage and full of mysterious qualities would possess such a thing. Clearly, the prescription from before wasn't delivered in the morning. Thinking of this, Wen Nangxi's expression turned grave. The mysterious abilities of the Mai family truly cannot be judged by ordinary means. On the other side of the stove, Zhao Jahan was inside the room boiling brown sugar. Wen Nangxi smelled the sweet aroma and showed a puzzled expression. This kind of sweet fragrance, is this sugar? Zhao Jahan nodded. When I went to the mountains with 7th Master today, we discovered sugar beets. 7th Master said sugar beets can be used to make sugar. When we go to the market, we can also sell these to earn gold coins. Wen Nangxi clearly remembered that he had given 7th Master gold coins. You say, why does 7th Master not use the gold coins we gave and insist on earning gold coins herself? Zhao Jahan's hand holding the ladle paused slightly. She spoke in a low voice. 7th Master probably thinks we will leave, so she feels that the gold coins she earns herself truly belong to her. When Nangxi heard this sentence, an indescribable sense of loss welled up in his heart. His heart felt as if it had been tugged, as if thinking of something. Was it safe for you all to go into the mountain forest today? Zhao Jahan couldn't help but think of that mysterious white beast. Paused for a moment and said, we saw a small beast today. It was somewhat peculiar. It appeared suddenly. It's very likely the legendary Ice Snow Spirit Beast. Ice Snow Spirit Beast. Wen Nangxi's mind was shaken. At the same time, Su Tang slept sweetly. When she woke up, the sky was completely dark. Master 7 is awake. How do you feel now? A concerned voice came from the side. Su Tang turned her head and saw Hua Lingai, who had been guarding here all along. Inside, he was still a bit dazed, pushing himself up to rise. The bad fox hurried forward to support and hold her, then let her whole body lean against his chest. Sitting like this would be more comfortable. Su Tang felt it was truly difficult for Hua Lingai, facing her half-disfigured face like this. He could still be gentle. He could even kiss her before. If it were her, she couldn't do it. Sensing the feeling in her body, recovered a bit of supernatural power. But now, it's not even half a level. This time, she is really too weak. Fortunately, there's nothing unusual with her body, and she has recovered some strength. How long did I sleep? This sleep. I was so addicted and dazed, not knowing how long it had been. The wife master has been asleep for about 2.5 hours. Su Tang blinked her eyes, looking at Hua Lingai, meeting the seductive gaze of the bad fox. She stammered with a tremble, asked, have you been here all along? I was worried about the wife, master, so I've been guarding here all along. If the wife master feels any discomfort, what else can I do for the wife master? As he spoke, Su Tang's breath was filled with his alluring scent, making her heartbeat quicken involuntarily a few times. Truly worthy of being a fox, able to easily captivate and enchant. Thank you. I'm fine now. You should go rest early too. Hua Lingai didn't want to go back. He needed to seize the time to cultivate so-called feelings. Wife master, are you hungry? I'll bring the food in. To make it convenient for the wife, master, to eat. No need for that. I'll go to the kitchen to eat. After saying that, she was about to get off the bed. Seeing this, Hu Lingai stood up first, reached out wanting to carry her over. Su Tang showed a helpless expression, quickly waved her hands to refuse. Hu Lingai felt a bit disappointed. Then, wife master, if you need anything, just call me. The two had just stepped out of the room, saw Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jahan still busy in the courtyard. Seeing them come out, Wen Nangxi spoke gently. The wife master is awake. You must be hungry. I've already prepared the meal. It's kept warm in the pot. I'll serve it right out for you to eat. Su Tang was a little touched. Had Wen Nangxi already cooked for her? This feeling of being gently cared for was really nice. But she still didn't dare let herself grow attached or accustomed to it. No matter how they treated her, she had to maintain calm and rationality. She understood in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had displayed an evolved ability and could heal injuries, that they were taking such good care of her. It definitely wasn't because of feelings, but on the surface, she would still appear peaceful. She wouldn't let them notice anything, because during this time she still needed their protection. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Wen Nangxi looked at her, at the aloof and calm expression between her brows and eyes. He couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart. She still didn't fully trust them. Probably because they hadn't done well enough before, hadn't given her enough sense of security. Perhaps it was because they had once thought about leaving. Before, he could see through her at a glance, but now, no matter what, he couldn't see through her. As if she were veiled in layers of mystery. They didn't even understand her abilities. Moreover, there had never been a precedent for a female beast to have an ability, let alone an evolved ability. Wen Nangxi thought about these things in his heart, but his hands never stopped moving. First, he served out all the rice from the pot. Then he brought out the hot lamb soup. Here, Wen Nangxi and Hu Lingai sat to the side, watching Su Tang eat, and Zhao Jahan in front of the stove was still focused on simmering the brown sugar. Su Tang's expression shifted slightly, put down her chopsticks. You all should eat together too. Wife master is tired. Wife master, you eat first. Su Tang glanced at the mutton soup in the pot, thought that if she were alone, it should probably be enough. But if they were to eat together, they'd probably worry she wouldn't get enough to eat. She shook her head. I'll make scallion pancakes for everyone. Wen Nangxi, afraid she would tire herself, said gently, Wife, master, tell me how to make them. I'll do it. No need. You don't know how yet. I'll make them once first. Next time you'll know how to do it. As she spoke, she started working. Her movements were fast and deft. Soon, one scallion pancake after another was done. Hu Lingai, watching Su Tang's appearance, felt somewhat dazed. At this moment, he ignored that half of her face, only feeling she had a moving, magical aura about her. So focused and captivating. Wen Nangxi, seeing her pale face, still doing these things, couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. He knew the current her was serious and determined, handling everything personally. She was no longer that vicious person anymore. Zhao Jahan to the side, just glanced back, then continued simmering the brown sugar. Afterwards, Wen Nangxi very naturally took charge of tending the fire. Hu Lingai wanted to help, but couldn't find a way. Could only go to the yard to chop firewood. In the past, in order not to have much contact with Su Tang, every time he would hide in the yard to chop wood. He could even work from morning until night. But now, chopping wood again. Hu Lingai felt somewhat unsettled in his heart. Soon, the aroma of scallion pancakes came from inside the house. On the other side, Mai Kinkin was lying down, resting in his own room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep no matter what. His mind was filled with images of Su Tang, treating Hu Lingai. How bizarre. Why does he always think of her? Going crazy. Kinkin had no drowsiness at all. He had no choice but to get up. The moment he opened the door, a wave of food fragrance wafted over. He didn't feel hungry at first, but after smelling this scent, His stomach embarrassingly started growling. At first, he thought Su Tang had come up with a new trick to deal with Wen Nangxi and the others, using food to lure them, in order to drug them at any time. But after so many days, none of them seemed to have been drugged. Even Hua Lingai's active advances were rejected by her. If it were before, Su Tang would have already latched onto him. But it's said she was just asleep. Asleep? Why is he so unwilling to believe it? My Kinkin rubbed his temples with the headache, trying hard to calm himself down, not to think about these things, not to think about anything related to Su Tang. After Su Tang finished making the scallion pancakes, she reheated the lamb soup in the pot. He served a bowl to everyone and added a few pieces of scallion pancake. Everyone, sit down and eat. Hearing the call to eat, Hua Lingai couldn't wait to put down the firewood in his hands. He quickly ran into the house. Seventh Master is amazing. This food smells really delicious. So, Seventh Master, I won't leave. If I leave, I won't be able to eat such delicious food. Hearing this, Su Tang smiled. Then next time I cook, you can learn by my side. Once you've learned, you can make it yourself whenever you want to eat. You won't need to rely on others, nor will you have to stay because of food. Hearing these words, Hua Lingai showed a look of annoyance. Why did he have to say that? He made Seventh Master misunderstand him. No, even if I make it, or someone else makes it, it won't be this taste. I just like what Seventh Master makes. Su Tang actually understood very well. Hua Lingai sometimes says a lot of sweet words, but they aren't heartfelt. He's just saying them casually. She didn't take it seriously either. Hurry up and eat. Try how it tastes. Hua Lingai was already a bit hungry. He couldn't resist taking a big bite of the scallion pancake. So fragrant and delicious. So even scallions can be this delicious. This meal, everyone ate very contentedly. Only my Kinkin was suffering alone. After eating their fill, Wen Nangxi then brought up the little beast from the daytime. The seventh princess said that should be the legendary ice and snow spirit beast. Su Tang's expression shifted. She murmured, so that was the ice and snow spirit beast. No wonder it was so beautiful. Are they extremely rare? More precisely, for hundreds of years, no one has ever seen an ice and snow spirit beast. Only in ancient texts from centuries ago are there records about the ice and snow spirit beast. Everyone has already tacitly assumed that the ice and snow spirit beast is extinct, gone for good. Su Tang was somewhat puzzled. Why are they so rare and precious? Is it because their blood can be used to make miraculous elixirs? It's precisely because the magical spirit medicine made from their blood is said to have effects that can reverse life and death, regenerate flesh and bone. Centuries ago, they were hunted on a large scale. Later, it was heard they were driven to extinction. Just thinking about the tragic experiences of that little beast's kin. Perhaps he is the only surviving ice and snow spirit beast. Her heart softened a little. The people of the beast world continent also follow the rule of the strong preying on the weak. Hunting such a beautiful little beast is too cruel. Wen Nangxi continued. Ancient texts record that during the growth process of the ice and snow spirit beast, they gather the spiritual energy of heaven, earth, ice, and snow, transforming into human form. They are all male beasts. Naturally, they possess peerless beauty and are deeply emotional and passionate by nature. They will only develop feelings for one female beast in their entire life. Once they fall in love, they remain faithful until death. Actually, they are very powerful and extremely intelligent, but they cannot escape the trap of love. It is said that several hundred years ago, many great clans would use beautiful female beasts to approach them, to seduce them into developing feelings. Honger would then hunt and kill them. Hearing this, Su Tang trembled with anger. It's too cruel. How could someone use love to kill? And especially the pure and emotional ice snow spirit beasts. The cunning fox quickly, gently patted Su Tang's back. Seventh Master, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over this. Not to mention hunting ice snow spirit beasts. Some forces, for their own benefit, kill beast people without even batting an eye. Hearing this, Su Tang calmed down a little. Wen Nangxi reached out and gently stroked Su Tang's head. Seventh Master, don't be sad. This is just an ancient record. It might not be true. Moreover, ancient texts also record that some ice snow spirit beasts willingly sacrifice themselves for the female beasts. But as for the specifics, no one can go back hundreds of years to see for themselves. Su Tang's eyes flickered. About the ice snow spirit beast we saw today, can we all agree not to speak of it? Can it just stay between us? Her eyes held a pleading expression. For some reason, she just didn't want that ice snow spirit beast to come to harm. Hearing this, the three of them also nodded in agreement without hesitation. But in their hearts, each had their own thoughts. Seeing them nod, Su Tang then set her heart at ease. She knew the three of them had noble status, and that they would not speak of the matters they had promised to keep. She straightened her expression. Don't you worry. The issues with your bodies, I will help you cure them all. So there's no need to set your sights on the ice snow spirit beast. Wen Nangxi looked at her gently and with affection. Rest assured, the ice snow spirit beast isn't so easy to deal with. It is born with formidable strength, overpowering all beastmen. If it does not fall in love, no one can do anything to it. Actually, Su Tang didn't know either why she cared so much about the ice snow spirit beast, but she just felt from the bottom of her heart that the little beast was so good, so intelligent, and should not be harmed. Right, there's one more thing I want to tell everyone. Su Tang looked at them seriously and solemnly. Seeing this, everyone's expressions also turned serious. It's like this. I think going out to hunt recently is very dangerous. Everyone should stop going to the mountains and forests to hunt for now. Hu's fox like eyes narrowed seductively. Is the wife worried about us? It's really nothing. I'll just be more careful next time. Whatever beast meat you want to eat, wife, I will get it for you. Wen Nangxi also chimed in afterwards. Wife, you don't need to worry. What happened today was because we were unprepared. We will be more careful in the future. In a few more months, the snow season will be upon us. Once the snow season arrives, there will be at least 3 months when hunting is impossible. Taking advantage of this period, we still need to store more food to safely get through it. Su Tang knew that what everyone said made sense, but she still advised. I plan to cultivate a field in the back and plant some crops. We can also eat vegetable blood traces. At least we won't go hungry. Also, in a few days it will be the nurse. If the things we prepare can be sold, we will have gold coins. Then we can buy food. You won't have to laboriously go hunting in the mountains and forests. She knew that there were people in the Beast Emperor city who wanted to kill her. And also those 5 beast husbands who terminated the contract probably also wanted to kill her for revenge. Thinking of this, the corner of her mouth curled into a sarcastic arc. She needed to make preparations early. Now that Wen Nangxi and the others are willing to protect her, then she will also do her best to protect them. Wife, we are your beast husbands. We should be the ones taking care of you and cherishing you. How can we let you earn gold coins to support us? We cannot enjoy these things. Yes, wife, we cannot rely on you to earn money to support us. I will go get gold coins for you later, wife. Wife, you don't need to work so hard. It's not like that. Su Tang knew that being tough with these people was useless, so it was better to discuss things kindly and reasonably with everyone. If something really happens to you, then there will be no one to protect me. I am still very weak right now. So can we not go deep into the mountains for now? Let's slow down. After some time has passed, when it's safe, when everything's fine, then we can go. Okay, Su Tang spoke with genuine sincerity. No one could refuse her. And so the matter was settled just like that. After the meal, Su Tang got up, planning to go back to her room to sleep again. Hua Lingai also closely followed Su Tang, wanting to enter the room. She quickly stopped the bad fox by the door. You all should go and rest too. Hua Lingai's fox eyes looked innocent. I want to guard my wife. This way I can protect my wife. She felt somewhat helpless. I'm not used to having people inside the room. I won't be able to rest well. The light in Hua Lingai's fox eyes dimmed slightly. He could only speak aggrievedly. If my wife needs anything, just call for me. I will appear, I know. Before Hua Lingai could say anything more, Su Tang shut the door with a slam, then locked it from the inside. Hua Lingai, standing at the door, heard the sound of the lock. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. She actually locked the door. She never used to lock her door before. Of course. Back then, he always kept his distance from her doorway, firmly unwilling to enter her room. Now that he wants to enter, he can't get in. Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jihan had extremely sharp hearing. Naturally, they heard the sound too. The two of them were silent. Their expressions were also varied. Su Tang had just laid down on the bed. Then she entered the space. She wanted to see today's harvest. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the field had expanded. It was already a full 2 acres. Some food had also been unlocked, all of which she needed most right now. The space system could sense Su Tang's excitement. Its tone was like presenting a treasure. Host, you see, I was right. As long as I level up. These are all rewards. Our space crops grow fast. And the yield is high. So the host definitely won't have to worry about food. A smile appeared on Su Tang's face. That's true. Now, we can grow more grains. In the future, we won't lack flour-based food to eat. I never thought one kiss could have such an effect. Because this was the host's first kiss. That's why it triggered so many rewards at once. Once you have an excellent beast husband, the kind that is both in name and reality, this spirit spring water will become inexhaustible. The spirit spring water is really good stuff. Host, if you feel the fields aren't enough, you can also kiss Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jihan. The fields should be able to expand further. Su Tang listened to the system's incessant chatter, feeling already immune to it. You really spare no effort in persuading me. That's because I'm afraid the host will take it too seriously. This is the world of beastmen. The host still needs to follow local customs. The system blabbered on a lot more. Su Tang didn't continue the conversation with it. I planted some leeks and potatoes in the space. Then I left the space. The next morning, my kinkin was once again tormented by the aroma of food. He hadn't eaten last night or this morning. He was so hungry he could barely walk. Just as he was about to go out, he saw Su Tang busy working in a corner of the courtyard. He habitually started to show a mocking expression. But then he remembered last night's events. My kinkin restrained his expression. He composed his features. His phoenix eyes were deep and somber. At this moment, Su Tang was seriously focused on her task. Suddenly, she felt a cold, eerie aura behind her. She involuntarily looked up towards the side. Her gaze directly met my kinkin's captivating, profound phoenix eyes. The bright smile that was originally on her face instantly vanished completely. My kinkin's appearance was still cold and sharp at this moment. Magnificent and exquisitely beautiful. However, his aura was too gloomy and cold. Especially those phoenix eyes that held affection. As if he hadn't rested well all night. Su Tang was afraid that if someone hadn't rested well, they might have a bad temper upon waking. Her expression instantly became guarded. Was he going to try something again? She held the ancient knife in front of her, involuntarily adopting a defensive posture. Seeing her like this, my kinkin suddenly let out a light laugh. He slowly walked closer to Su Tang. Am I really that scary? If I really wanted to do something, do you think your little ability could stop me? Besides, that bone dagger of yours is extremely fragile. Su Tang's expression grew even more guarded. My Qingqin, have you taken the wrong medicine again? I've already given you the prescription, said it could save your mother. If you don't believe it, that's your own business. Mentioning the prescription and the thing you promised. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. My Qingqin glanced at Su Tang, but instead handed her his life-bound sword. Since you still have energy, then help me repair my sword. Because of her, he hadn't rested well all night. His mind was full of her figure. One moment, it was her vicious appearance. The next it was her repairing components. Then it was how she looked yesterday. He couldn't tell which one was the real her. It left his mind in some disarray. Once you fix it, I'll give you this blade of mine. As he spoke, my Qingqin took out a small, sharp knife. This is much better than that ancient knife you're holding. If you use this knife to stab me, you might actually manage to pierce through. Saying this, my Qingqin drew the knife from its sheath, revealing a sharp and exquisite blade, gleaming under the sunlight. With just a slight glance, one could tell it was an excellent blade. Su Tang's eyes uncontrollably lit up. She also liked fine weapons. At this moment, the space system became excited. Host, this blade is a magical instrument. Moreover, there are mechanisms on it. It can hide many silver needles inside. It suits you very well, host. Listening to the spatial system's words, Su Tang wanted it even more. But thinking of my Qingqin's relationship with her current body, she was somewhat worried he might play some trick. Are you sure there are no tricks on this, right? My Qingqin leaned against the nearby wall and said indifferently, if I wanted to play tricks, why would I need to give you a blade like this? I merely hope for my life-bound sword to recover quickly. That's all. Su Tang looked carefully at my Qingqin. She always felt the morning sunlight at this moment blurred his features, making it hard to discern his expression. However, what he said should be the truth. Lei Qingqin looked at Su Tang's expression and added, besides, you haven't repaired my life-bound sword yet. The prescription's effect is still uncertain. I can't let you die, can I? Host, take this blade. It's not a loss at all. And what he said now should be true. He probably saw that Hua Lingai was injured yesterday and thought the surrounding area isn't safe. So he's giving you this blade for self-defense. Listening to the spatial system's analysis, Su Tang found it very reasonable. She was thinking, and about to agree, when, right at that moment, when Nangxi returned, he darted over like a gust of wind. He immediately hugged Su Tang to protect her. Then he looked at my Qingqin with dangerous eyes. What do you want to do? If you dare do anything to my wife, Wen Nangxi will fight you to the death. Although Wen Nangxi usually has a gentle and elegant demeanor, at this moment, he seemed to have raised sharp thorns. His entire body carried a dangerous, icy killing intent. My Qingqin raised his eyebrows and narrowed his phoenix eyes. He looked at Su Tang with a faint, ambiguous smile. We were just talking. Isn't that right, my wife? This was the first time my Qingqin had called her wife. His tone rose at the end, a cadence that could easily stir one's soul. It sounded like the soft, intimate whispers between lovers. Yet Su Tang couldn't help but shiver. She was certain that my Qingqin wanted to kill her. There was absolutely no affection in his feelings for her. So she always felt that my Qingqin was scheming something. When Nangxi held Su Tang in his embrace, feeling her slight tremble, his grip tightened even more. Don't be afraid, he whispered softly. His words instantly soothed Su Tang's heart. Su Tang immediately felt a sense of security, but she remained highly wary of my Qingqin. I will help you repair your life-bound sword, but I won't take this blade. She wanted no unearned rewards. No matter how good something was, she wouldn't accept it. They say beauty is poisonous. She didn't even trust my Qingqin, let alone use a blade he gave without any reservations. Moreover, taking his knife, wouldn't that make it impossible to clear the relationship? She didn't want to have anything to do with Mike. Hearing her words, Mai Qingqian's expression changed. Feng Mu's clear light shifted, then became still and cold. He could see. She really liked this knife, wanted it very much, but never expected her to refuse. The man never imagined. The first time he showed goodwill and prepared to give away his ancestral treasure, it was actually refused by his wife. At this moment, Mai Qingqian had a face of disbelief. He could see. Su Tang really liked this knife. She clearly wanted it. Even when Nangxi nearby was shocked for a moment, Mai Qingqian actually wanted to give this magical knife to Su Tang. This knife wasn't just a magical instrument. Usually, Qingqian never parted with it. It's said to be a birthday gift from his grandfather when he was young. It held extraordinary meaning for him. And now his grandfather was long gone. He actually wanted to give this knife to Su Tang. Or did he want to use this knife for something? When Nangxi knew how deep the grudge between Mai Qingqian and Su Tang was, naturally, he didn't believe they could get along well. Mai Qingqian lazily laughed, took back the dagger, didn't say anything more, just turned and left, and didn't ask Su Tang to continue helping repair the life-bound sword. Su Tang frowned as she watched his retreating figure. She felt he was acting strange today. When Nangxi looked at her with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Tang shook her head, "I'm fine." When Nangxi looked down at her, although he had many doubts in his heart, he didn't ask further. Remembering what Su Tang said last night about wanting to farm the land herself, he looked at the ground beneath her feet and asked softly, "Do you need this plot turned over? Let me do it." Hearing this, Su Tang then remembered the main task. I was thinking of growing some vegetables here. And potatoes. Then we could just pick vegetables at home for meals later. The northern Luo tribe has vast land and sparse population. If we can utilize all the land and grow more food, you wouldn't have to go into the mountains and forests every day. After hearing Su Tang's explanation, Wen Nangxi thought for a moment and said, "Later, I will find some stones and build a wall enclosure from the back. It will be like a backyard." Since she wanted to do these things, then he would support her. He only wanted her to be happy. After Su Tang finished listening, her eyes curved into a smile. "Then can you make the enclosure a bit larger? Later, plan to raise some chickens and ducks. Then we can have chicken and duck eggs anytime. We can also use duck eggs to make salted duck eggs for pastries or for cooking." When Nangxi, seeing her happy appearance, his own gentle, picturesque brows and eyes also carried a smile. He dotingly rubbed her head. In the following few days, when Nangxi and the others indeed all followed Su Tang's arrangements, they did not go into the mountain forests again. But they still helped with tasks at home. They made brown sugar. They roasted melon seeds. They even built the back perimeter wall, giving Su Tang the extremely large backyard she had always dreamed of. Everything progressed in an orderly manner according to plan. Meanwhile, at this time, the mechanical bird from the Beast Emperor's city flew back to the Mai family. The head of the Mai family, at the first moment, took down the letter carried by the mechanical bird. Seeing the contents on it, even the always steady Mai family head could no longer sit still. A storm of astonishment surged in his heart. After a long while, he finally sighed with emotion and said, the decision back then was indeed not wrong. Fortunately, he had married his son over. This was the revelation obtained from opening the Mai family altar. The Mai family head, holding the prescription, hurriedly had someone summon the Mai family's dedicated auxiliary physician, Dr. Zhao. Looking at the prescription in his hand, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He exclaimed excitedly, "Marvelous, marvelous, family head. May I ask which senior created this prescription?" Seeing the usually steady Dr. Zhao in such a state of discomposure, the Mai family head did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Dr. Zhao, is there any problem with this prescription?" Dr. Zhao, with a serious face, said, "This prescription is excellent. Just relying on this prescription can gently nourish the body. This way, there will also be time to continue searching for the mystical frost flower." Upon hearing this, the My family head could not conceal his joy. "Call the butler immediately. Tell him to hurry to the storeroom and prepare the medicine. The madam has been unconscious for many days. He doesn't know how worried he is inside." After all the instructions were given, only then did he feel relieved. Just now, he looked over the prescription. The medicinal herbs listed on it are quite common. They can be found in their own storeroom. Thinking of this, the head of the My family vaguely sensed that Su Tang is not as the rumors say. Perhaps when she was in the Beast Emperor City, she had been hiding her abilities. Such a good person must not be known by the people of Beast Emperor City. If they were to find out how outstanding Su Tang is, what if the 5 people who forcibly broke off the engagement regret it? Looking at the assistant physician, still waiting for his answer, My family head thought for a moment before speaking. "Dr. Zhao, it's not that I'm not saying it. It is precisely because of this prescription. It was brought back by someone in the early morning. You also know he's now following, having been exiled. We're not allowed to talk about these matters." Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhao expressed understanding. He sighed with regret. Young Master AI is so brilliantly talented and exceptional. Yet he was forcibly taken by someone like Miss Su Tang, seized by her. And now, he has followed her to the bitterly cold northern regions. Exile is truly arduous. The My family head spoke candidly. For men, being lean is fine. It's good to get more exercise. Then he revealed an inscrutable smile. Some people and some things may seem unfavorable. But who can truly know their real nature? If this prescription is truly effective, and Su Tang is really as described in the early morning letter, possessing a purification ability, the My family's initial decision was indeed correct. Seeing that the head of the My family didn't wish to speak, Dr. Zhao didn't press further. The head of the My family personally finished brewing the medicine, then entered the room. At this time, Madame Mai was still unconscious. The head of the My family carefully scooped a spoonful of medicine and fed it to Madame Mai. "This is the prescription our son sent back. You will recover after drinking it." Although his wife was unconscious, the head of the My family knew she was still aware, especially since she worried most about their son. Mentioning their son, she would drink subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the prescription was extremely effective. After 2 hours, Madame Mai slowly woke up. Dr. Zhao hurried forward to check her pulse. Madame's condition had improved greatly, and some vitality had returned to her body. Following this prescription, and drinking it for a few more days, Madame's body will gradually get better. After continuously drinking the medicine for several days, Madame Mai clearly felt the changes in her body. Not only did she have strength, but she also no longer felt dizzy. She was very grateful to Su Tang. "Husband, we must properly thank Tang Tang. Write a letter to our son and tell him to treat her well. Previously, when she returned with our son for the first visit after marriage, she even deliberately insulted and angered me. So you don't mind and aren't angry anymore?" When Madame Mai spoke of Su Tang, her tone was entirely affectionate. "I was indeed worried before. But after drinking the medicine, my body feels filled with strength. It shows that Su Tang's medical skills are remarkable. We all misunderstood her before. She is an excellent woman. I hope our son can treat his wife well and find his own happiness." The My family head sighed with emotion. "Fortunately, back then, I opened the altar at the cost of dropping 2 levels of supernatural power, and seriously asked whether my Kinkin should be married off. The result showed that Miss Su is an extraordinary person. For the sake of the My family, and for my Kinkin's own good, he must be married to Miss Su. The marriage cannot be refused." The decision back then was indeed correct. The My Lady began to urge. Then hurry up and write a letter. Also, have someone bring more things for Su Tang. Our son has a proud temperament. I'm just afraid he might hold a grudge against Su Tang for what happened before. Persuade him more in your letter. Also, tell him about my health condition. Now, even if we can't find the Millennium Mystical Frost Flower, the My Lady's health won't have any major issues. There is nothing for the two of them to worry about now. The only thing they can't let go of is my Kinkin. On the other side, Hu Lingai looked down at Su Tang. His fox-like eyes slightly moved. Even his gaze is so captivating. Thank you, master, for brewing medicine for me every day. I can feel that the remaining fire poison is almost gone. His body has become much lighter. This feeling of not being tormented by the fire poison invasion is too comfortable. Su Tang always felt that her mind would be bewitched by his captivating, fox-like eyes. She quickly averted her gaze. That's good. At this moment, her face was reflected in the bad fox's eyes. Hu Lingai carefully studied her. Since some time ago, he felt that the disfigurement marks on half of Su Tang's face had faded a lot. Su Tang seemed to feel Hu Lingai's burning gaze. She touched the disfigured half of her face with her hand. Is it very frightening? Although Su Tang didn't care much about appearance, surviving in the Beast World continent with a disfigured face was also a bit problematic. Actually, her face was quite beautiful and pretty. It's just that half of it was disfigured. Just at this moment, Hu Lingai extended his slender, jade-like fingers, gently touching Su Tang's half-face. His movements were gentle. It's not frightening at all. I just feel heartache for you, wife. I used to think you accidentally disfigured your face, but now I know you were poisoned. I don't know who could be so cruel. If I find out, I will definitely avenge you, wife. Su Tang looked up and met Hu Lingai's gaze. She found no disgust or disdain in it. Unlike when she first transmigrated here, when everyone avoided her like she was a snake or scorpion, she thought that perhaps through their time together recently, everyone's impression of her had improved somewhat. Hu Lingai, Wen Nangxi, and Zhao Jahan probably wouldn't kill her now. But my Kinkin was hard to say. There's still Shen Xin who hasn't shown up yet. Shen Xin's disgust and murderous intent towards her, probably no less than my Kinkin's, so she still can't let her guard down. Must gather strength early. Prepare herself. Suddenly, Hu Lingai leaned close to Su Tang's ear and said, "What should we do, Seventh Master? I both hope Seventh Master's poison is cured, and don't want Seventh Master's appearance restored." His breath drifted by her ear, bringing a slightly itchy sensation, as if a feather was plucking at her heartstrings. Su Tang's eyelashes trembled violently, instinctively asking why. The bad fox smiled seductively. Naturally, I don't want others to discover how good my wife is. As he spoke, he deliberately bent down, revealing his exquisite collarbone, even letting people see his 8-pack abs with just a glance down. But Su Tang didn't look sideways or glance, firmly resisting temptation. Watching Su Tang's evasive demeanor, Hu Lingai felt a sense of defeat. Was he not being obvious enough? Why wasn't his wife willing to get close to him yet? Zhao Jahan was weaving a rattan chair nearby, naturally saw this scene. His clear gaze flickered. For some reason, a strange feeling surged in his heart. He couldn't figure out what was happening either. So he suppressed the emotions in his heart and continued weaving the rattan chair. Su Tang looked at the always busy Zhao Jahan. A wave of heartache welled up inside her. "Jihan, why don't you take a break for a while? These aren't urgent." Since Zhao Jahan learned how to weave, he has already made quite a few things. She looked at his exquisite fingers. She was so afraid he would get hurt by those sharp vines. Zhao Jahan heard Su Tang speak. His clear, cool eyes and brows rippled with moonlight. "It's fine, I'm not tired. What else does Master need woven? Tell me." Su Tang thought Zhao Jahan was just too sincere. She simply decided not to say anything more. Nothing for now. These are enough. She sighed with emotion, since everyone was being so capable. She was also willing to use all her tricks to make delicious food for everyone. But just at that moment, Su Tang felt as if the sunlight above her head was blocked. She looked up and reflexively stepped back several paces. The smile on her face instantly vanished. "My Kinkin, it's me. Why have you come back again?" A dark, gloomy light flashed through my Kinkin's cold, deep phoenix eyes. "It seems my wife does not wish for my return." Su Tang's lips moved slightly. She truly did hope my Kinkin would never come back. Seeing Su Tang's subtle expression, my Kinkin knew exactly what she was thinking. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold, subtle arc. He smiled lazily. "What to do? I cannot disappear. I am your beast, husband. This is my home. I still have to come back." Su Tang didn't want to have a conflict with my Kinkin. "I didn't say you can't come back." My Kinkin looked at her tense and guarded reaction. His imposing aura faded. Casually explained, "You don't need to be so nervous. These days, I had someone fuse the profound spirit iron with my lifebound sword and forge them together." As he spoke, my Kinkin took out his lifebound sword. At this moment, the sword was no longer its previous shabby appearance, as if it had been remolded. The blade was slender. The sword aura was sharp and cold, as if carrying endless power. Looking at this sword, if it weren't for the faint traces of black energy it still carried, it would simply be a world-shaking, treasured sword. No wonder my Kinkin treasured it so much. My Kinkin paused for a moment, then spoke, "Thank you for your profound spirit, body. This sword still has some aura tainted by darkness. Could I trouble you to help me repair it again?" Su Tang, hearing his words, felt it was all very strange. Had my Kinkin taken the wrong medicine? Why was he speaking to her in this tone? She looked up at my Kinkin, meeting his cold yet gorgeous phoenix eyes, once full of cold sternness and disgust. Now his expression was much more peaceful, no longer carrying that aggressive, confrontational aura. My Kinkin, let her look. Should I move closer? So you can take a better look. Whether what I'm saying is true or not. Su Tang grabbed the sword, quickly retreated a few steps. "No need. I'll fix the sword for you right now." These days, her supernatural abilities had recovered somewhat. Repairing the sword was more than sufficient. Taking the sword, Su Tang could clearly feel that this sword was different from before. The sword body was very light, as if it possessed life. Holding it actually gave her a sense of familiarity. She didn't delay any longer, directly circulated her wood element supernatural ability, infusing it into the spirit sword. A stream of green light continuously poured into the spirit sword. Su Tang's spirit suddenly entered a sea of consciousness. Before her eyes was a mist. As she walked in, the mist gradually dispersed. It turned out to be a place of lush green grass, where birds sang and flowers scented the air. But not far away, a dark aura still lingered. It seemed some power was summoning her from there. As she walked over, her natural aura, surrounded by green light, completely purified the dark energy. Reaching the end of the path, under a tree in the corner, a man reclined against the tree trunk. Although he wore a mask on his face, the lower half of his face, visible beneath the mask, revealed his features. They were like finely carved, beautiful jade, fair and clear. His posture was tall and graceful, like a jade tree. His black hair was like ink, not tied up, just left loose. A cold, gloomy wind blew, lifting his sleeves and strands of hair. He had a natural, transcendent aura, yet he was enveloped by a dark aura, making him seem like a rose in the dark night, giving people a peculiar feeling. As the dark aura was about to completely devour him, Su Tang quickly activated her wood-type ability to purify him. After the dark aura on him completely dissipated, the surrounding air became fresher. Even the tree next to them suddenly blossomed with peach flowers. A fresh breeze blew, causing them to flutter down, creating a kind of aesthetic feeling. Su Tang looked at the man on the ground. Feeling somewhat curious, she reached out her hand, wanting to tentatively touch his mask. At that moment, the man opened his clear, moist peach blossom eyes, their depths like an unfathomable dark pool, carrying a cold, icy glint. But the moment he saw Su Tang, they instead revealed a soft warmth. "Miss, was it you who saved me?" Su Tang was stunned by his beauty. "You are." Originally, she had been repairing Mai Kinkin's life-bound sword. Never expected that after her spirit connected with it, she suddenly arrived here. She didn't even know what place this was. "I am the sword spirit." Hearing this, Su Tang showed a shocked expression. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly. "You are the sword spirit? Can a sword spirit even cultivate a human form?" Su Tang found it somewhat unbelievable. Seemingly aware of Su Tang's doubt, a light laugh, like a murmur, escaped from the corner of his mouth. "When I am the sword spirit, it was the girl who used mysterious spirit, iron and supernatural power to awaken me." As he spoke, he reached out his hand. Su Tang's eyelashes trembled. She wanted to dodge, but was interrupted by the sword spirit. "Don't move." The sword spirit raised its hand and took the peach blossom petal that had fallen on her hair. He looked at the peach tree nearby, as if reminiscing about something. "This tree hasn't bloomed for a long time, but now, it's suddenly full of blossoms. Girl, would you like some wine? Shall I brew some peach blossom wine for you? Or perhaps you'd like some peach blossom pastry? I can make that for you too." Su Tang felt everything before her was very unreal. It made her feel dazed. She didn't know if what she was hearing was real either. Or perhaps peach blossom pudding, peach blossom cake. When he spoke, his voice was soft and ethereal, carrying a dreamlike quality. It was also like a spring breeze, threading its way subtly into one's heart, making people trust him involuntarily. Su Tang's expression shifted. She snapped back to reality. "No need. I don't eat things from strangers. Don't like food made from peach blossoms? Then I'll make you something else. What does the girl like to eat? I can make anything for you." Such a gentle voice. Its tone carried a faint, almost imperceptible temptation. Su Tang's heartstrings nearly jumped. She tried hard not to be bewitched. "It's fine. No need to trouble you, young master. I should be going back now." As she spoke, she made to rise and leave. The man gently grasped Su Tang's wrist. "The young lady was just looking at my mask. Did you want to take it off and have a look?" Su Tang blinked her eyes. Just this person's chin. Half of his face is so perfectly exquisite. His appearance must be very outstanding. She was just a little curious. Can it be taken off? She thought if it could be taken off, why wear a mask? He gave an elegant smile. His gaze was as soft as a cloud. His voice held a trace of laughter. "My real appearance can only be shown to my wife. If the young lady becomes my wife, I can take it off right now." Su Tang was immediately greatly startled, hastily pressed down on his hand that was removing the mask. "No, I'm not curious. I won't look, farewell." After saying that, she ran away at lightning speed. In the heavy mist, Su Tang suddenly snapped back to reality. A soft whisper still echoed in her ears. "Young lady, we will meet again." Mai Kinkin looked at her flushed cheeks, felt it was very strange. And at this time, Su Tang held this sword. As if handing a hot potato, she passed it to Mai Kinkin. "The sword is completely fixed now. You take good care of it." Then she slowly let out a sigh of relief and ran away as if fleeing. Mai Kinkin looked at the sword in his hand. It was indeed his life-bound sword, no mistake. But it carried an indescribable sense of strangeness. What exactly just happened? Why did Su Tang's expression suddenly change, her face flushing? What's going on? Su Tang hurriedly ran to the backyard. But she was somewhat absent-minded. She didn't notice an uneven spot on the ground. Suddenly, she twisted her foot and was about to fall. Wen Nangxi, like a gust of wind, gently picked her up, his face full of worry and concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Hearing Wen Nangxi's gentle voice, Su Tang finally snapped back to reality. It's nothing. I was just walking a bit too fast. She struggled to free herself from Wen Nangxi's embrace. I'm going to go bake bread now. Wife, let me help you. Hua Lingai, who was nearby, hurried over to curry favor. If he didn't find an opportunity to get closer now, his wife would only remember Wen Nangxi's kindness. Su Tang felt that if she let Hua Lingai help by her side, she wouldn't even need to bake bread anymore. She still needed to find some task to send him away. Hua Lingai, the water in the vat is running low. Could you go fetch some more water? Upon hearing this, Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes curved slightly. All right, whatever my wife needs me to do, I will do. After Hua Lingai left, Su Tang slowly let out a sigh of relief. If things continued like this with Hua Lingai, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from being moved. Ever since she used her purification ability to save him last time, he had become like a different person, always sticking close to her, trying to please her at every turn. She is not made of stone. Even the sturdiest ice will be melted by his passion. But the deeds of the past lie before them. Will they truly let go and fall for each other? Su Tang does not allow herself to get hurt, so she wants to protect her heart. Well, perhaps the way they are now is because, due to his husbandly upbringing and sense of duty, he instinctively takes care of her. Wen Nangxi looks at Su Tang, noticing her absent-minded expression. Wife, do you have something on your mind? Or are you worried about something? Wen Nangxi, you said you wouldn't leave. I don't want to force any of you into anything. But if one day, you meet a female beast you like, and want to leave, I will still set you free. So Wen Nangxi's gentle, picturesque gaze darkens. He doesn't want to hear her speak these words that push him away anymore. He pulls her close, lowers his head, and kisses her lips. He just wants to block her mouth from speaking. He doesn't want to hear her heartless words. But he never expected her scent to be so sweet. He never expected the usually gentle and refined Wen Nangxi to be so direct. He originally just didn't want to hear her say those heartless words. But in the end, he found it somewhat hard to restrain himself. Su Tang, in a daze, feels that everything around her is filled with Wen Nangxi's faint, bamboo-like fragrance. The scent is light and enchanting, making it impossible to resist. Her mind goes blank, and she finds it even harder to breathe. After a long while, Wen Nangxi gently releases her. With slender, jade-like fingers, gently caressed her lips. Be good. Don't say such things anymore. I am your beast husband. I won't leave. He couldn't bear to hear words like that. Wen Nangxi looked down at her. His picturesque gaze was heavy, carrying an extreme sense of oppression. Su Tang felt a bit like hiding, but her body was trapped between him and the wall, with no way to escape. Has wife master remembered? As if he wouldn't let her go unless Su Tang answered. Su Tang felt she was going crazy. She never expected Wen Nangxi, who usually seemed gentle and refined as jade, to have such a domineering side. She really couldn't handle it. Could only agree. Then I know. Won't say it anymore. Clearly, she had already answered. But Wen Nangxi still held her. Su Tang could only blush and find an excuse. I need to bake bread. Looking at her blushing face, Wen Nangxi then reluctantly, gently released her. I'll help you. Su Tang then slowly let out a sigh of relief. Just now, she was really caught off guard, and didn't know how to face Wen Nangxi. And at this time, she didn't notice. In the courtyard, Xiao Jihan was still weaving the rattan chair. He watched the scene before him. His heart felt as if pressed by a heavy stone, somewhat stifled. Even when his finger was cut by the sharp edge of the rattan, he didn't pay it any mind. He closed his eyes. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows. as if trying to suppress the strange emotions surging in his heart. Even after a good while, he still couldn't calm his mind. But a moment later, Su Tang came over with the freshly baked bread. Zhao Jahan, this is freshly baked bread. Try it and see how it tastes. He naturally reached out to take it. But Su Tang suddenly noticed the wound on his finger. What happened to your finger? It's even bleeding. Zhao Jahan looked down at his finger with a calm and indifferent expression. It's nothing, this minor injury compared to past wounds really isn't anything. A sense of guilt welled up in Su Tang's heart. It was all because he was helping her with tasks that he ended up like this. If you're injured, you can tell me. I can help stop the bleeding. As she spoke, her fingers moved. Supernatural energy flowed into his palm. Zhao Jahan felt a warm power, as if sunlight was shining into his body. Su Tang focused intently on treating Zhao Jahan, although the wound wasn't big, and the supernatural energy flowing in was minimal. She didn't realize how much impact it had on Zhao Jahan. There, look. It's not bleeding anymore. The wound has healed too. Take a rest for now. Emotions surged in Zhao Jahan's heart. Looking at the focused Su Tang, he actually found himself somewhat yearning for that earlier, sunlight-like warmth. No need, thank you. Su Tang thought he was very stubborn, then pulled him up to go to the room to rest, but was afraid he would misunderstand. Only escorted him to the doorway of the room. Your complexion doesn't look too good. You should rest a bit more. Not knowing what to do, she felt that Zhao Jahan's complexion was excessively pale. Could it be that the drug from that day harmed his body? Once this thought arose, her complexion also became somewhat unnatural. After thinking for a moment, she spoke to Zhao Jahan. Let me check your pulse. To see your physical condition. Zhao Jahan thought of the hidden issues within his body. Previously, he thought it would never get better. Now, having witnessed her abilities, perhaps he could give it a try. Seventh Master, come inside to check the pulse. Su Tang was stunned upon hearing this, then said, with a smile, it's fine. I can check your pulse just as well standing. Saying this, she reached out and took his hand. Host, this is a cold syndrome. He has an innate ice soul physique, possessing top-tier cultivation talent. But the cold energy accumulated during cultivation is excessive. Over time, the body cannot withstand it. The Beast Emperor City, and going to warm southern places, would have alleviated his condition. But he just had to follow her into exile in Thienearth. Such a cold place is what caused the cold energy to worsen. Su Tang's heart shook. This Zhao Jahan is quite capable of enduring. Actually, the day you first crossed over, the drug given to him by the previous body also stimulated this cold syndrome. He truly suffered greatly that day. His body was on the verge of collapse, but he endured it without saying a word. Su Tang stared wide-eyed in surprise. Her hand felt as if it had been scalded. She hurriedly threw his wrist away, covered her own face. Oh, my God, don't they ever resist? She even felt a bit of sympathy for Zhao Jahan. Then why did the previous self target Zhao Jahan so much? As the words fell, the space system let out a faint sigh. The cold, aloof aura around host Zhao Jahan was very similar to Zhang Moquan's, but the previous self loved Zhang Mishuan, yet couldn't have him. So she directed the hatred she felt for Zhang Mishuan almost entirely onto Zhao Jahan. After hearing the space system's explanation, she felt so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a hole. So it's no wonder they wanted to escape this place so badly. Such painful memories simply can't be erased. So she would definitely set them free. Yes, set them free. Zhao Jahan looked at Su Tang, his expression constantly shifting. He was stunned for a moment. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? He stepped forward, reached out to touch her forehead. But Su Tang quickly avoided him. His hand fell through the air. His fingers stiffened for a moment. Just for an instant, his heart seemed to hollow out, as if something had spiraled out of control. I'm fine, Zhao Jahan, your body suffers from cold syndrome. Is it usually very uncomfortable? It's my fault for implicating you, making you have no choice but to come to the north. Such a cold environment. Zhao Jahan's expression darkened for a moment. His own physical condition. He knows best himself. I'm fine, it's nothing. How could it be nothing? Your body sometimes aches with a piercing cold pain. You really can endure it. The space system spoke up at the right time. Host, as long as you and Zhao Jahan have a name and status, which is the so-called performing the rites of Zhou Gong, he will easily get better. Moreover, host, your special ability just reached level 1. Su Tang reached out to feel it and found it really was level 1. Just now, the host had their first kiss with Wen Nangxi. That's why you leveled up. The first time's effect is just fast leveling up. So this is why I usually advise the host. It's truly because there are benefits. Having a first level special ability. Su Tang gained a bit more confidence. Don't you worry. I will prepare medicine to nurse your health. Your body will slowly get better. Listening to Su Tang's words, Zhao Jahan's expression suddenly became dazed and distracted. So what the great priest of the Moon Clan once said about the opportunity lying with Su Tang. Thinking of this, his expression shifted slightly. Let's go inside. Hearing this, Su Tang smiled awkwardly. Rest assured, I won't do anything to you. It really is just purely to treat you. Zhao Jahan's clear, cool eyes glimmered with a trace of gentle light. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things before. It was I who invited you into the room. You don't need to feel uneasy. I also hope Han Zheng can get better soon. Su Tang nodded. All right then, she finally followed him into the room. But as soon as she entered, she saw the whip hanging on the wall, flooding her mind with memories of her past life. Her face changed color. She absolutely couldn't bear to see this whip. Zhao Jahan, watching her expression, followed her gaze and saw the whip. His face turned even paler. Clearly, he had also thought of something. He stepped forward and took the whip in his hand. Does wife master wish to use this whip? Su Tang hurriedly waved her hands vigorously. No, she was terrified that her meaning wasn't clear enough. She didn't want to touch this whip at all. Can you destroy this whip? Can't stand the sight of this thing. Zhao Jahan's clear and cold gaze firmly locked onto Su Tang. Wife, are you sure? Wife, you really liked this whip before. Su Tang's mouth twitched. She didn't like this whip at all. I'm very sure. Only if you destroy this whip. Can I feel at ease treating your cold syndrome? Since wife says so, then Ji Han will respectfully comply. After saying this, his fingers moved. Ice-based power instantly gathered, directly shattering the whip into fragments. Seeing the whip was indeed gone, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's begin. She thought about quickly giving Zhao Jahan some treatment, so she could hurry back. She really didn't want to stay in this room any longer. Zhao Jahan's fingers rested on the tie at his waist. Wife, do you need me to undo my clothes? Undo clothes? Su Tang was so shocked by this fierce and sharp question that she started stuttering. Zhao Jahan, hearing her words, thought that was the case, directly untied the waist tie. Su Tang didn't expect Zhao Jahan to be so fast. Before she could even react, she quickly pressed her hand against his waist. And no need. Zhao Jahan's gaze lowered to where wife's hand was. Su Tang suddenly realized she had pressed the wrong place. Pressed somewhat downward. She let out a startled cry, quickly withdrew her hand. But for some reason, Zhao Jahan's clothes, the outer garment directly fell to the ground. At this moment, he only had thin inner clothing on his body, creating a faint, tantalizing visual impact. His figure was actually this good. Su Tang's face instantly flushed red with a burning sensation. A surge of hot blood rushed up. She almost got a nosebleed. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick enough. She didn't embarrass herself. At this moment, however, Zhao Jahan's expression was complex and hard to decipher. At this moment, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She only felt her palms burning and hot. Even her face felt hot. Nini, quickly put on your clothes. Is wife master sure? At this moment, Zhao Jahan's voice lost its usual cool clarity, taking on a deep, seductive tone, deadly whispering close to the ear. Sure, Su Tang's mind was buzzing at this moment. Unable to think normally, from behind came a rustling sound. After a while, Zhao Jahan spoke. Wife, master, I'm ready. Su Tang began to move across the acupoints on his back one by one, injecting wood type into them. Zhao Jahan closed his eyes, able to faintly feel the changes in his body, as if a different sun had appeared in an icy, snowy world. Burning brightly, the cold energy in his body was dispelled. The bone-piercing pain, all seemed as if placed in a world surrounded by spring's warmth, no longer a mere aura of icy coldness. Su Tang's special ability energy circulated through his body's meridians. Her brows furrowed. The cold syndrome formed by those dormant, stagnant, frigid energies, as if provoked, began to fiercely counterattack. It seems this cold syndrome is even more severe than she imagined. Her first level ability instantly dropped to half a level, and was still being depleted. Gradually, Han was stunned, completely suppressed. As soon as Su Tang withdrew her hand, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness before her eyes. This was due to excessive consumption. Then, everything went black before her eyes. She directly fainted. Zhao Jahan sensed something was wrong, quickly caught her by the waist, letting her fall into his embrace. 7 Master. His tone was urgent, no longer as calm as before. At this moment, panic surged like a tide in Zhao Jahan's heart. 7 Master. He was originally a person of a cold and detached nature, and was even less accustomed to physical contact with anyone. But at this time, Zhao Jahan didn't even notice that he was holding Su Tang. His usual cold and detached expression had changed. After calling out several times with no response, he finally reacted correctly. Find the bone witch doctor. Su Tang, hearing the voice by her ear at this moment, slowly opened her eyes. Zhao Jahan was holding her in his arms, looking very anxious. 7 Master, you're awake. You fainted just now. Don't worry, I'll take you to the ancient witch doctor to have you examined. Su Tang struggled to free herself from Zhao Jahan's embrace. I'm fine, it's just that my supernatural energy was overused. I felt a bit dizzy. I'm much better now. Being held by Zhao Jahan, I recovered a bit of my supernatural energy aura. My strength has also returned somewhat. Zhao Jahan said in a low voice. Thank you, 7th Master, for earlier. It's nothing. Once I help you completely cure the cold syndrome, can we? After speaking, Su Tang looked up at him, meeting his clear, deep, and somber eyes, which seemed to conceal undercurrents and shadows, a bit different from his usual self. Su Tang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She was already helping him cure his cold syndrome. Could it be that the past still couldn't be left behind? This kind of cold syndrome he has. Ordinary people can't cure it. If you don't agree, I'll head back first. However, Zhao Jahan had just been lost in complex emotions, and hadn't reacted immediately, pondering the meaning of her words. What past events was she referring to? But seeing her expression drastically change, her eyes filled with extreme aloofness and coldness, Zhao Jahan quickly snapped back to attention. I'm not disagreeing. I said okay, I agree with everything you say. If she wanted to let bygones be bygones, then so be it. It was just fortunate that she didn't say anything about being even. If she could truly cure his cold syndrome, solving the most critical issue with his body, it would be equivalent to saving his life. The past matters are nothing compared to this. She should be considered his benefactor. Su Tang's expression only improved a bit at this moment. Then I know. Don't worry, I will definitely help you cure the cold syndrome. Thus, the matter of Zhao Jahan was resolved. Zhao Jahan also couldn't possibly kill her. Thinking about these things, Su Tang's expression was still quite good. She waved her hand at him. Then I'll head back first. After coming out, Su Tang was blown by the wind, and she became even calmer. Suddenly realizing something, she started talking to herself. Zhao Jahan undoing his clothes was to test me. After all, I used my special ability to treat his cold syndrome, so his body was effectively restrained. Thinking of this, she curled her lips. This Zhao Jahan appears to have a cold demeanor, but in reality, he's quite shrewd. The space system responded to Su Tang. That's because these beast husbands of yours, whether in terms of temperament, ability, or intelligence, are first rate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to protect this body of yours and safely reach the Northflow tribe. Under the pursuit and interception of some people from the Beast Emperor City, being able to protect you, well, was never an easy task. Su Tang nodded. In that case, I am relieved. During dinner, the four of them were discussing the matter of going to the nurse, when suddenly a surge of sword energy rushed in. The three men almost reflexively counterattacked. Be careful. They directly shielded Su Tang firmly behind them. Watching this scene, Su Tang's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, she could feel that they genuinely wanted to protect her. Host, your efforts were not in vain. They are protecting you without hesitation now. No one wants you to get hurt. That's because I am helpful to them, and I cook delicious food for them every day. But Wen Nangxi and the other two acted together, yet they couldn't stop that sword. It nimbly avoided Wen Nangxi and the others' protective circle, and came directly in front of Su Tang. Seventh Master, be careful. Hu Lingai's face changed color. He directly drew 9 tails to block the sword. Just at this moment, Mai Qingqian hurried over. Wen Nangxi's gentle gaze instantly turned gloomy. Mai Qingqian, what exactly do you want to do? Don't think I won't kill you. Mai Qingqian's expression was somewhat dark. Shuing was gloomy and heavy. Could he say it wasn't him who made the sword come over? He simply couldn't control the sword. Would they believe him? Even he didn't believe it. He looked at the 3 tense and hostile people with a frustrated expression. He spoke with a strained voice. It wasn't me. I couldn't control this sword just now. It came over on its own. His life-bound sword has spiritual energy. For some reason, it insisted on running to the kitchen area. The aroma was already strong. Now, smelling the fragrance of the bread in the kitchen, it was even more enticing. It's simply tortuous. No idea what the texture would be like to eat. While speaking, Mai Qingqian's gaze involuntarily fell on the bread on the table. Hu Lingai followed Mai Qingqian's gaze over. This is bread made by 7th Master. French fries and ketchup. So delicious. Too bad you yourself are unwilling to eat it. The food made by 7th Master. Naturally, we cannot force you. Let's not talk about this. You actually can't control your life-bound sword. Or are you going to blame this matter on 7th Master? 7th Master expended a great deal of special ability to repair your life-bound sword for you. Whether your sword is fixed or not, you yourself know best. Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes narrowed at the corners, carrying a sharp, cold gleam. Mai Qingqian was confronted by Wen Nangxi and the other two. He felt a sense of his pride being ground into the dirt. He took a deep breath and had no choice but to explain that the life-bound sword could be repaired. He knew it was Su Tang's doing, but he wouldn't go so far as to distort the truth. Don't believe me? I'll show you by controlling it. It's simply too embarrassing. His own life-bound sword actually wouldn't obey him. Mai Qingqian used his special ability to control the life-bound sword, but the life-bound sword completely ignored him. It remained active in front of Su Tang. She showed a surprised expression. No way, has it latched onto her? I just repaired it for you a bit. This sword hasn't been tampered with in any way. Mai Qingqian's expression grew even more somber. I know his own sword. Naturally, he knew that Su Tang truly hadn't done anything to it. He stepped forward and directly grasped the sword. Pulling it, he walked outside. But it seemed to resist him, straining forcefully toward Su Tang's side. Su Tang, fearing that Mai Qingqian would cause trouble, emphasized, "It has nothing to do with me, it's your own life-bound sword." Mai Qingqian felt a stifling anger in his chest, completely unable to release it. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It has nothing to do with you." He couldn't very well say that this sword wanted to get close to her, could he? This was his life-bound sword. He could sense this sword's emotions, that's why it was being so stubborn. He simply couldn't pull this sword, making his face turn extremely flushed. He had truly never been so humiliated and disheveled before. Finally, helpless, he directly cut his finger. A drop of blood dripped onto the sword, forcibly controlling it. This time, the sword obeyed. At this moment, inside the room, a captivating sandalwood fragrance permeated the air. Su Tang was right beside Mai Qingqian, so she naturally smelled it very clearly. Is this the scent of his blood? Previously, the blood of the ice snow spirit beast had a fragrance, possessing the effects of a miraculous elixir. It would attract moisture. Mai Qingqian's blood also has a fragrance. Could it be that it also has something special about it? Don't let it attract mutated beasts. Mai Qingqian's face turned cold and gloomy. If only he could control this sword. He still uses this. Su Tang realized something. Quickly stepped forward and used her ability to wrap around his fingers. Directly stopped the bleeding on his fingers. Repaired the wound. "I'm not doing this to save you. I'm just afraid your blood might cause trouble." Mai Qingqian heard this sentence, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression stiffened. "I know." Then he directly left, carrying his sword. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the nurse. Hu Lingai directly transformed into his true form, bent his knee before Su Tang, then carefully coiled his tail around Su Tang, and placed her on his back. "Seventh Master, it's done. If you are uncomfortable, Seventh Master, tell me." He tried hard to make his aura softer, afraid of making the Seventh Master sit uncomfortably. Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jahan also transformed into their true forms, following alongside the person, while protecting Su Tang at all times. They also controlled their speed to be the same as Hua Lingai's. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of Yongxiu City. However, Su Tang was somewhat hesitant at this time. She focused her gaze and furrowed her brows. The city lord of Yun is appointed by the Beast Emperor City. She was worried it might be related to the forces from the Beast Emperor City side, that someone would want to kill her. Wen Nangxi knew what she was worried about. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. Explained, "The city lord of Yongxiu City has always been managed by the Yun family clan. The heir of the Yun family in this generation is frail and sickly, and City Lord Yun is advanced in years, so the situation might change. But no problems have been discovered for the time being." Listening to Wen Nangxi talk about these things, Su Tang gained a better understanding of Yongxiu City. If public security in Yongxiu City is good, and it's good for doing business, then they could come often to set up a stall, right? Just as they were growing bored waiting in line, some beastmen ahead also started talking. "I heard young Master Yun has fallen seriously ill. Previously, the Beast Emperor even wanted to marry the princess to young Master Yun. But after sending the imperial physician to examine him, they found out young Master Yun was not well. So the marriage agreement was cancelled." Everyone discussed it, sighing with regret. Yet no one dared to speak ill of the Beast Emperor. But in their hearts, they all felt sorry for the so-called young Master Yun. After listening to some gossip, Su Tang, it was finally their group of four's turn. After paying the gold coins, they entered the city. Su Tang found the place quite similar to ancient city streets. The streets were very wide, and the roads were paved very smoothly. Su Tang hadn't expected so many people so early in the morning. Without time to look around more, they soon arrived at the nurse's place. They had come relatively early, so they managed to secure a spot in the middle area. Su Tang took things out from her space and arranged them. Wen Nangxi and the other two helped together. They set up a table and placed 4 winnowing baskets on it. One places deworming packets. One places hemostatic packets. One places roasted melon seeds. One places brown sugar. Su Tang observed the passing crowd for a while. She had a good understanding in her heart. She began to hawk her wares. Free samples available. She knew that if she directly advertised deworming packets or hemostatic packets, it might not attract customers. She could use the brown sugar to draw everyone to her stall. Upon hearing brown sugar, some beastmen curiously came over. Stall owner, how much for this brown sugar? Her lumps of brown sugar were neither too big nor too small. Su Tang had already decided on the price in her mind. 1 lump for 5 copper gold coins. 5 copper gold coins? The speaking bear beastman was slightly surprised. He had previously bought a lump of brown sugar from a store, smaller than this one, for 7 copper gold coins. This was quite a bit cheaper. However, he was still somewhat cautious. He said, "Is your brown sugar authentic? Is it sweet?" Su Tang quickly took out a lump, cut off some small pieces with a knife. To make it easy to sample, I said free samples are available. Because I have confidence in our brown sugar. The person put a piece in his mouth to taste. His eyes lit up. It really is sweet. I'll buy 20 lumps of this kind of brown sugar. Here are 100 copper gold coins. Getting business right away. Su Tang's confidence greatly increased. She continued hawking. Her voice was clear and crisp. It immediately attracted a lot of customers. Quite a crowd quickly gathered in front of the stall. The sunflower seeds and brown sugar were selling well. However, when Su Tang was promoting the insect repellent packs and hemostatic packs, nobody believed her. Some people still raised doubts. You're not doctors. These kinds of medicine packs. Don't try to fool people. Su Tang smiled and tried to explain. The crowd couldn't bear to see Su Tang suffer even a little doubt and grievance. Hua Lingai directly took a knife and cut his own arm to use the medicine pack on the spot and let everyone see. Then everyone would know the effect. Su Tang was completely stunned. She never expected Hua Lingai to cut his arm without a second word. Watching as a large amount of blood instantly flowed from his arm. Her scalp went numb. What are you doing? It's nothing, wife. Let everyone see the effect of the hemostatic pack. As he spoke, Hua Lingai seemed not to feel any pain. He took that hemostatic pack and poured it onto his wound. The customers gathered in front of the stall saw that bleeding wound gradually stop bleeding. Since this hemostatic pack is so effective, then the insect repellent pack should be effective too. I'll buy 1 hemostatic pack and 1 insect repellent pack to use when going into the mountains and forests. Everyone's enthusiasm for buying sword. Su Tang glanced at Hua Lingai. No matter what, he did help. Hua Lingai lowered his head and saw his wife's gaze. Suddenly, he felt that he had received his wife's praise, felt that he was very useful. This filled his entire body with motivation. He could do it again. Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jihan glanced at Hua Lingai, helplessly sighed. He could even think of such a method. The wife's expression towards him was different. Hua Lingai's arm was injured, still wanted to help. Su Tang looked at him again. You are not allowed to work today. The bad fox's face changed. Didn't understand why. His fox eyes showed a pitiful expression. Wife Su Tang also looked at Wen Nangxi and Zhao Jihan with a serious expression. I want to do business, but you cannot harm yourselves. This would make her recall memories of mistreating them in the previous life. Would make her feel uncomfortable inside. Although she appreciated Hua Lingai's help, such behavior absolutely must not be encouraged. Otherwise, it would foster this kind of conduct in them. Seeing Su Tang's expression wasn't very good. Wen Nangxi reached out and gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, we won't do such things again. Zhao Jihan also nodded. Hu Lingai collected his expression. His fox eyes shimmered with a deep, captivating light. Seriously responded, I'm sorry, wife, I understand. I promise it won't be like this next time. But he did not regret his actions just now. He could tell. She was very happy when selling things. Even happier than when at home. He wanted to protect that smile. Su Tang saw that everyone had taken the words to heart. Only then did she nod her head. Then her expression changed. But still, thank you, just now. But you can't do that next time. I don't want you to get hurt. When it was almost noon, the goods were almost sold out. Su Tang received a lot of gold coins. The sound of gold coins clinking in the money pouch. She really loved hearing it. This feeling gave a great sense of achievement. And also a great sense of security. Just as Su Tang was considering whether to pack up the stall, a man who looked like a manager hurriedly ran over. Stall owner. Do you still have any of those hemostatic medicine packs? I'll buy them all. Your hemostatic packs are really effective. Just now, several of my guards came back seriously injured. Your hemostatic medicine packs really worked. They saved everyone's lives. This person looked at Su Tang with a grateful expression. As if Su Tang had saved everyone's lives. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. I'm sorry. The hemostatic packs are all sold out. Then when will you have more? I should have bought more earlier. This person regretted not buying more earlier. He seemed to think of something. Right. You mentioned before that you have some small medicine packs. Can you sell those to me? Secretly passed that small sample drug package to him. Looking at the nearly depleted brown sugar and sunflower seeds, that person directly bought all of them as well. Just like that, everything was sold out. Let's go. We'll go stroll around first. Buy some things. She still had many things to buy. The group of people began at the market, wandering around until everything was finally bought. The few people set off on their return journey. The frightened cries of horses came from the distance. Su Tang curiously turned her head. Just then, she saw a carriage out of control, about to hit a cat. Su Tang's face changed dramatically. She reflexively rushed forward, not knowing where the strength came from. Her whole body leaped over directly, hugged that cat, rolled inward, avoided the carriage's collision. Seventh Master, Wen Nangxi and the other two exclaimed in shock. They wanted to quickly rush over. The next second, the road was cut apart, with the carriage as the boundary, separating Su Tang and Wen Nangxi's group of three, abruptly isolating them. The street before Su Tang's eyes instantly surged with waves of black mist. Before she could react to what was wrong, the cat in her arms suddenly turned into a person, drew a dagger from its hand, directly stabbed towards Su Tang's heart. At the critical moment, the ice crystal pendant she wore around her neck actually emitted countless intense golden rays of light, directly repelled and struck that assassin. At the same time, far away in an ice shop, Zi Gixue, a mouthful of blood suddenly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Realizing something, he directly tore through the air and emerged, disappearing from the spot like a gust of wind. The ice snow spirit beast falls in love only once in its lifetime. Once it falls in love, it remains faithful until death. But now, the protective, magical treasure he gave to the girl he loves has actually shattered. Far away in the ice palace, Zi Gixue, a trace of bright red suddenly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Then he instantly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, 4 assassins tightly surrounded Su Tang. Everyone, be careful. This woman actually has such a powerful, life-preserving magic on her. The master severed her beast talisman outside the magical instrument space. Never thought we'd still underestimate this woman. All of you attack together. Kill her together. Complete the mission. At this moment, Su Tang's expression was cold and stern. The aura around her was extremely powerful, as if she had returned to the mode of fighting in the apocalypse. Although she didn't have a suitable weapon, in a life and death struggle, she would absolutely not show any weakness or retreat. I never expected you all to have level 4 supernatural abilities. To come here and kill me. Your master really will stop at nothing. Damn it. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people charged forward directly. But Su Tang's figure was agile, eerily evading their lethal attacks. Although she currently hasn't even reached level 1 strength, her combat experience from the apocalypse is extremely rich. With swift, fierce, and precise movements, she dodged their attacks. Simultaneously, the power of wood element's supernatural abilities continuously gathered around her. However, the black mist before her was very eerie, as if it was blocking some kind of aura, making her gathering speed become extremely slow. Who said she was a good for nothing? Who said she had no ability at all? Were these rumors meant to get people killed? Immediately after, the 4 began to use their real strength, just as the killing moves were about to land on Su Tang. At the critical moment, the sound of wind and snow suddenly came through the air. A fierce wind instantly dispersed the black fog. Flakes of snow gradually began to fall from the sky. When the snowflakes landed on each assassin, their movements seemed to freeze, unable to move. It was the domain of ice and snow. Finally, someone realized what was happening. Exclaiming domain of ice and snow. Wasn't that a level of power only found in legends? Their faces all showed terror. At the same time, Su Tang also felt the wind and snow. She was stunned. At this moment, she could even smell it. The refreshing, enchanting ice and snow in the air. Its aura was elegant and transcendent. Even the falling snowflakes were so pure, as if the air had been purified. A sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Space seemed to be torn apart. A stunningly handsome man slowly walked through the air. His figure was tall and graceful, like an orchid or jade tree. His blood-red long hair danced lightly in the wind. His sleeves fluttered along, like a blood-red line piercing through an icy heart. Su Tang gazed at the man before her, who was like an immortal. Though his appearance was unfamiliar, his aura felt so familiar. It made her unable to feel any sense of caution in her heart. Did he save me? Zi Gikshu's fingers twitched slightly. Those 4 individuals instantly exploded on the spot, shattered into ice fragments, swept away by the wind and snow. His eyes were clear and cold, like a painting. Gorgeous and mysterious, he looked toward Su Tang. A glint of icy blue light seemed to flash in his exquisite eyes. Miss Su, don't be afraid. It's all right now. His voice was moist and deep, cool and ethereal, as pleasing to hear as snow falling in an empty valley. It made her heartstrings tremble lightly. But that voice suddenly brought Su Tang back to her senses. She tentatively asked, "Young Master Z, is it you?" "Yes. Are you all right?" "I'm sorry I came late. Did I startle you?" Hearing it was him, and carefully observing his eyes and appearance again, for some reason, Su Tang suddenly thought of the ice and snow spirit beast she encountered in the mountain forest that day. Could it be that his true form is the ice and snow spirit beast? Realizing this, Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. Complex feelings surged in her heart. She reached out and gently touched the ice crystal pendant on her neck. "I'm fine. It was you who saved me." Host, that ice crystal pendant contains Zi Gikshu's power. That's why it was able to kill that assassin. And he was also severely injured. Young Master Z is really different towards you. Su Tang was helpless, communicating with the system through thought. "System, when I was in danger just now, why didn't you come out? I didn't know what happened before. I fell into a deep sleep. I just woke up." Su Tang looked towards Zi Giksue. "Your health isn't very good. I said before, you cannot use your special abilities. Let me check your body first." Subconsciously, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Zhe Gixue extended his slender, well-defined fingers, gently smoothing her wind-blown hair for her, tucking it gently behind her ear for her. His movements were gentle, yet he appeared very attentive. "Trust me, speak freely. You're tired from just now. You need proper rest." He could see her exhaustion at this moment. He couldn't let her use her special abilities to heal his injuries again. Su Tang listened to his words. Her heartstrings were plucked. At this moment, she felt a sense of being cared for, unadulterated by anything else. Such a pure form of concern. She was just about to say something. Zhe Gixue spoke first. "They've found us. I should go." As he spoke, he helped tuck the crystal pendant back inside her clothes. "Keep wearing it always. It will protect you. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. I will always be here." After speaking, he took a deep look at Su Tang. Then the wind and snow struck. The surrounding black mist dispersed. Zhe Gixue also vanished from the spot. Su Tang's heartstrings were stirred. Feeling somewhat unsettled, she watched him disappear. For some reason, there was a sense of melancholy in her heart. Very complex. Suddenly, the sound of the carriage shattering rang out. Immediately after, the split-apart street seemed to piece together all at once, returning to its original state. "Seventh Lord, are you okay? Are you all right?" Wen Nangxi and the other two of them all rushed over hurriedly. Coming to Su Tang's side, they carefully checked her. At this moment, the faces of the three were pale. Their eyes were tinged with red. The aura around them was all wrong. They looked somewhat disheveled. Bloodstains still clung to their bodies. On the ground to the side, more than 10 assassins lay fallen. Seeing Su Tang not speaking, their hearts were in their throats. Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes held a bloodthirsty red. Zhao Jihan, originally somewhat cold by nature, now had an even colder expression on his face. The killing intent around him still surged, not yet suppressed. The gentle, picturesque eyes of 7th Lord Wen Nangxi were filled with a pained and self-blaming expression. His voice was no longer as calm as before. Su Tang snapped back to reality. Her expression was peaceful. "I'm fine. You don't need to blame yourselves. The other party wanted to kill me. They calculated your strengths. They specifically found an opportunity to hold you back. It's not your fault." Wen Nangxi's heart was flustered. Seeing her exhausted expression, he whispered hoarsely, "It's good that you're okay. You must be tired. Let's go home first." Although he wanted to know what had just happened, Wen Nangxi still didn't ask anything. After what had just occurred, Su Tang, indeed, felt somewhat fatigued, and had no mind to continue shopping or do anything else. She nodded. "Let's go back first." On the way back, Wen Nangxi transformed into his true form and carried Su Tang on his back. He hesitated for a long while before speaking. Among those assassins, one of them used a technique that resembled the martial arts of the Chen family from Beast Emperor City. "I will get to the bottom of this. I will kill everyone involved." He paused. "7th Master, I'm sorry." His voice was very low. An aura of desolation surged around his entire body. Hearing Wen Nangxi's words, and sensing the aura emanating from him, Su Tang's expression shifted slightly. "Wen Nangxi, you don't need to blame yourself. Actually, you all did your best." However, this incident also served as a reminder to her. She must become stronger as soon as possible. "No, wife, master. Don't say that. It's all my fault." If his body were fine, he could have used a secret technique to enhance his strength. The fight wouldn't have been like this. As if remembering something, Su Tang asked, "By the way, there was a day when you came back late before. You had the smell of blood on you. Have you also encountered such assassins?" Wen Nangxi's expression slightly changed. He didn't expect her to know. She is actually very intelligent. Sometimes she doesn't ask or speak about certain matters. It doesn't mean she is unaware. Wen Nangxi also couldn't bear to lie to her. He spoke softly, "They are assassins sent by the Beast Emperor City." Hearing these words, Su Tang's expression shifted slightly. Although Wen Nangxi explained it rather simply, he could roughly understand what had happened. In secret, he had actually long resolved many dangers for her. Despite his usual gentle and mild demeanor, he actually has profound thoughts and strategies. When it comes to protecting her, he spares no effort. Realizing this, the aloofness in Su Tang's eyes faded considerably. Her expression softened. "Wen Nangxi, you actually used yourself to lure out those assassins, didn't you? They knew you would definitely risk your life to protect me. So they targeted you first, thinking that once you were dealt with, killing me would probably be much easier." Wen Nangxi was filled with guilt and self-blame. An aura of dejection and low spirits enveloped him. He didn't explain anything. "It was my failure. The process didn't matter. The result was that he failed to protect her." At that moment, when she suddenly disappeared, he almost went mad. Su Tang suddenly sensed that the aura around Wen Nangxi was somewhat disordered. If this continues, his mind is prone to falling into a state of turmoil. She reached out her hand, gently stroked its snake body. The movement was quite gentle, transferred a bit of wood element ability. This power could easily soothe Wen Nangxi's emotions. Wen Nangxi's snake body trembled violently. For some reason, his body actually surged with the tingling numbness. It made him think of the previous kiss. At that time, she was so beautiful. It was breathtaking. His breathing became disordered. Now, even Su Tang was somewhat stunned, using her ability to soothe him. Why was his mental aura even more chaotic? She fell silent for a moment, could only open her mouth to comfort Wen Nangxi. "Calm down a bit. Actually, I know. You have always been doing your utmost to protect me. This point I know. You can't punish yourself because of others' mistakes." Wen Nangxi realized that his heart was in disarray. His breathing was disordered, thus giving her a mistaken impression. He hurriedly suppressed the emotions in his heart and his expression. "Seventh Master need not worry. I'm fine." Arriving home, Su Tang couldn't bother to rest. Returned to her room and immediately began preparing medicine. That previous kiss with Wen Nangxi, the space rewarded quite a lot of medicinal herbs. The space system looked at the medicinal herbs Su Tang was using. Exclaimed, "Host, are you going to use a medicinal bath to temper your body? This method is quite extraordinary. The body will endure extreme pain. Every bone in the body feels as if it's broken. Most people can't endure this method. And if you give up halfway, your body will become weak. In severe cases, it's easy to lose your life. Host, as long as you sleep with the beast, husband, you won't have to go through this. It's too painful." The system watched Su Tang's movements continue. It was heartbreaking. And according to the system's big data, no one has succeeded. "Host, you must think twice before acting." The system began to simulate the sound of a person crying, wanting Su Tang to give up. "You saw what happened today. People who want to kill me are endless." Before, Wen Nangxi didn't know how many he killed. And that time, Hu Lingai was attacked by a mutated beast, Tide. He almost lost his life. Clearly, it was also men. Today, someone even separated them, just to kill me. So I must become stronger. But the system was afraid the host would be under too much pressure. It thought for a moment and said softly, "Host, actually, you don't need to be afraid of me. Although I'm a system, I can vaguely sense the rules of the heavenly way. You are a person of great fortune, protected by the heavenly way. You won't die easily." After preparing the meal, Hu Lingai came to the room to ask Su Tang to come eat. "Seventh Master, lunch is ready. Time to eat." He spoke very cautiously at this moment, afraid of disturbing the wife, Master, and making her unhappy. Probably not out of fear. It's because I care that I feel this way. Hearing Hua Lingai's voice, Su Tang placed the prepared herbs aside, opened the door, and came out. She looked at Hua Lingai's appearance, feeling that the once proud fire fox now looked like a frostbitten eggplant, a bit listless. What's wrong? Master, I feel awful. I didn't protect you well enough. Su Tang spoke to comfort him. It's fine, it's all in the past. It wasn't your fault. But Hua Lingai felt even worse. Master, I'd rather you hit me. Then I'd feel a little better. Saying this, he moved closer, carefully picked up Su Tang's hand, and moved it to hit his own chest. He held Su Tang's hand, completely unwilling to let go. He didn't dare to get too close, obviously, afraid of making his wife, Master, unhappy. So he could only approach cautiously like this. Su Tang's hand, just like that, unexpectedly landed on Hua Lingai's chest, making her think of that day when Hua Lingai cut the clothes. Pressing her hand against the skin of his chest, her hand instantly felt scalding. And no need. You don't need to blame yourself, really. This fox seemed to be tempting her everywhere, all the time. This wasn't hitting. This was letting her feel the touch of his chest, showing off how good his figure is. A trace of grievance and loneliness showed in Hua Lingai's fox-like eyes. Does wife not like this? He doesn't know how to please wife. He only thought of those tactics used in the Zhu family backyard, where people fought for favor. It should be like this. There needs to be physical contact. Su Tang wanted to facepalm. Oh, heavens, how should she say this? Why is a fox acting like a peacock? It gives a feeling of showing off its feathers anytime, anywhere. It's not about liking or not liking. Right now I'm hungry. We need to eat first. Yes, eat first. As soon as she entered the kitchen, everyone hurriedly pulled out a stool for her, handed her bowls and chopsticks, serving her very attentively. Wife, please eat. Su Tang's mouth twitched. Actually, there's no need for this. She was sitting while they stood, all looking as if they were specially serving her meal. You all sit and eat too. Wen Nangxi sighed. We don't have the right now. Wife, please eat. This is their way of self-punishment. Seeing them like this, Su Tang really couldn't stay angry at them. Actually, it was just that some uncomfortable emotions welled up in her heart. It wasn't really their fault. If you stand, I'm not used to it. And I can't eat either. Just like before is fine. Sit down and eat. Seeing them like this, Su Tang's expression softened a bit, and her tone also softened. Wen Nangxi and the others didn't dare to make Su Tang repeat something many times, so they all sat down. 3 people vied to put food on Su Tang's plate. Su Tang looked at the 3 people's expectant eyes. She didn't even know what to eat. Her chopsticks paused in mid-air. Suddenly, she felt her stomach was much thinner. This bowl of water isn't so easy to balance. After arranging tasks for everyone after the meal, Su Tang brought hot water to the bathtub inside the room. After that, she put the medicinal herbs for the medicinal bath into it. She chased them all out, directly locked the door. At this scene, the faces of Wen Nangxi and the other 2 turned somewhat cold. Hua Lingai's expression was grave. If I'm not mistaken, is our wife going to take a medicinal bath? That would be very dangerous. And also very painful. Wen Nangxi's exquisitely drawn eyes, his gaze also sank. Tempering, she wants to temper her body. Zhao Jahan's clear, cold eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Why would she do this? The emotions in Wen Nangxi's eyes were unsettled. Perhaps to become stronger. There is a legend about a heaven-defying tempering method. Using a medicinal bath can clear the meridians, forcibly enhance supernatural abilities. Hua Lingai's face turned pale. Will our wife be in danger? No, she can't do this. Previously, just a kiss. Her supernatural ability improved. This method must be effective. She wants to become stronger. I can do it. Saying this, Hu Lingai quickly stepped forward, knocked on Su Tang's door. A voice of refusal came from inside the room. Don't disturb me. Su Tang was already in the bathtub at this moment. It was about to begin, slowly penetrating deep into her body. She needed to focus on absorbing the medicinal properties. When Nangxi realized something, quickly pulled Hu Lingai to a distance. You'll only disturb her like this. Memories began to be unable to hold back. A restless, frenzied energy surged within Hu Lingai's body. His spiritual sea became unstable. Then what do we do now? When Nangxi held him down. Calm down, we will guard her here. This time, no matter what, we won't let anything happen to her. At this moment, his eyes were deep. His gentle aura also became heavy and intense, as if ready to do something at any moment. Hu Lingai, hearing his words, had no choice but to calm down. His fox-like eyes surged with intense, fiery emotions, but he forcibly suppressed the burning sense of urgency in his heart, staring at her door, waiting to rush in at any moment. Zhao Jahan's usually calm and unruffled eyes also took on a profound and complex depth. He stood in place, not moving a muscle. And on the other side, inside the room, the medicinal effects began to take effect bit by bit. Su Tang's entire person felt as if placed within a state of simultaneous ice and fire. One moment cold, the next hot. The sense of pain also gradually intensified. She almost couldn't bear it and let out a cry. Host, what should we do? I can't help. The space system was extremely anxious. It could only use a mechanical voice, singing the songs that Su Tang liked, to alleviate her pain. Although it didn't sound pleasant, but it was trying its best to comfort her. A warmth rose in Su Tang's heart. The pain also seemed to ease somewhat, but it was still uncomfortable. But as long as she thought about being able to enhance her abilities and become stronger, she felt it was nothing. She could endure it. Time passed bit by bit. Hu Lingai couldn't sit still. Why hasn't it finished after so long? Is the seventh master okay? When Nangxi had been carefully listening to the movements inside, she was enduring, so she didn't make any sound. He was truly shocked inside. What she did and her choices deeply moved him, making him change all his previous views of her. Zhao Jahan's heart was also stirred. He couldn't help but murmur, "She is very strong." Just as they were quietly waiting, Mai Qingqin returned. The three of them immediately exuded killing intent. Hu Lingai directly drew a line of fire. "Why are you back?" A look of surprise flashed through Mai Qingqin's cold, deep eyes. "This is my home. Naturally, I have to come back." The bad fox smiled mockingly. "You still know to come back. You are not welcome here." Mai Qingqin felt that something was wrong. What exactly happened? When Nangxi's expression was indifferent. "No matter what happened, since you are unwilling to protect the wife, master, then just leave." He knew they weren't qualified to speak on Su Tang's behalf like this. But when the wife master was in danger, where was he then? He couldn't maintain a good mood towards him. Mai Qingqin had just received the letter left by his father. Thinking of his instructions, he softened his tone. "Who says I'm unwilling to protect the wife, master? I've returned now, haven't I?" Hu Lingai's fox-like eyes revealed a cold curve. "Who knows when you'll leave again? This isn't called protection. This is called irresponsibility. I won't leave after returning this time. I will protect the wife, master. It's useless for you to try to drive me away. I need to ask the wife master about this matter." When Nangxi blocked him, not letting him get near the door, Mai Qingqin didn't know what trick they were trying to pull. Everyone was guarded against him, afraid he would disturb the wife master's cultivation. Wife? Master. Mai Qingqin started calling for Su Tang. Hu Lingai and the others blocked him. A fight was about to break out instantly. At that moment, Su Tang's tightly closed door opened. "Stop." She had just stepped out of the bathtub. Her hair, still damp, was loosely draped behind her. Her cheeks seemed tinged with a rosy blush. Her eyes held a faint, watery gleam, glistening and moist, exquisitely beautiful and captivating. Su Tang threw a piece of paper she had just finished writing to my Kinkin. I grant you a letter of divorce. You should leave. This is something she has wanted to do for a long time. Now, seeing that she can become stronger, she doesn't want to wait anymore. At this moment, she is exquisitely beautiful, yet carries a cold and imposing aura. Most importantly, the disfigured half of her face has restored its original appearance. Her flawless, jade-like beauty is breathtaking. Everyone was stunned by Su Tang's appearance. So this was her true face all along. My Kinkin's heart uncontrollably skipped a beat. He reacted slowly, reaching out to take the paper. On it were written 3 large characters, "Release document." This was clearly the thing he had always wanted. Now that he had gained freedom, why wasn't he happy? He wanted to say something, but the words seemed stuck in his throat, unable to come out no matter what. My Kinkin, in consideration of your past protection of me, the release document I'm giving you is not like a letter of divorce setting you free. From now on, you and I have no connection whatsoever. At this moment, Su Tang's expression was ice cold. Her presence formidable. Now she is not afraid of him attacking. She can now continue to increase her abilities through tempering, having the ability to protect herself. She no longer needs to rely on anyone. When Nangxi and the others, seeing this scene, their expressions also changed. They clearly realized that when she previously said she would let them leave, it was the truth. Now, her appearance has also been restored. I don't know why. Such a wonderful her made them want to hide her away. Hu Lingai's mind was in turmoil. Would his wife also write a letter of divorce to him? He did say before that he wanted a divorce letter, but that was because his brain was muddled. He doesn't want it now. My Kinkin, however, reached out and directly tore the divorce letter to pieces. He now found this piece of paper particularly offensive. You giving me this is useless. I won't leave. Su Tang's expression was cold and stern. Even if it's torn, I can write another one. Go to the city lord's manor to have it stamped and filed. After all, we never truly formed a contract. My Kinkin's stunningly beautiful, cold, and deep eyes stared fixedly at her, feeling utterly infuriated by her relentlessly cruel little mouth. So she could provoke people so calmly. He suddenly exerted force. His outer garment directly shattered on the spot, leaving only his trousers. Isn't it just forming a contract? I can do it right now. No one expected my Kinkin to be so fierce. Su Tang was stunned for a moment, unexpectedly appreciating the handsome man's physique. That chest, the complete set of 18 abdominal muscles, exuding a sexy strength. His figure was indeed extremely perfect. Those trousers were also very thin. Su Tang felt a rush of blood, hastily turned around. Hurry up and put your clothes on. This my Kinkin isn't quite right. The style has completely changed. Where is the former my Kinkin, so eerily cold and enchanting? How did he become like this after just going out once? What a lunatic, Su Tang cursed under his breath. Just then, the sound of punches and kicks suddenly came from behind. Indeed, when Nangxi and the others directly laid hands on my Kinkin. Such scheming. My Kinkin started off with a big move right away. He actually dared to seduce the wife master right in front of them. My Kinkin was completely stunned, allowing them to hit him. Yet he did not resist. Wasn't this what she wanted before? Why is it that when he took the initiative, she instead avoided him? She didn't even look at him anymore. He extended his slender, jade-like fingers, leisurely wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a soul-stirring, captivating smile, he said, I am still the wife master's beast husband. Don't worry, I will do everything that I am supposed to do. When Nangxi looked at his appearance, his gentle, picturesque gaze growing increasingly deep and unfathomable. Calculating the time. You should have received the reply from the My family. So the prescription Kizhu gave must be very effective. Your mother should be better. Although he used questioning words, his tone was extremely certain. My Kinkin could not refute it. The facts were indeed so. Truly worthy of being Wen Nangxi. His wisdom is almost demonic. There is nothing that can be hidden from you. It is said that the emerald green bamboo snake beast belongs to the ancient heavenly snake lineage, and is no ordinary snake beast. Wen Nangxi, you really have so many secrets. You know why I came back. The man never expected that his true identity, hidden for years, would be exposed just like that. Just moments ago, the lingering Black Panther beast husband pointed out that ancient heavenly snake lineage approaching the seventh lord has ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by how Wen Nangxi usually appears gentle and refined. In reality, he doesn't fit in with anyone. His origins are the most mysterious. Wen Nangxi gave a faint smile. No matter what it is, I would never harm my wife in the slightest. I will always stay by her side and protect her. Hu Lingai couldn't listen any longer. My Kinkin, there's no need for you to interrogate everyone here. No matter what your reasons are, your intentions are impure anyway. You are not welcome here. The wicked fox looked ready to fight, wishing he could go up and punch him a few more times.